Chapter 501, A Hero? Who cares? Law of Energy Purification. Xia Fei frowned as he asked. How could such a strange law exist? Yehua chuckled. There are practically millions of laws in the universe, and while the laws of space, matter, and time are known as the three great laws, there are also the laws of energy, black hole, white hole, etc. Furthermore, the law of energy purification is but a subset of the law of energy, specializing in the transference of energy. Laws are profound, and every family, or even everyone, has a different understanding of them. The effects are also varied, and the same warriors practicing the law of space will be able to unleash greatly different moves and techniques if their comprehension differs. From this point alone, it can be said that the law realm is fair to everyone, and whether they are able to have a stronger combat strength will entirely depend on their individual talent and ability to comprehend the said law. Xia Fei nodded. His arm still had the tattoo of the law of primal chaos, which showed that the three great laws were not the only ones that existed in the law realm. Actually, Xia Fei wished he could sooner get started on his study and research of law, but to be able to learn some information from experts like Yujiang and Yehua was not bad, either, which was why he had patiently listened to them speak. Ferbal groggily poked his head out from Xia Fei's bosom, leaping up onto Xia Fei's shoulder. When he saw that Yujiang and Yehua were right across him, Ferbal angrily bared his fangs at them, having remembered when they had made things difficult for Xia Fei before, clearly not having any fondness for either man. Xia Fei telepathically commanded Ferbal to be more humble, and this pet very unwillingly lowered his head, though he still glared at his opponents furiously. Yujiang and Yehua seemed to be very satisfied with the state that Ferbal was currently in, and the two exchanged looks before Yujiang said, "Your beast is growing up well." Xia Fei shrugged. Ferbal was originally the size of a basketball, but who would have thought it would shrink in size like this? Who knows when it will grow big again? Yujiang smiled. You can't say that. The higher the grade of an exotic beast, slower its growth rate. You should take care of it well. Xia Fei answered, that is a given. Yujiang gave a meaningful nod and threw a glance at Yehua. Yehua got up. I'll be bringing you over to report to the base where warriors live and train. Let the patriarch resume his fishing. Xia Fei got up and said his goodbyes to Yujiang before following Yehua toward a city in the distance. The Yu family was situated on a huge warship, where an artificial sun would rise every day at a set time, and when it set, one could see the twinkling galaxy of stars beyond the protective shield. Farmland, mountains, and streams were all built on board the ship's deck, resembling a real world. Xia Fei was pleasantly surprised by the many wondrous things he saw along the way. Just from its size alone, this warship that the Yu family was on should not be much smaller than a titan, probably as big as an entire planet if stretched out across a plane. Families with power in the law realm have this sort of mobile base, able to carry everyone as they freely travel through space. Warriors can't leave the base without any special reason, and any who wish to do so will require permission and reach where they wish to go through a spatial door. Of course, the use of a spatial door costs money, and the price differs according to the distance. Yujiang pointed to a huge semicircle structure on the outskirts of the city. As for this city, it is a place where warriors stay and train, and the cities even further out are where family members live. Right now, your status is that of a law disciple, not a true law warrior yet. There will be an assessment every 3 months, and passing it means that you will acquire the moniker of a law warrior and will have an increased freedom in mobility. Your monthly stipend will also be much better, too. The city that Yehua was referring to appeared to be of a very ancient style, and it had a huge disparity when compared to the surprisingly modern warship that they were just on. It looked very much like a citadel built in the Middle Ages, with high city walls, narrow streets, and even a moat circling it. There were many who greeted Yehua as they walked down the city street, and it was apparent that this shrewd merchant was pretty popular with others. I'm a merchant, and these warriors will often seek me to buy things. Don't forget to contact me if you wish to acquire some goods that you have trouble finding here in the Yu family by the way. Yehua flashed Xia Fei a sneaky smile as he said this. Are these all warriors? Xia Fei asked. Yehua answered, that's right. 70% of the Yu family's combat strength is gathered here, while the rest are all performing duties outside. A majority of them are the family's internal disciples born here in the law realm. They all have decent bloodlines, able to get twice the result with half the effort when learning law. Then there are some talented individuals that the Yu family have picked up from the Alliance, though there aren't many of them. You will be staying with these other disciples from the Alliance. Xia Fei nodded. There would at least be some common ground staying with warriors who were also from the alliance. Xia Fei felt that such an arrangement was not too bad, but what he did not notice was the somewhat strange smile across Yehua's face. He obtained the stipend from the family at the equipment depot, 3 purple origin crystals, a suit of metal armor, and a black token which was his ID. The origin crystals were at least of some use to Xia Fei, but Xia Fei did not even spare a glance at the armor. It was at best of the Star River grade, and it was nothing compared to what he had on. The place he was staying was very remote, a lone 2-story building. The street was dark and the buildings around looked very desolate and abandoned. On the first floor were several rather young law disciples. They were all gathered discussing something, and when these people saw Xia Fei enter, they stood up and stared at him with fairly unfriendly eyes. Xia Fei flashed them a faint smile as he followed Yehua up the second floor and located his own room. There was a wooden single bed with 1 wooden chair and table. The room itself was cramped and dimly lit, though Xia Fei barely batted an eyelid over such terrible living conditions. The life of a law disciple is hard. You'll have your own place once you become a true law warrior. For now, you'll have to bear with this. Yehua comforted him. With a brush of his spatial ring, Yehua took out 10 purple origin crystals and gave them to him. Just the 2 grade 2 origin crystals a month are surely not enough. Take these first and contact me if you have any further needs. Xia Fei took these crystals with a word of thanks, and Yehua chuckled. These will all be recorded on your bill, and you can repay me in the future when you're rich. Xia Fei cursed Yehua for his shrewd ways in his heart, but he still showed his easy smile. Yehua then casually offered Xia Fei words of caution before turning to leave. Xia Fei took out Pod from his spatial ring and set him to work. The housekeeper robot almost cried when he saw the dirty room, unable to bear with the fact that Xia Fei would have to live in such a place. Pod lowered his head and began cleaning, while Furball had already collapsed onto the bed and was sound asleep. This heartless beast cared only for its own food and sleep, not sparing even a thought for Xia Fei's present situation. Master, wait outside for a while. The place will get very dirty as I clean this place up, Pod said to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded, turning around to go down the stairs and head into the common room. Those law disciples from before were still gathered, having a chat with one another. Xia Fei got himself seated where no one else was and picked up a newspaper on the table to read. Law Realm News. Xia Fei muttered to himself. To think that there would also be newspapers here in the Law Realm. Xia Fei was somewhat intrigued as he folded it open and took a look. He noticed that there was plenty of information regarding the Law Realm on it, such as which disciple from which family had promoted to be a law sovereigns, and there was even gossip about how a certain law warrior had found himself a mistress, etc. Xia Fei briefly skimmed through the pages, learning that aside from law warriors, there were also law sovereigns, law emperors, and other titles. It seemed like these were the higher tiers among law adepts. This was when he suddenly heard an acrimonious voice call his name. Xia Fei. Lifting his head, he saw that it was the fatty among the group who had called his name. This person was roughly above 25 or 26 years old, his face completely pockmarked and his long hair as disheveled as a chicken coop. His small beady eyes were leering as he sized him up and down. Xia Fei nodded, surprised. You know me. The pockmarked fatty appeared to be excited as he yelled, everyone, come look. It's really Xia Fei. The great hero who infiltrated the insectoids all by himself. Xia Fei was slightly delighted. These people were all from the Alliance, and while Xia Fei was a nameless nobody in the Law Realm, he was a household name to everyone in the Alliance. It was fairly normal for these people to have recognized him. This one shout caused a flurry of movement from all the law disciples in the entire floor. Everyone made their way to the common room and stared at Xia Fei as if they were looking at a pet. It really is Xia Fei. I've seen plenty of his deeds when I was in the Alliance. How did this rascal make it to the Law Realm, too? A bespectacled skinny man observed Xia Fei for some time before saying, that's strange. His 7th brain region is severely damaged, making him practically useless. How did he find his way here to the Law Realm? It's very serious. Most of the cells around the edges of the region are already dead, so there's no way for him to cultivate and be promoted at this rate. This man's a cripple. Definitely. The veins on Xia Fei's forehead bulged. He did not remember when was the last time he had been embarrassed by another, and the tone of these people was hardly courteous at all. Hey, are you someone who depended on taking drugs to promote till legendary rank? Asked a pale-faced young man lightly. Everyone agreed with his words, and he seemed to be the leader of these law disciples. Xia Fei nodded, his expression dark. Laughter. Raucous laughter. Even a fool could tell that they were ridiculing him without concealing it. So the great hero Xia Fei from the Alliance is no more than a cripple who depended on drugs to get promoted. I never would have guessed. I even thought that this guy was some genius, but in the end, he's actually just a druggie. Xia Fei balled up his fists tightly. Pride was a man's bottom line, and it was something a warrior would defend to the death. Alas, today, Xia Fei's pride had been surreptitiously tossed into the drain by these people, and it had even been stomped on harshly. What he could not understand was why these people were doing their utmost to ridicule him upon meeting him for the first time. It was as if they had a grudge against him. You guys sure can talk, but that's nothing compared to true ability. Do you all want to come at me at once, or one by one? Xia Fei brushed his cold gaze along everyone present, his killing intent obvious. The pale-faced youth took 2 steps forward and asked in a mocking tone, "Don't think you're so great. Hero? You're just a hero in the Alliance, that of the commoners, get it? Commoners. Do you know why none of us here did anything when the insectoids attacked? Because we're destined to be a mighty law warrior, and only a cuckold like you would act on behalf of the strugglers in the Alliance. You're nothing but a cripple with a ruined 7th brain region. Do you really think that you're anyone important here? The dormitories prohibit personal fights, so I hope that you'll show such verve during training tomorrow. Don't end up getting beaten down to the ground by yours truly in 3 punches." Chapter 502, First Time with the Law of Space. What rule? Xia Fei asked with a cold expression. I don't care for this rule about personal fights. Between you and me, one of us will die in the next 3 seconds. Cruel. Arrogant. Xia Fei raised a single hand and pointed his finger right at that goading pale-faced boy, not allowing him to talk his way out or reject the challenge. The words from these men had agitated the wildness in Xia Fei's heart, and anyone who was familiar with him would know that Xia Fei's seemingly skinny and weak appearance actually contained the heart of a warrior, who defied all rules and would decisively kill anyone. The forehead of this pale-faced youth creased. The Yu family had an ironclad rule regarding personal fights, and if he were to fight with Xia Fei here truly, he would surely be heavily punished. As one of the distinguished families here in the Law Realm, the Yu family punished any and all rule breakers harshly, and they did not care who struck first. You're being unreasonable. The dormitories forbid any fighting, and that's a rule. I'll surely show you how powerful I am tomorrow on the training grounds, said the pale-faced youth with some difficulty. Tomorrow? Xia Fei broke into a slight smile. You won't have it tomorrow. Whoosh. The seconds were up, and since the youth did not wish to make the first move, Xia Fei had no choice but to take the initiative. With October flying snow in hand, the entire common room was instantly filled with a chilling sensation. His figure blurred and that cold dagger stuck right into the opponent's mouth. Xia Fei wanted to see whether this young man's sharp tongue or his October flying snow was stronger. Stop! A booming voice suddenly echoed, and the entire room shook violently. Several men painfully covered their ears as they collapsed down on the ground. Just as Xia Fei was about to drive October's flying snow right into the pale-faced young man's face, with him clearly seeing the cold sweat and the fear in the other's eyes, he was suddenly thrown out by a powerful force. As if he had been blown by the air current from a jet engine, by the time Xia Fei could understand what had happened, he had already found himself in the corner of the room, and his October's flying snow was stabbed squarely into the wall. Personal fights aren't allowed in dormitories. You guys must be tired of living, hey? All of you, scram! A middle-aged man with a short beard stood by the entrance, looking on at the scene with a cold regard as he bellowed. Everyone who saw this new arrival became like a mouse that had seen a cat, scurrying back to their rooms in an instant. That pale-faced youth glared at Xia Fei viciously and strode back to his room, uttering a single line, "See you tomorrow, Xia Fei." Xia Fei had a strong urge to strike again, but it was as if his body had been pinned down by someone, rendering him immobile. The common room was left with just the man with the short beard and Xia Fei. The former sat down on the couch as he said with vehemence, "Already trying to start a personal fight the first day you arrived, you're really a legendary troublemaker." Xia Fei suddenly felt his body relax, and he knew that that was because the middle-aged man had released his restraints on him. When he was suddenly sent to the corner of the room, his body had been limited within a space, which was no more than a single square meter. He figured that this must be the power of law, which meant that this middle-aged man was a law warrior. "I'm Gu Tong, the instructor for the law disciples. Why did you want to kill your fellow disciple suddenly?" Xia Fei rotated his shoulders and casually replied, "Those people hurled insults at me the moment they spoke, so I was merely returning the favor in kind." Gu Tong wrinkled his forehead. "Is there a need to kill when returning a favor? You're clearly trying to take Han Yuebi's life." Han Yuebi. Xia Fei silently remembered the name as he spoke. "Since I decided to act, then he's already the enemy, and I don't like letting my enemies live." Gu Tong's two eyes glowered. "What a tyrannical answer, but too bad you lack the strength to back up that statement. Han Yuebi made the breakthrough to become a law warrior several days ago. Your special ability is strong, but just relying on your special ability here in the law realm isn't enough. You still don't understand the power of law, which is why you can say that." Xia Fei gritted his teeth, his face turning green in utter indignation. "You think they were insulting you? Good. Come with me. I'll show you what's a true insult." With that, Gu Tong got up and walked out, with Xia Fei following him. Along the cramped and dark street, they walked for about 3 to 4 miles before arriving in an open dirt field. There was a huge white boulder in the center of the field, and Gu Tong walked right up to the stone and stood beside it. He pointed to the engraving design on the boulder and said, "You came to the law realm so as to learn law, right? Then let me tell you how you'll learn it now." Xia Fei stared at the design on the huge boulder. Similar to the primal law of chaos tattooed on his own arm, this design was also mysterious and complex, with countless lines curving and intertwining together, like an all-out battle in the stars, endless and vast. He could feel himself getting faint just staring at the design for a little while. "This here is a Tier 1 law of space. You'll qualify to be a law warrior if you can make sense of this engraving." Xia Fei was quite surprised. The law of space, one of the 3 great laws, would actually be placed out in the open space here in the Yu family? Since there was a Tier 1 law of space, then it meant that there would be other places with the more profound Tier 2 and Tier 3. Everyone's 7th brain region holds an energy, and it's like this extremely thin thread, tangled up in your mind. Can you try to use this energy thread? Gu Tong asked. Xia Fei nodded. He had previously used this thread in his mind before, letting it out to encircle his body so that he could be aware at once if anyone got close to him while he was resting. Right now, control that thread and begin by following along the design. Try to form an image in your mind similar to the engraving in this boulder. If you're able to complete the first design in your mind, then you'll have the primary level of law warrior cultivation. Completing it twice will bring you to the second level. In that vein, the more you complete, the higher your level is. This is also why a warrior with a completely open 7th brain region is called a genius. The width of the brain region will directly affect the maximum number of the designs that one can contain. The more laws one learns, the stronger they will be. You have a 100% open 7th brain region, which is good, and I've already told you how to learn law just now. You can try and do what I told you to prove that you're not a cripple." Xia Fei was shocked. Never could he have imagined that the so-called laws would actually be to try and construct a design within the brain region. The law of primal chaos had been imprinted on his arm for over 2 years, and he had been attempting to decipher this tattoo all this time, but he had never thought to use such a method to draw out the pattern. Xia Fei hurriedly used the mental energy in his 7th brain region to try and manipulate that strand of miraculous thread. He had used this thread countless times in the past, which was why he had no problem getting started with this. However, when Xia Fei attempted to use this thread to draw the pattern, that was when the nightmare started. An enormous pain sent out shockwaves to his brain and his body. It was as if a million steel needles had stabbed his heart, the pain was simply excruciating. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Aside from the pain, he also lost control of his thread. As the pattern he was tracing on that first layer ended up going awry, he started to lose control of his mental thread. The pattern turned messy as a result, so Xia Fei had no choice but to start over. Pain and disarray entwined, causing him to become both physically and mentally exhausted. He sat there from afternoon until evening. The artificial sun had already set, and the starry sky was overcast, yet Xia Fei still had nothing to show for, and instead he was becoming paler and paler. "Were you able to recreate the pattern?" asked Gu Tong in a deep voice. Xia Fei shook his head, dejection filling his eyes. "Now, do you understand why you are being ridiculed? You can't even recreate the pattern, so how can you even grasp the profundity of law, not to mention use it? You're in the law realm, yet you're incapable of learning law. It's practically a joke." With that said, Gu Tong turned around and strode away. Xia Fei was left all alone in that empty field, accompanied by the vast starry sky above, and the cold night's breeze. Disappointment. A disappointment, which he had never felt before, welled up in him, and Xia Fei felt like his heart had been fiercely stabbed. Phantom sighed and sat on the ground beside Xia Fei. He did not try to convince Xia Fei to give up, for he knew that quitting was never Xia Fei's style. From deep in the night until the next day, Xia Fei did not move from that spot. During this time, he had tried countless times to recreate the pattern but did not succeed even once. Failing it as a novice was not what scared him. What frightened Xia Fei was that he was not making any progress at all. 1%. Xia Fei could only control his thread to form 1% of the pattern. Furthermore, due to being exhausted, he could no longer complete that 1% now. More than 10 hours had gone by, yet he had not even improved at all but was instead gradually deteriorating. Reality was harsh like that, and many times, the effort and outcome were not a balanced exchange. More and more people gathered in the field, everyone curiously looking at the pale man seated, not knowing why he was sitting there like a sculpture. Bad news always spread quickly, and after a morning passed, everyone knew about Xia Fei's story. How a genius in the commoner's realm had struggled his way to get into the lower realm. It was supposed to be an inspiration story, but it just so happened that he suddenly realized that he lacked the capability to learn laws when he arrived here. As such, the story was no longer a source of inspiration but, instead, became the butt of jokes. People came and went, with many even taking detours just to see him. There were not many interesting things going on in the lower realm, so Xia Fei's glorious deeds happened to be the best life spice for these warriors. Everyone was sniggering as they discussed his exciting journey to a cripple from a genius. Xia Fei, I must thank you. Last night, your agitation truly gave me the motivation to learn. Just now, I passed the test and have officially been recognized as a law warrior, Han Yuebi gleefully said. You should thank your lucky stars, since a law warrior isn't allowed to bully a mere disciple. I guess we'll have to wait till you become a law warrior before we can fight. After saying that, Han Yuebi suddenly slapped his forehead heavily and howled with laughter. Oh, crap! How could I forget? Your 7th brain region is ruined, so you'll just have to wait till your next life to become a law warrior like me. Everyone around laughed in unison, whether they recognized Xia Fei or otherwise. Xia Fei stood up as the crowd made a mockery out of him, sweeping his gaze across everyone present. Xia Fei, you need to remain calm. Phantom hurriedly warned. I am very calm. Xia Fei stalked his 2 hands into his pants pockets as he said this. I merely want to remember all their looks of delight. Turning around, Xia Fei left without saying a word, just as another round of laughter broke out from the crowd. In the dormitory, the disciples were all in the midst of helping Han Yuebi pack his luggage. As he had become a full-fledged law warrior, he qualified to move into a private house with a better environment, no longer needing to squeeze with the rest of the disciples. Xia Fei quietly made his way upstairs amid all the laughter, all alone and lonely. Closing the door behind him, he placed the blood demon claw on the only table inside, then he propped up his chin in his hands, and stared at this plant which simply refused to bloom. Its leaves were slowly turning red, and it was getting closer and closer to its 7th maturity cycle. Will this be the time? Xia Fei muttered to himself. Chapter 503, Absorbing Origin Energy. 7 times reaching the cusp of maturity, 7 times regressing to a seedling. This blood demon claw, which Xia Fei had obtained in the insectoid territory, was a rare mutated plant, and he had already consecutively seen it grow from a seedling to a full-grown plant. Every time it regressed, its medicinal efficacy would increase by a fold, so it seemed like a very good deal. Xia Fei's 7th brain region was badly damaged, and the surrounding brain cells had all practically died, meaning that he needed an even more powerful and miraculous medicinal ingredient to repair all the damage. Alas, this blood demon claw's constantly delayed blooming had created plenty of problems for Xia Fei, and it even caused him to carry the burden of being called a cripple. After the transfer of energy was complete, the blood demon claw was wrapped in the thick fog of origin energy. It happily absorbed all the energy. After 7 rounds of regression, it had already become even more adapted to the cosmic origin energy, and so its rate of absorption had also improved. Not bad. According to its current progress, the blood demon claw will be entering its maturity stage in half a month for the 7th time, Phantom excitedly remarked. Xia Fei nodded, sitting himself cross-legged on the bed as he tried to use that mysterious thread found in his 7th brain region. Your brain region is severely damaged, so attempting to recreate the pattern too much may not be beneficial to you. It may damage it even further, Phantom worriedly warned. Xia Fei replied, I'm not trying to recreate the pattern. Instead, I'm trying to make this energy thread even more agile. The first tier of the law of space is very profound, and I need to train so I can better control it. There are benefits to training this control prior to the repair, and it can be considered as part of the preparatory work. Being made a mockery of was not enough to shake Xia Fei's confidence. Instead, he seemed to have devoted himself many times more to the study of law. After spending 2 hours doing his control training, Xia Fei would then revise the law of primal chaos tattooed on his arm until late night. Life in the law realm was hardly ever tense. Every morning, the only instructor of the law disciples, Gu Tong, would hold a class for everyone, where any question would be promptly answered by the level 4 law warrior. The afternoon and nights were free time for the disciples, leaving it up to them to either find a quiet corner to cultivate or stroll around, doing things like drinking or eating. Because Xia Fei was the latest arrival to the law realm, Gu Tong had arranged private lessons for him, explaining to him the handful of necessary skills needed to survive in the law realm. Early in the morning, Xia Fei arrived at an empty room in the sparring hall. There were many law warriors practicing and fighting outside. Because this city was where all the low-level warriors of the Yu family were staying, it was rare to find any exciting sparring matches. Most were simply doing some foundational training, and their fighting skills were all largely average. A head with short hair was sprawled by the window. A lady in her 20s smiled at Xia Fei. Xia Fei saw too many looks of disdain these past few days, so the sudden appearance of someone with a friendly smile made him feel much better. Slightly nodding his head, Xia Fei returned a smile of his own. That was when Gu Tong came striding over purposefully. He stood by the doorway and gave Xia Fei a glance before speaking. Today, I'll be teaching you 2 required skills. The first is how to check your opponent's 7th brain region, and the second is how to use an origin crystal to replenish your energy. Xia Fei was somewhat startled as he carefully listened to Gu Tong's teachings. Though checking your opponent's 7th brain region isn't enough to determine how powerful they are, it's understood that, under normal circumstances, the wider the brain region, the more potential and cultivation one has, making it a helpful auxiliary skill to judge an enemy during battle. Meanwhile, learning how to absorb cosmic origin energy is the foundation of a warrior. Be it law or even special abilities, everything requires the support of immense energy in order to be used. That is why a law warrior must keenly grasp the skill to absorb origin energy, seeking to draw it without wasting any morsel, completely taking in all the energy within an origin crystal for their own use. Now, I'll first teach you how to check the width of someone else's brain region. Under Gu Tong's guidance, Xia Fei began to learn how he could see an enemy's brain region. The key was in resonating the 7th brain region much like an old-fashioned radar system. The 7th brain region would let out a weak signal and a portion of said signal would bounce back upon encountering another's 7th brain region. An image would then appear in one's mind, and they could determine the degree of openness of others' brain in accordance to what was portrayed. Now, you try and examine the openness of my 7th brain region, Gu Tong said. Xia Fei nodded and sent an imperceptible energy wave out. He made contact with Gu Tong's 7th brain region and the signal rebounded, and Xia Fei could similarly make out this amazing image of a circle which was a colorful spot of light. Your brain region is 53% open, Xia Fei said. Gu Tong nodded approvingly. Not bad. You were actually able to succeed on your first try. Checking an opponent's 7th brain region is only a small skill, and anyone can do it with just a bit of practice. There are also methods to prevent others from inspecting your brain region, but you aren't able to learn it at your level yet. Remember, don't ever underestimate someone just because of the degree of openness of their brain region. The openness only represents the person's talent, and talent is but one aspect, while hard work and dedicated cultivation are other matters altogether. Some warriors with low degrees of openness are able to succeed in their separate fields through sheer hard work, reaching frightening heights of combat strength. Xia Fei nodded, and Gu Tong continued. Next is the highlight of today's lesson, how to absorb the energy in an origin crystal. Learning this skill will take you more than a day. It's fine if you can't learn it today, and I'll find another time to instruct you. Many very talented disciples need a month or so to learn this skill, so it'll be a great achievement for you to master it in 3 months. After all, Gu Tong originally wanted to mention Xia Fei's ruined 7th brain region, but he stopped himself. Unexpectedly, what the skill Gu Tong spoke of was the same as what Phantom had told Xia Fei before, letting the energy form a loop in the body. Xia Fei had already learned this skill. Since even a grade 3 white heart of spirit was no problem to him, what more of a grade 2 purple heart of spirit? Holding a purple heart of spirit with 2 hands, Xia Fei allowed its energy to travel through his entire body, very easily letting it enter through his right hand and letting out through his left. The purified energy was very much gentle and felt very comfortable as it traveled through his body. Gu Tong swallowed as he looked at Xia Fei in astonishment. That's quick. How did you learn it so quickly? Carefully examining the origin energy traveling through Xia Fei's internal body, Gu Tong realized that the energy was moving with great precision, hardly fluctuating. Even he might not have been able to let the energy flow through so calmly. This was completely unbelievable. It was as if Xia Fei was born to control origin energy. Gu Tong originally planned to use a month's time to teach Xia Fei how to regulate origin energy, but he ended up only using 30 minutes in doing so. Forcing himself to remain calm, Gu Tong said, "It's very good that you are able to so calmly move origin energy like that, but don't let up your guard. Next, I'll be teaching you how to make these particles of energy yours. It's a very dangerous process and may result in irreparable damage to yourself if you are not careful." Xia Fei nodded as he listened intently. What's really absorbing the energy isn't your body but rather your 7th brain region, and only your 7th brain region can contain such vast amounts of energy. It's also a benefit of having a fully open 7th brain region. Not only can you learn more laws, you can also store large amounts of energy. First, split a small part of the energy traveling through your body, then send it to your 7th brain region, and let it get used to the energy. Xia Fei did exactly as Gu Tong told and directed a small portion of the energy to his 7th brain region. Because he had been using this method to nurture the blood demon claw every day, he was able to achieve this very easily, too. Effortlessly, he sent a thread of origin energy to his 7th brain region. Like a shark that had caught the scent of blood, Xia Fei's 7th brain region began to devour the origin energy rapidly. Xia Fei did not feel that there was too much of a problem, so he slowly increased the amount of energy he was feeding it, sending more and more energy to it. Gu Tong hurriedly extended his hand, wanting to stop Xia Fei but changed his mind and stopped himself. He wanted to see the extent that Xia Fei could achieve without any direct guidance. With his right hand, he took out a strange energy absorption device from his spatial ring so that, the moment Xia Fei lost control of the origin crystal, Gu Tong would be able to toss the device over and rapidly contain the energy. This was a compulsory device that every instructor would have. Forget law disciples like Xia Fei, even the newly promoted law warriors would often injure themselves because their control of the energy was not precise enough, and this device was something used to contain the surplus energy, just in case. Unfortunately, Gu Tong was bound to be disappointed, for Xia Fei did not lose control of the origin energy. The grade 2 origin crystal in his hand slowly lost its luster, and Xia Fei's expression became more and more excited, as well as more and more rosy. Swoosh! The final sliver of energy had all been absorbed into Xia Fei's 7th brain region. Xia Fei shook his head like someone who had finished eating a satisfying meal, giving him a sensation that was hard to describe. Letting the origin energy swim through his body was already satisfying enough, and every cell in his body had become agitated now that all that energy was contained in his 7th brain region. Am I doing it right? Xia Fei asked modestly. Like waking from a dream, Gu Tong had been engrossed in Xia Fei's fantastical performance. Not bad. Not bad at all. You'll slowly understand the benefits of absorbing origin energy. The foundation of using cosmic origin crystals is also the foundation for a warrior to unleash his combat strength. You need to remember every single key point I've imparted to you once you get back, and don't ever be reckless. A one-time success doesn't mean that you'll succeed every time. Xia Fei left the training room as stares full of contempt greeted him. The warriors were all whispering to one another as they continued to pass on jokes about Xia Fei. Unfortunately, none of them was present before, so they had no clue about Xia Fei's astounding ability to control origin energy, or else they might perhaps see Xia Fei in a different light. Xia Fei had already gotten used to such a scene in the past few days. He stuck his 2 hands into his pockets and casually walked past everyone, making his way back to his dark and dingy room. Finishing a 3-month course in just 3 minutes and achieving an 87% efficiency when using an origin crystal for the first time. Gu Tong watched Xia Fei as he walked off, muttering to himself. Were it not for his severely damaged 7th brain region, I would really be alarmed. What a pity, Gu Tong sighed. He had just started walking away when he suddenly came to a halt, looking at a luxuriant house by the foot of a mountain just outside the city. Should I inform Master Duba about this? Though his 7th brain region's already ruined, it's still quite outstanding for him to have such a frightening control of energy. Chapter 504, Energy Master Duba. Recently, there was a strange phenomenon. A short-haired lady would often be secretly spying on Xia Fei. Because he had superhuman senses, he had of course taken notice of her presence. Xia Fei had no friends since his arrival here at the Lower Realm and even got looks of derision and contempt everywhere he went. This was why Xia Fei had a slight fondness for this kind girl, though it was not to the point that he thought much about it. It was just that her smile would often remind him of his days in the Alliance when he had friends and Avril by his side. Truth be told, the short-haired lady was not really pretty, and she never spoke, either. All she did was watch Xia Fei from afar. In his room, Xia Fei gripped an already purified purple origin crystal. He could not forget that wondrous sensation of absorbing origin energy from before, even feeling quite addicted to it. It was an indescribable feeling to have a large amount of energy run freely in his seventh brain region, slowly getting absorbed and later being sent to every cell in his body. It was akin to soaking one's body in a comfortable heated bath. Aside from the pleasure he felt in his body, he also experienced an improvement to his mental strength. Xia Fei even suspected that he could use this energy to punch through a planet as his fighting spirit exploded. Unfortunately, every law disciple would only be supplemented with 3 origin crystals each month, which was a paltry number. As such, Xia Fei needed to save these miraculous stones for when he needed them more critically. Resisting his desire to absorb more energy, Xia Fei stored the crystals into his spatial ring, as he took out the blood demon claw at the same time. I suddenly thought of something, Xia Fei said as he stroked his chin. Phantom queried, what is it? If I transfer the purified origin energy to the blood demon claw, will it hasten its growth? Phantom was slightly stunned as he furrowed his brows. Theoretically speaking, the purified energy will be even more effective to any who absorb it, be it human, beast, or plant. Furbal's eyes were nearly green with envy when he saw you hold onto that origin crystal in hand, which goes to show how much he wanted to absorb the already purified energy within. It's just that you don't have too many purified origin crystals in hand, so each and every one you use has to count. Xia Fei shook his head. I still have 6 tons of unrefined ores that I can use. At most, I'll just exchange it at the 10-to-1 rate. As long as I can make the blood demon claw mature as soon as possible and repair my 7th brain region, any amount of cost I put in will be worth it. With that said, Xia Fei took out a purple origin crystal and gradually transferred the energies within to the incubator of his blood demon claw. A startling scene unfolded right before their eyes. The blood demon claw absorbed the energy like crazy, and in the span of a few minutes, that purple mist had all been sucked up, not even leaving a single molecule. So quick! Even Phantom found this inexplicable. The energy in a grade 2 origin crystal was nothing to be scoffed at, so the demon blood claw's absorption speed was truly astounding. Sure enough, the purified energy is far more suitable for absorption than the normal unrefined ore. If you're able to get hold of many origin crystals, the blood demon claw's growth speed will increase immensely. Phantom eyes nearly bulged as he said this. Xia Fei then took the energy within the 2nd and 3rd origin crystals and transferred it to the plant. In the span of half an hour, the demon blood claw had already absorbed more than 10 of these crystals in one go. Seeing that he was down to the final 2 grade 2 origin crystals, Xia Fei could not help but let out a bitter laugh. If the Alliance was a society of money, then the Lower Realm could be viewed as a society of energy. Origin crystals were used as currency, and they were also critical aspects of every warrior's energy replenishment. Everything would be difficult without origin crystals, this statement definitely rang true. Should I exchange all the hearts of spirit I have on hand for origin crystals too? Xia Fei muttered to himself. The 10-to-1 exchange rate really made his heart ache. It was even more unscrupulous than a shop with unethical prices. Furball stared at Xia Fei all lividly. It felt very unsettled after watching Xia Fei give all that precious purified energy to a plant, not itself. Bang bang bang. A series of knocks came, and Xia Fei opened his door, only to find himself face to face with instructor Gu Tong. Why did you not join the lesson in the afternoon? Gu Tong asked as he stepped into the room. Xia Fei grimaced. I can't do any of those law training, so I'll only be wasting my time and effort going. Inviting him to sit at the only chair in his room, the robot pod brewed a pot of good tea and Xia Fei sat on his bed to accompany him. I came today because I have a job for you, and I'm not sure if you are willing to do it. Xia Fei smiled and asked, Job? What job? Gu Tong asked, do you know who's Master Duba? Xia Fei answered, I've heard of the name. He seems to be the only energy master in the Yu family, specializing in the law of energy purification. The origin crystals that we all use are mostly made by him. Gu Tong nodded. That's right. Master Duba has a level 3 cultivation and the grade 3 and below origin crystals are all made by him. Higher grade crystals will all require us to purchase from beyond the family. Master Duba has 3 disciples under him and more than a dozen helpers. He doesn't have a lot of manpower, and seeing that you have a decent control of origin energy, I'm hoping to refer you as his helper. You'll have an income of 5 second grade origin crystals every month, and the hours aren't too long, either. You'll head over after you're done with the cultivation classes in the afternoon, returning in the evening. What do you think? Probably out of fear that Xia Fei would find the work to be too lowly, Gu Tong added, in the law realm, energy master is the most respected profession. After all, every law warrior looks forward to acquiring origin crystals which can provide them with the necessary purified energy. The entire Yu family has around 1 million people, and Master Duba is the only level 3 energy master, which goes to show just how precious and rare energy masters are. I'll be frank with you, Master Duba has very high expectations with his helpers, and all I can do is refer you. Whether he'll choose to take you in or not is entirely up to him. Actually, Gu Tong had the intention of helping Xia Fei find a fallback plan. It was evident that Xia Fei was a cripple who could not cultivate law, so if he did not even have a job, he was bound to suffer humiliation in the Yu family from here on. Gu Tong was not someone from the Yu family, and he had only ended up as an instructor to these law disciples who came from elsewhere because he had been ostracized as well. Seeing Xia Fei being laughed at and being neglected really stoked a sense of pity in him for the young man. Xia Fei nodded and smiled. Since I'll get to be in contact with a mysterious energy master and also earn some income every month, I'm not about to reject this opportunity. Gu Tong got up. That's good. Come with me. Xia Fei allowed Pod to hand over 2 caddies of Biluakun as gifts to Gu Tong, who accepted them graciously with thanks, storing them in his spatial ring. Master Duba's mansion was far from the city that Xia Fei was staying in. An spacious old-fashioned courtyard could be seen just by the foot of a majestic mountain. Gu Tong led Xia Fei over to just outside the courtyard and knocked on the gates. The one who opened the door was a youngster who looked to be about 15 years old. When he saw Xia Fei and Gu Tong, he impatiently snapped, "What's your business?" With a respectful attitude, Gu Tong bowed and said, "Instructor Gu Tong is here to request an audience with Master Duba." With that said, Gu Tong handed over his token. The young man took it in hand before coldly stating, "Wait here." Slam. The double doors closed once again, leaving Xia Fei and Gu Tong all alone outside. "That's quite some arrogance," Xia Fei said under his breath. Gu Tong hurriedly mimed Xia Fei to stay silent as he gingerly said, "The status an energy master holds is extraordinary, and even our patriarch Yujiang has to show some face if he visits Master Duba." Time crawled slowly, and it was about 2 hours later when the doors opened again. That young man tossed the bronze token back and casually said, "Master Duba will see you now." Gu Tong nodded repeatedly as he stepped inside with Xia Fei in tow. The courtyard of Master Duba's residence was huge, and there was a single stele at the center of the lawn. There was also a pattern engraved upon it, different from the law of space or law of primal chaos. The lines of this pattern were straight with defined corners. Xia Fei had no clue why he felt this vague and baffling sense of familiarity when he saw it. Xia Fei stared at the pattern a few more times, and that youngster beside him asked with dissatisfaction, "What are you looking at? Would a cripple like you even be able to grasp the wonders of the law of energy purification?" Xia Fei felt very depressed upon hearing this, and he secretly tried to memorize the law pattern while he followed Gu Tong to the parlor. Seated right at the center was an elderly man, fat and fair-skinned. His pair of triangular eyes were squinted. A black mole was on his chin with 3 hairs growing on it. "Gu Tong, this is the genius you talked about?" Master Duba's thin voice asked. "Just what exactly is so good about him?" Gu Tong hurriedly gave him a bow and recounted Xia Fei's initial experience learning how to absorb origin energy. "What? Able to use 30 minutes to absorb a grade 2 origin crystal in his first try?" Master Duba exclaimed, paling even further as he did. "Precisely so, and the energy cycled smoothly and unimpeded through his body as if he had an innate talent for controlling origin energy. In my 7 years of taking in disciples, this is actually the first time I've seen such talent." Master Duba's 2 eyes shone, and he flipped his palms over, tossing 1 grade 2 origin crystal to Xia Fei. Those are mere words without proof. Show it to me. Xia Fei nodded. Being given free crystals for him to absorb, there was no reason for him to reject the order. Picking up a crystal in hand, Xia Fei regulated his breathing and began sending the energy into his seventh brain region. With the experience from the last time, Xia Fei was even more familiar with what he had to do. The speed and stability of the flow of energy being transferred improved greatly as well, and in just 5 minutes, the purple origin crystals in his hand turned transparent, with not even a trace of energy left inside. Amazing! Truly amazing! Master Duba happily got up from his chair, his eyes sparkling. His fingers slightly trembled as he pointed to Xia Fei. 5 minutes to absorb a grade 2 origin crystal. Such a speed is practically unmatched. Plus, the flow of energy was also very stable. He's definitely a genius. What's your name? Xia Fei. Xia Fei, are you willing to be a disciple of mine, Duba? Beside him, Gu Tong felt elated for Xia Fei's sake. It must be said that this was merely the second time Xia Fei had absorbed an origin crystal, and achieving such a speed was very much insane. This was especially the case given his precise control of origin energy. 90% of the energy had been successfully absorbed into his seventh brain region, and that was quite a significant increase from the first time he had done this. Considering all these factors, Xia Fei definitely had a talent when it came to origin energy, which was beyond what an average individual could do. Master Duba made his offer very suddenly, and Xia Fei saw nothing wrong with accepting the energy master's offer to be his disciple, learning a bit of skill as well as earning some pocket money, so he planned to agree with it. However, this was when a cold voice came from outside the door. Master, you shouldn't be too impatient. He has a very good control of energy, but why don't you take a look at his potential? A scrawny young man came walking in. He was the third disciple of Master Duba, Yu Xiaomo. The corners of his eyes swept past Xia Fei, a gloating expression evident as he took his place beside Master Duba. That's right, Xiaomo is correct. Let me examine the state of your seventh brain region first if I'm to be your master, Master Duba said with great excitement. Chapter 505, Exchanging for Origin Crystals. How could this be? Master Duba collapsed hard on his chair, appearing to be extremely disappointed. A genius who has such a fine control of origin energy, yet your seventh brain region is so severely damaged. Looks like there's no way for you to ever learn law in this life. Gu Tong sighed, looking at Xia Fei with sympathetic eyes as he shook his head. Yu Xiaomo darkly mused. Master, you nearly got blinded in your age. This person by the name of Xia Fei, the entire city has already known about him being a cripple. I wonder who thought that it's such a great idea to take in someone who is unable to learn law into the family? Had you accepted Xia Fei as your disciple moments ago, I'm afraid that you'd have become a laughingstock in the family. Duba seemed to be very infuriated at this thought as he spitefully lashed out. Gu Tong, why didn't you tell me about Xia Fei's damaged seventh brain region? You nearly caused this old man to be the butt of jokes in the entire family. What genius! He's nothing more than garbage. Gu Tong's figure slightly wavered as his face paled. He meekly replied, I originally wanted to tell you. Enough! Duba bellowed. I think that you aren't even qualified to take a class of disciples. You dared refer such trash to me? You clearly want to see me get laughed at. I'll speak to the family head tomorrow to remove you from your post. Yu Xiaomo fanned the flames from beside him. Master, don't be so angry. It's not worth it getting so mad over these two useless people. They wanted to trick you, but it's a good thing that I got here in time, or else who knows what the outcome might be. Duba became even more furious hearing this, scolding Gu Tong harshly, threatening to send him to Snake Isle to be a sentry. Duba held a high position, and there was no way a bit character like Gu Tong could react. He was speechless, lowering his head and not saying a word as he let Duba have free rein at cursing his 18 generations of ancestors. Xia Fei's expression turned steely. Everything had been because of him, and Gu Tong was merely trying to help him a little, only to end up becoming the focus of Duba's rage. This matter is all because of me, and it has nothing to do with Instructor Gu Tong. Whatever it is, you can take it out on me. Xia Fei puffed up his chest and stood up. A mere law disciple dared to speak like this to me. Duba's fury was implacable. I see that you must have balls of steel. Men, drag him out and beat him up. Whoosh! The three cronies of Duba, including over a dozen helpers, surrounded Xia Fei, rolling up their sleeves as they prepared to act. Xia Fei did not balk in the least, the killing intent in him bursting forth once more. Xia Fei, don't be disrespectful. Gu Tong hurriedly stopped Xia Fei, using one hand to grab Xia Fei's shoulder as he used his law power to suppress Xia Fei, who was almost at his tipping point, forcibly. This time, I, Gu Tong, violated the etiquette first, so I'll come and apologize another day. Gu Tong bowed low. Without another word, Gu Tong used his law to keep Xia Fei restrained as he forcefully brought him out to leave Master Duba's mansion. An hour later, by an apricot grove just outside the city. Xia Fei chewed on a blade of glass as he looked up at the artificial sun hanging above. Have you thought it through? Gu Tong asked severely. I have. And you won't cause any trouble for Master Duba. At least, not now. Gu Tong gave him a withering look. It was obvious that Xia Fei still felt indignant, and from his crazed actions, there was no telling if, the moment he let the young man go, he would run off to Duba's residence and cause trouble. This was why, though Xia Fei had verbally agreed not to anger Duba any further, Gu Tong decided not to let him free. You must understand, the Law Realm is a distinctly hierarchical society. Even a slight difference in level is enough to oppress someone to their death. There's no such thing as the laws found in human territory, and only the word of the strong is accepted as law here. Duba is the only level 3 energy master in the Yu family, and the position he holds is very high. If you were to make a move on him, not only would you die, even I would be implicated by your actions. Xia Fei laughed. You've already been implicated. Gu Tong sighed. Well, I don't blame Master Duba from getting angry over this. I can only blame myself for not having told him the whole truth from the start. No, you're not to blame, Xia Fei very calmly said. The only thing to blame is my 7th brain region being severely damaged, which resulted in me being seen as a cripple. Getting up, Xia Fei patted the dust off himself. Instructor, don't use your law to restrain me anymore. I've really thought things through, and right now, I want to find a place that I can exchange for origin crystals. I hope that you can bring me to a place. You've really thought things through. Even if I haven't, do you really plan to keep me restrained your whole life? Well. Gu Tong was silent for a good while before he released Xia Fei. Indeed, he could not keep Xia Fei restrained his entire life. Let's go. Where to? Somewhere I can exchange for origin crystals. You have raw ores to exchange. Gu Tong was skeptical. Some. How many? Not too many. Just a few tons. A few tons. Xia Fei and Gu Tong left the apricot grove and headed back to the city. There was nothing out of the ordinary from Xia Fei's expression, but his heart was already tumultuous. I won't be a man if I don't take my revenge. Xia Fei had this firm belief in his mind. Gu Tong followed behind Xia Fei as he said, the exchange platforms in the city are all under Master Duba's, and their exchange rate isn't great. If you're not in a rush, you can hand those ores to fellow comrades out on mission, and other locations can provide a 9-to-1, or even 8-to-1 exchange rate, making it more worthwhile. Xia Fei shook his head. There's no need for that. I don't have the time to wait. Why are you in a rush for so many origin crystals, anyway? It's not like you're. Gu Tong was about to say that there was no way for Xia Fei to cultivate law, so origin crystals would be useless, but the determined look in Xia Fei's eyes made him swallow those words. The exchange center was right at the heart of the city, right beside a fountain. This city was where low-level warriors resided, and it was hardly prosperous. Dozens of shops of all sizes at the city center made this the business district. The signboard for origin crystal exchange was very obvious, and the taking up 3 stores side by side was already considered the biggest merchant here on the street. It was already evening, so the tavern's business was starting to pick up, while the daytime stores were preparing to close for the day. Instructor Gu. The storekeeper Hoping was a short but stout man, coming up to greet Gu Tong warmly the moment he saw him walk up. After stating the business for this visit, Hoping turned to ask Xia Fei, so this is the young man looking to exchange for origin crystals, hey? No problem, come with me, please. The store had a row of glass display, and inside were beads after beads of origin crystals. Most were purple, and only 4 or 5 white grade 3 crystals were placed in the most prominent spots of the store. I'd like to exchange for some grade 3 origin crystals, Xia Fei said solemnly. Hoping and Gu Tong were both abruptly surprised. The people residing here were all novice-level law warriors, and few would ask to purchase the expensive white origin crystals. The most commonly used were still the grade 2 origin crystals, and some poorer warriors would even purchase the red grade 1 crystals for use, yet Xia Fei had asked for grade 3 crystals the moment he spoke, and that shocked the two men greatly. Hehe. If you're exchanging that level of origin crystal at the rate of 10:1, Hoping chuckled. Phantom originally wanted to coax Xia Fei to stop, for it was hardly worth it to exchange for a grade 3 origin crystal given the current funds he had, but Xia Fei, who had already made up his mind, ignored Phantom's words. He would force the blood demon claw to mature and bloom quickly no matter what, and he was not going to wait a moment longer. The cruel reality forced Xia Fei to possess the necessary strength, and it was a great and powerful strength. I don't have any white ores, but I do have purple ones. With that said, Xia Fei brushed his finger on his spatial ring, taking out a crate filled with purple hearts of spirit and placed it on the ground. This here is a ton of grade 2 origin energy ores, and I have more, Xia Fei said. Gu Tong did not dare to appear too shocked. Every purified grade 2 origin crystal weighed about 1 kilogram, meaning that a ton of raw ores would get him 100 purified grade 2 origin crystals. It should be mentioned that Hoping was only given 14 grade 2 origin crystals as his monthly stipend despite being a level 4 law warrior, and this one crate from Xia Fei was more than the stipend he would get in half a year. Hoping laughed. The exchange rate for grade 2 origin crystal to a grade 3 origin crystal is 100:1. These are raw ores, so you'll need 1,000 before you can exchange for just one. This ton here will only be enough to exchange for a single purified grade 3 origin crystal. You should consider this carefully. Xia Fei nodded and took out 3 similar crates, including a single white grade 3 raw ore. I wish to exchange for 3 purified grade 3 origin crystal, and the rest can be grade 2. Gu Tong tapped Xia Fei on the shoulder. I never thought that you'd be so rich. These many ores you have here are practically 5 years of my pay. Hoping's attitude towards Xia Fei had improved considerably now. The business of crystal exchange was a very lucrative line, and an energy master could provide purified crystals at the rate of 3:1. This basically meant that all it would take was 3 raw ores to purify them into a single origin crystal. The energy master would then sell the purified crystals to the shops at 8:1. This was why energy masters could become the richest group of people in the lore realm just by sitting there and turning a few pieces of ores into crystals. Hoping would earn a lot if he took this huge batch of ores, and so he regarded Xia Fei with a warmer gaze than before. Quickly ordering his employee to send up some tea, Hoping picked up the white raw ore and weighed it on a machine before saying, this grade 3 ore can exchange for 10 purified grade 2 crystals, but it's already been used, only having around 40% of its original energy, so I can at most get you 4 for it. But since this is the first time that we are doing business, and for the sake of harmony, I shall give you 3 third grade origin crystals, as well as 110 second grade origin crystals. What do you think? Hoping's eyes glowed even as he added, this is only because I'm showing face to Gu Tong. I wouldn't be giving you such a deal if it were as per normal. Xia Fei nodded. No problem. We have a deal. Returning to the dormitory, Pod, who had already prepared Xia Fei's dinner, patiently waited for him. The small room had already been cleaned up by the little root, and even the leaking ceiling had been mended by him. Here. Xia Fei took out a grade 2 origin crystal and tossed it to Furball. The beast had originally been sleeping soundly, but the moment he saw that there was a purified crystal to eat, his eyes instantly turned green and he pounced on the origin crystal and sucked it dry, snuggling right up to Xia Fei as he tried to curry favor with him. Dinner consisted of Xia Fei's favorite fried paste noodles. Wiping his mouth after the meal, Xia Fei took out the blood demon claw and placed it on the table. The deep red color had slightly turned green, meaning that it was already on its 8th regression. Pa pa pa. Xia Fei placed the 3 white origin crystals on the table, like a tycoon placing his bet in a casino. Xia Fei was going to gamble grandly tonight. His bet was these purified origin energy ores would be able to get the blood demon claw to bloom in one night. Flexing his wrist, Xia Fei said with grim determination, I'm gonna see if your appetite's bigger or if yours truly's origin energy is greater. Chapter 506, The War God Reborn. Within the room, a peculiar scene unfolded. The white origin energy circulated around Xia Fei's body as he absorbed the crystal's energy with his right hand and directed it out to the blood demon claw with his left hand. The little robot pod had a towel and tea ready by the side, and the moment Xia Fei felt slightly tired, he would immediately rush over and provide relief. Furball had buried his head into his bed covers, doing his best not to look at Xia Fei. Having so much purified origin energy was a huge temptation to him. The purple hearts of spirit that he often ate were like corn and millet, nothing more than coarse grains, while the purified origin energy was not as violent, so it was like a warm soak in a hot spring, practically a fine grain high in protein. After being used to eating coarse grain, the taste of fine grain enraptured Furball, but the hateful Xia Fei had given all the precious origin energy to the plant, and that made him feel disgruntled and indignant. The rate at which Xia Fei released origin energy was not quick, but it was an unceasing stream of energy. He controlled the energy to ensure that it was at the range which the blood demon claw could absorb, and a white mist of energy enshrouded the insides of its crystal incubator, making this peculiar-looking plant appear illusory. Like a demon's palm, the blood demon claw was crimson red. It was as if it had just grasped on an enemy's heart as thick blood flowed freely. All of a sudden, Xia Fei noticed that a small portion of the blood demon claw had begun to turn green instead of turning red. It seemed about to start its 9th regression. Oh, no. Looks like the blood demon claw is still regressing and starting the 9th cycle. Phantom anxiously yelped. Xia Fei smiled. Let it regress. Yours truly don't believe that this will fail. A single unpurified grade 3 raw ore was enough to make it regress 7 times, so now that I have 3 purified grade 3 crystals to feed it, how can it not mature and blossom? The more it regresses, the greater the medicinal efficacy, and that's precisely what I want. His mind was made up. This batch of raw ore could be considered the last of his funds. In the lore realm, money was useless, and Xia Fei could only depend on these ores. The hearts of spirit were not just Furball's food but also important supplements for his cultivation. Every piece was precious, and Xia Fei took out a good half of his stock just to accelerate the ripening of the blood demon claw, an act which took quite a lot of determination to go through. If met with failure, then it should be seen as a sacrifice. Since this was a place that respected strength, Xia Fei decided that he would gain even greater strength at the cost of ignoring all else. Gradually, Xia Fei increased his energy output, to which Phantom commented with knitted eyebrows, the purified energy is more suitable for absorption, and the effect it has in accelerating the ripening process is even greater, too, but it seems that the blood demon claw is liking this energy too much and has become more gluttonous, so the amount of energy required after each regression increases as well. Xia Fei was silent. He had already noticed this phenomenon, as the amount of energy he had to direct toward the blood demon claw was always more than how much it was before. There was no telling how much energy he would have to expend for this 9th time. An hour later, the grade 3 origin crystal in his hand slowly dimmed, and now it contained just a third of its energy. The blood demon claw turned red for the 9th time, and its color was much more resplendent and vivid this time. It's blooming. Blooming. Phantom was so excited that he practically bounced. After 9 regressions, the blood demon claw is finally about to blossom. Xia Fei, your hard work has paid off. After absorbing so much origin energy, the blood demon claw is finally really in its mature stage. Xia Fei was evidently very excited as well. A yellow trumpet flower emerged. It was only a mere bud at first, but it slowly bloomed, assaulting his senses with a mellow yet sweet scent. Master, this is such a unique smell. My systems can't determine this odor composition at all. Though Pod did not have a human's nose, he still possessed a bionic olfactory system, and the profile of this scent did not match the millions of odor compositions recorded within. As such, Pod was completely astounded by this. Furball poked his head out from under the covers, sniffing at the pleasant smell in the air before resuming its sleep. This pet truly had a singular temperament, not at all bothered even if the sky fell on its head. There's a second flower. And that's a third. 9 little yellow flowers sprouted, and the scent in the room became even more potent and refreshing. Soon the 9 yellow flowers turned from yellow to red before ultimately settling in on the vividness of blood. The blood demon claw looked like a palm, and when the 9 flowers sprouted, this palm slowly roused, as if there was something about to burst out. Your origin crystal is out of energy. Quickly swap out for another. Phantom loudly reminded Xia Fei. Xia Fei, who had only been so enraptured in watching the blood demon claw transform, actually forgot to observe the flow of energy from the crystal. He had no idea when that first origin crystal had been drained of its energy. Xia Fei hurriedly tossed the transparent crystal on the table and swapped it for a brand new one. The white energy continued to flow into the crystal incubator, and the halted growth of the blood demon claw began anew. That circular object in the palm seemed to be struggling, wanting to break out from that which contained it. It attempted this several times, and it was met with failure each time. Xia Fei clearly knew that this was the fruit of the blood demon claw after 9 regressions, and it was his only hope to repair his 7th brain region. Nervous, Xia Fei increased the energy output. Finally, the scene that everyone had been waiting for occurred. The blood demon claw's fruit broke through the outer shell and was out of its cocoon. The fruit was nothing too large, looking like a green cherry, but as more origin energy was fed to it, the fruit slowly grew from the size of a cherry to that of a peach. This all happened in the span of half an hour, and it was simply an astonishing miracle to behold. Besides his surprise, Xia Fei was even more amazed by the increased edibility of origin energy. This wondrous ore, which contained cosmic energy, was like the water from Our Lady of Springs, nourishing every life in this universe. However, spots slowly grew on the fruit, and Xia Fei could not help but feel uneasy about it. Phantom's mouth hung agape, seemingly having received a tremendous shock at the sight of the little spots. Xia Fei, you hit the jackpot. Xia Fei, who was concentrating on transferring energy to the blood demon claw, did not answer him, though he was very much puzzled by the statement. Do you know what these spots mean? What? A spotted blood demon claw is the ultimate mutation of the plant. Ultimate mutation. Xia Fei could not help but feel skeptical hearing it. His blood demon claw was already acknowledged to be a mutation, so why was there suddenly this ultimate state? Life came to be via genetic mutation. Initially, our ancestors were no more than simple single-cell organisms, and over the long history of biological evolution, various mutations had ultimately gifted us intellect, becoming a life form that is very different from what we were originally. Plants are the same. I finally understand why this blood demon claw was so hard to grow. It turns out that it underwent the ultimate mutation. I read about this mutation in Sophie's database, and it's presently considered to be the greatest mutation state of a blood demon claw. Xia Fei did not really care about Phantom's explanation about this ultimate mutation, but he vaguely sensed that events had not gone according to what he had originally expected and that there was yet another change again. This was because the blood demon claw had stopped absorbing the origin energy, all the energy was now being directly absorbed by that fruit, and its speed was at least 3 times that of before. We need to hasten the ripening of this fruit no matter what's the cost. Phantom shouted animatedly. Like all plants, the blood demon claw had used all its life force to blossom a crimson-red fruit and ultimately wilted. Besides Xia Fei were 3 transparent crystals, he had spent a lot on this accelerated ripening of the blood demon claw. Furball greedily licked the now empty crystals on the table, hoping to find any trace of energy, but unfortunate for him, these crystals were all bone dry, so he was very disappointed to find nothing. Xia Fei lightly stroked Furball's head and said, "There's no hurry. You'll have everything soon. I'll definitely let you eat your fill one day." Furball happily licked Xia Fei's finger. Xia Fei had fulfilled each of his promises before, so he felt that it would be the same this time, too. "This fruit's so pretty." Pod offered a cup of tea to Xia Fei as it cheerfully asked, "Master, are you going to eat it?" Xia Fei looked at Phantom. Now that the ripening was done, how best to ingest this would depend on Phantom's decision. He was the pharmacology expert among them, after all. Phantom was silent for a good while before he asked, "Wanna do something crazy?" "Crazy?" The fruit of the blood demon claw is truly too precious, and no matter what sort of refining process is applied to it, there will be loss. That's unless you treat your body as the cauldron and swallow it, letting it refine and absorb within your body slowly. However, there's a bit of risk in doing so. If your control is lacking, the effect will instead be worse than using equipment to purify it first. I, too, initially felt that we ought to deal with this in a more measured and safe method, but seeing your fine control of the origin energy, I changed my mind. If you can manipulate the energy so well, you should be able to do the same with medicinal power." Xia Fei laughed uproariously after hearing Phantom. "The one thing I hate the most in this life is wasting anything, and I'm most unafraid of bearing risk. The bigger the risk, the greater the reward. Come, let's try this crazy method of using my body to refine it." Phantom nodded. He already knew that Xia Fei would agree, for this person was someone who was crazy to his very bones. Swallow. The fruit of the blood demon claw got delivered straight into Xia Fei's stomach, and in the next second, that fruit which was as red as fresh blood began melting. It was as if there were countless tadpoles aimlessly swimming about within Xia Fei's body. Xia Fei then did what he had done when directing energy and drew the medicine right over to his 7th brain region. Perhaps because the blood demon claw he had just ingested contained his aura, but the medicinal power of the fruit very quickly adapted to him, abiding by his will without putting up any resistance whatsoever. There was no way to control normal medicine, and in the past, Xia Fei would have to experience excruciating pain whenever he promoted using drugs each time. This was actually the first time he felt like he was resonating with the medicine and that its medicinal power was regulating according to his wishes. Boom! A momentary dizziness came to him as too much medicinal power went into Xia Fei's 7th brain region. It rapidly went to the dead cells which were on the edges of that brain region. Innumerable cells were soaked in this medicine and were reborn, slowly coming back to life. The 7th brain region was originally a fortress, and when Xia Fei first consumed the gene optimization fluid, its powerful medicinal power was like an explosion that blew up the walls of the fortress, using the most insane method to open his 7th brain region. Though Xia Fei had attained a 100% open 7th brain region which the common man could hardly achieve, too many of the surrounding cells died as a result of the violent method. Today, these dead cells were reborn. The corners of Xia Fei's mouth curled into a smirk. The indescribably wonderful sensation he was currently feeling intoxicated him with complete self-confidence. Phantom let out a sigh as the ball, spirit, and robot looked at Xia Fei with great excitement. Everyone understood that the unforgettable genius from the alliance was back. That most insane and most terrifying war god, who would kill anything and everything under the heavens without batting an eyelid, had been reborn. Unstoppable. Chapter 507, Law Warrior Xia Fei. It was night. The Yu family's patriarch Yujiang was playing chess with the shrewd merchant Yehua. 3 rounds, and Yehua's chess pieces were all decimated each time. Yujiang had no interest in continuing the battle, though Yehua was clever and was a good businessman. It did not translate to his chess skills. Lifting a cup of tea, Yehua chuckled. Patriarch's chess skills are too outstanding. Yehua here admits his defeat. Yujiang laughed as he waved his hand dismissively and the chess set on the table between them disappeared. In its place were several plates of nuts. Chess is a reflection of a person's character. You are crafty in your chess, but you lack the decisiveness to deliver killing blows. You'll always be indecisive at every crucial point of the game, which is why you lost. Yehua chuckled. Patriarch is exactly right. I have no idea why I just don't have any interest when it comes to killing, or else I wouldn't have chosen to go down this route of being a merchant. Yujiang sighed. Honestly, out of all the people in this family, you're the most I favor, but you're also the most disappointing, wasting your talent. There are over 1 million people in the Yu family, and only 4 of you have a completely open 7th brain region besides me. Yu Xiaobei is still young, and he's reckless and not wise enough. Yu Jin has an insidious personality and only acts in the face of profit. Xia Fei's an outsider, not one of us in name. Besides, his brain region is severely damaged, most likely never able to be repaired in this lifetime. Only you are exceptional both in terms of martial arts ability and character. Unfortunately, you don't seek wealth or fame, with a distaste for killing, so I have no choice but to let you run freely. The Yu family of today is no longer like before. I'm afraid that the family will be in for a decline after I leave. Yehua hurriedly stated, Patriarch is being overly worried. You're still hale and hearty, with you around, the Yu family won't fall. Speaking of which, Xia Fei has already been with the family for half a month, I wonder how he's doing now. Yujiang answered, the man suffered quite a bit of humiliation, and his nickname as a cripple has already gotten cemented. Yehua frowned. Patriarch, don't forget that Xia Fei still has the Skywing bloodline. We have no idea how one managed to get to human territory. In any case, since the Skywing clan's speed ability is unparalleled, they can be called a top familiar clan in the circle. If they were to learn that Xia Fei's been suffering such hardships with us, there's no telling if they would come bashing our door. Everyone knows that the Skywings are the most free and unreasonable bunch who stir trouble wherever they go. This won't be good for our family. Yujiang burst into laughter. That doesn't matter. The Skywings are always elusive and rarely ever turn up, spending their days wandering about in the universe. Xia Fei doesn't know of his origin, so how can he so easily recognize his ancestors and make his return? There's a reason why I chose not to interfere as well. The decay of the Yu family is unavoidable, and if that young Shatterstar of his can be utilized by me, it'll be a huge aid to the family. Let him suffer a bit first, and later when I show him some kindness, Xia Fei will surely be so grateful there's no doubt he'll work hard for the family. With the holy beast on hand, our family might perhaps be saved for a while. Yehua nodded, though he still thought that what Yujiang had said was hardly appropriate. It was the former's belief that they should be treating Xia Fei much better, trying to foster stronger kinship with the lad, but unfortunately his words held no weight in the Yu family, and no one could go against Patriarch Yujiang's decisions. However, what neither man knew was that any attempts to win over Xia Fei were no longer applicable. While they had been playing chess, Xia Fei had managed to repair his seventh brain region and was now about to take his rightful place anew. Xia Fei had a whole new experience now that his seventh brain region had been repaired. When he tried to use that energy thread from his seventh brain region to trace the pattern of the law of space, he no longer felt any heart-rending pain, and the energy thread could be easily manipulated as how he liked without any impediments whatsoever. A 100% recovery. This was the delighted conclusion that Phantom came to after repeated examination of Xia Fei's internal body. From here on out, you don't have to drag your crippled seventh brain region and cultivate. Plus, since your seventh brain region is fully open, no one will dare look down on you, either. Getting up, Xia Fei lit a cheap cigarette and suddenly found the night sky today to be exceptionally brilliant. Even the usually indolent furball also seemed cuter than usual. After a slight rest, Xia Fei began cultivating the law of space. In the last 3 years, Xia Fei had not made any improvement, be it in terms of his special ability or law. Now, he was looking to get back all the time he had lost. Sitting down cross-legged, that mystical energy thread began to draw out the pattern in his mind. Xia Fei had viewed the first level of the law of space many times, and so the pattern had already been etched in his memory. This thread went from simple to complex, and a mysterious drawing slowly appeared in Xia Fei's brain region. Xia Fei hummed as he discovered with pleasant surprise that drawing the pattern was like a form of cultivation, and as the image of the pattern became clearer, that energy thread in his brain region also gradually became longer. However, this form of cultivation expended massive amounts of energy from Xia Fei. Though he was seated on this bed and not moving, in truth he was rapidly using up energy comparable to if he was running at his top speed with his special ability. Xia Fei could not help but stop his training that he had started not too long ago, sweating profusely. No wonder origin crystals are so precious. Turns out that the cultivating process will expend so much energy, Xia Fei muttered to himself. With a light brush of his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out a grade 2 origin crystal. Beginning his cultivation anew, the pattern in his mind slowly came to be while he steadily drew out the energy inside the origin crystal in his hand. Xia Fei's cultivation process was made much easier now that he had an origin crystal in hand. Quickly recovering the energy he used, Xia Fei again discovered that not only would he feel physically tired from such an expenditure, more importantly was the fact that his seventh brain region would also be burdened by it. It was as if the origin energy was specially prepared for the brain region as it would be first absorbed by the seventh brain region without any impedance. Had it been any other source of energy, replenishment would not have been so direct and effective. 3 days. 3 days and nights of tireless effort. The 24 grade 2 origin crystals beside Xia Fei's hand was the greatest evidence of his hard work. It had to be mentioned that the monthly stipend was merely 3 crystals, and Xia Fei had essentially used up 8 months of stipend in just 3 days. Xia Fei's hard work at the same time seemed to be suspiciously wasteful. However, Xia Fei did not see it like that. He had a complete pattern in his brain region now, and it was the pattern for the law of space. Success. Xia Fei, you've become a law warrior. You've cultivated the first level of the law of space in just 3 days. You're basically a genius. Phantom excitedly cheered. Xia Fei did not let his speedy promotion get to him and tried adding the law of space to his attack. It was a simple assassination move, the most basic foundation of his sly thrust technique, something Xia Fei had practiced many times over long ago. Whoosh! The tip of the blade was as quick as lightning, and his one attack struck the only wardrobe in the room, leaving a deep cut in the thick wood. Nothing's different about it. Phantom furrowed his brows. It's as if adding law to your attack did not produce too great a power. Just as he finished saying this, the door to that wooden wardrobe shattered into splinters. It was like a car's glass windshield that had shattered, as thin lines splintered the wood into tiny pieces. Crash! Wooden splinters flew as it formed a pile on the ground. An entire piece of wood had been completely reduced to splinters. What a powerful additional attack! This is merely the effect of adding the law of space to a normal attack, so if you synchronize law into your combat techniques, the eventual power will simply be unmatched. Xia Fei nodded heavily. The strength of law sure is powerful, that one stab seemingly tore everything around in space, which is why such a powerful after effect was generated. After that moment of excitement, Xia Fei began trying out the pattern of the law of primal chaos on his left arm. Xia Fei was already familiar with this law, so he would not make any mistake even if it was upside down. 3 years. It had been 3 years since he first obtained the law, and Xia Fei was finally able to learn the mysterious law of primal chaos. He could not help but look forward to it. Learning 2 major laws when you're just starting out, are you not biting off more than you can chew? Phantom had his doubts. Xia Fei answered, there shouldn't be any problems just trying it out first. Those 2 birds kept bragging about how amazing the law of primal chaos is, as if it's even better than the 3 great laws. I want to see for myself if it truly is so profound, or if the 2 dumb birds were just blowing hot air. The image of the pattern slowly formed in his mindscape. After learning the basics from the law of space, he should not encounter too much of a problem learning other laws, but it was unfortunate that this was merely Xia Fei's wistful thinking, as a feeling of dread slowly grew in his heart. The completely patternless line was arranged completely randomly in his mindscape. When cultivating the law of space, Xia Fei could feel it gradually grow in complexity, mounting in difficulty. However, this law of primal chaos indeed lived up to its name to the extreme. There was no order or rule to speak of, and it even required the thread in his brain region to make sharp turns. This reminded Xia Fei of the crafty approach which similarly observed no rules. Both were completely unreasonable, achieving the greatest combat efficacy through great distortion. The reason why the construction of the pattern in the mind could be called cultivation was that, while the action was happening in the 7th brain region, the body would also involuntarily match the fluctuations. Energy would also be flowing rapidly in the body, and it created a balance with the outside world, as if the body was the universe and the law was the river of stars that existed in it. The movement of law was strange and fast, and the body would be strengthened amid this invisible flow. Xia Fei gradually had an epiphany over the trick to attacking, and it was as if the law of primal chaos was informing Xia Fei to include a twisting motion to his moves. Twist. Xia Fei was muttering to himself. That's an interesting idea. That boulder where the pattern for the first level of the law of space was still standing in the center of the dirt field, and Xia Fei was staring at the pattern with his 2 hands in his pockets, making sure that he did not make any mistake during his private training. Xia Fei was still feeling very excited after having learned the law of space, but his cultivation efforts with the law of primal chaos thereafter had left him very puzzled. It was as if this law was a subversion of everything he had learned from before. The short-haired lady was looking at him from a distance away, and there were also the various looks of disdain from others. Perhaps it was because he had managed to repair his 7th brain region, but Xia Fei was in a good mood today, so he took the initiative to greet the girl. Hello. Hi, the short-haired girl said somewhat awkwardly, have you noticed me? Xia Fei nodded. Of course, I noticed your kind looks, especially when everyone else around is only showing contempt toward me. My name's... Just as the lady was about to introduce herself, a muscular man reached out and pulled her to the side from out of nowhere. His action was very barbaric, and the arm of the girl abruptly got bruised. Julie, don't talk to that trash. Julie was evidently very angry, yelling, stop bothering me. Stop butting in on what I do. He's Xia Fei. Were it not for him, my parents would already die by the iron mandibles of the insectoids. Who cares? That muscular man did not care to see reason. This isn't the Alliance. He might have been somebody in the Alliance, but he's nothing but a useless cripple here. Xia Fei let out a bitter laugh. It seemed that this short-haired lady had also come from the Alliance, which was why she was so grateful toward him, but there were simply not too many people like that, and barely anyone cared to remember what he had done in the past. Instead, many of them chose to deride Xia Fei the moment they set their eyes on him, with even more taking the chance to kick him while he was down. What are you laughing for? That muscular man pulled his arm back, miming as if he wanted to beat Xia Fei up. Humph! If not for the rules that disallow law warriors to put hands on disciples, yours truly will surely beat you to the ground. Xia Fei's expression turned cold as he remarked icily, you don't have to worry about the rules because I'm now a law warrior, just like yourself. Such a short sentence, yet everything went silent. Completely silent. Chapter 508, Disruptive Power. Silence. The only sound that could be heard was heavy breathing. What? Xia Fei's a law warrior now. That couldn't be, could it? I personally examined him a few days ago, and his 7th brain region is practically ruined, sustaining an unprecedented level of damage. I checked him as well, and the damage is very severe. Everyone reacted differently. This was around the time for the law warriors and disciples to attend their morning lesson, so there were thousands of people here in the field. Many made their way over to watch when they heard the commotion, everyone whispering to each other, most likely shocked by the news that Xia Fei had repaired his 7th brain region. It's true. His brain region has been repaired, someone unknown exclaimed this, causing the several thousands gathered to check Xia Fei's 7th brain region at the same time. Xia Fei did not know the method to prevent others from checking him, so he had no choice but to let them do so. Totally repaired. 100%. Not even a bit of defect whatsoever. Sounds of exclamations rang out. Aside from the fact that he had made a full recovery, what these warriors found even more puzzling was that, even though Xia Fei had found a way to repair the damage, how did he manage to get promoted to a law warrior in just a handful of days? This speed was simply far too startling. There were also several instructors in the crowd, and they were all people of the Yu family with decent cultivation, in charge of teaching these newly promoted warriors on how to cultivate. The news of Xia Fei's fully recovered brain region and promotion to be a level 1 law warrior had also left them all feeling shocked. A young instructor with striking red hair asked a middle-aged man next to him, "Brother Luxuan, could that rascal be lying? He's still a cripple when I saw him 5 days ago, so there's no way he could have grasped the first level of the law of space even if he did manage to repair his brain region in this time, right?" Yu Luxuan was the head instructor here, and he was number 1 in terms of both experience and combat strength among everyone present. When asked, his eyes merely shone and softly answered, "Don't forget that Xia Fei has a completely open 7th brain region. Remember how Yu Xiaobei promoted back then? His aptitude isn't any worse than Xiaobei's." This single statement stirred everyone as if they had been awoken from a dream. Everyone knew about Xia Fei and his nickname as a cripple, and while everyone had only cared to mock him, they all forgot that this cripple had a 100% open 7th brain region. In the lore realm, the use of a 7th brain region far surpassed that of inhuman territory. The Pan-Human Alliance only considered the openness of the brain region as a way for a warrior to cultivate their ability easier, but here in the Law Society, brain region did not just mean to have talent when it came to abilities, it was also talent for law, and it was a very crucial aspect that determined the cultivation of law. Everything all depended on this small region in the brain, and even a 1% difference could be the difference between heaven and earth. It was not an exaggeration to say that if there was only one kind of people who could be called geniuses, then it would belong to warriors who had their brain region completely open. The other instructors beside Yu Luxuan nodded their heads in agreement. They suddenly realized that, while Xia Fei with a ruined 7th brain region made him the most crippled cripple, the moment his brain region got repaired, it would make him the strongest genius. A single thought away from being seen as a saint or a demon. Xia Fei's change from cripple to genius was merely within that easy-to-reach distance. Xia Fei crossed the 2 states with a large stride, and his originally bleak future suddenly turned spectacular in that one moment. By now, the news of Xia Fei's brain region being repaired had reached everyone, and inspecting someone's brain region was not particularly difficult to do. It was a skill that took the slightest training to grasp, but a majority of them were still skeptical about Xia Fei's claim about promoting to be a law warrior, or simply did not wish to believe it to be true. After all, his nickname as a cripple was popular and not easily forgotten. The short-haired Julie was actually the most excited one out of the lot. Others looked at Xia Fei with a strange expression in their eyes, less with contempt and more of doubt. The muscular man beside Julie ground his teeth. It was evident that Julie's happiness for Xia Fei had really agitated him mentally. He of course viewed what Xia Fei had just said as a sort of challenge, turning to look over to the watching instructors. Yu Luxuan lightly nodded and indicated his eligibility to accept the challenge. The muscular man surged with elation after getting the head instructor's silent approval. He was confident he would have no way of losing to the newly promoted law warrior, Xia Fei. After all, his cultivation was already almost nearing level 2, and Xia Fei would have at most only just grasped law in these past few days. Good. Since you're also a law warrior like me, then the rule that I can't exchange blows with a disciple won't apply. He turned his head around and said to Julie, "Look carefully, Julie. See who's truly qualified to be your man." Taking 2 steps forward, the muscular man spoke. "The names." Before he could even finish, Xia Fei interrupted him. "Enough talk. I'm not interested in learning your name. Bring it on." Tyrannical. Arrogant. He was even somewhat unreasonable. The muscular man was livid. Exchanging names before sparring was also part of the rule. After all, everyone was a warrior under the Yu family's name, and there was no reason for people to break out into fights like in a street brawl, yet Xia Fei did not seem to care about any rules, nor who he was. Phantom secretly snickered to himself from the sidelines. The Xia Fei with utmost confidence in everything he did was finally back. "Brother Luxuan, Xia Fei has yet to pass the assessment, and you're already letting him fight as a law warrior, isn't it a little inappropriate? That's right. What if someone dies as a result of this? Yu Luxuan smiled slightly. The two of them are just novice law warriors, what kind of damage can they do? Their little combat strength isn't enough to cause death, and we can just act to stop the fight if someone does end up making a killing move. I'm very intrigued by Xia Fei's cultivation, so this is the perfect opportunity to see him in action. The muscular man was still yapping, his face black with anger after being aggravated by Xia Fei's words. He slowly raised his right palm and thrust it out. Break! Whoosh! The two were approximately 5 meters apart, and Xia Fei could very distinctly feel something nearing toward him as if his opponent had just unleashed an formless force with his palm, which could not be seen but very dangerous. Though Xia Fei had learned law, he had not learned any combat techniques which were related to the law of space, so he had no idea about the profoundness behind his move. He abruptly darted to the left with natural reflexes and was already behind that muscular man in the next second. His 30,000 meters per second speed was no boast, and his physical agility thanks to crafty approach would often catch others off guard. Aside from some of the more knowledgeable instructors in terms of martial arts prowess, no one knew how Xia Fei had moved. A cold smirk. The muscular man could sense that Xia Fei was already behind him, but he was hardly worried. Law and special abilities existed on two different tiers, no different from a rock and an egg. Block! That muscular man yelled, and the space around his body suddenly broke, becoming independent from his surroundings. Unless Xia Fei's attack was able to break the gap that came about from this spatial fragmentation, forget striking him, Xia Fei would hardly be able to get close to him. Boom! It was as if Xia Fei's punch had struck steel. His fist was no more than 1 centimeter away from that muscular man's body, yet there was no way for him to transmit the explosive force of his strike to the man. It was as if something had inadvertently blocked his attack. Xia Fei was slightly surprised in his mind. Seeing that his punch was not landing and his strength was about to fall off, a very fantastical thought came to his mind. Twist! Recalling that the law of primal chaos gave Xia Fei a disruptive power, Xia Fei had been very confused and slightly uncertain about how to use this strength. Quietly, a completely different disruptive force rushed through his arm, different from the law of space. It reached the sealed space, and Xia Fei gave his fist a light twist. Boom! The ground shook. It was merely just a thought that he had in his mind, yet it created an explosive effect. It broke. He broke the space. The novice law warriors had no idea what happened, while the higher-level warriors saw it as clear as day. That sealed space, which had just been formed, got crushed by Xia Fei's single punch. That's impossible. He actually penetrated spatial defense. In this commotion of disbelief, the muscular man, who weighed well over 200 pounds, was sent flying like a cannonball that had gone sailing outward. Spurt! With a cough, a generous mouthful of blood shot out. Xia Fei hardly had any time to celebrate his newfound strength. Go for the kill while the opponent's incapacitated. Accelerating abruptly, Xia Fei sped through like a bolt of lightning, his right fist rearing up for another blow, ready to end this match once and for all. Boom! Yet another immense explosion sounded. Xia Fei only felt his right arm go numb as his entire self went shooting out 100 meters as he felt his internal organs took a tremendous shock. Crafty approach. Xia Fei forcefully regained his balance in the air and landed with one hand on the ground, his face pale. What just happened? What was that? I saw that Xia Fei was about to win, but some powerful force pushed him away. The crowd was perplexed. It was evident that the muscular man was no match for Xia Fei, so how could he have used the law of space to stop Xia Fei from landing his second blow? A law warrior with permed hair had his arm folded and coldly said, "Head instructor, you did it, or else that fatty would end up dead." Oh, that explains why Xia Fei himself was injured in that strike. Turns out it's the esteemed head instructor who did that. Xia Fei lay on the ground for several seconds before he got up, enduring the intense pain that was wreaking havoc in his body. Yu Luxuan and the other instructors quickly walked into the center of the field and gestured for people to send that muscular man to the doctor. What a lethal attack! The man already lost, why still act so mercilessly? Yu Luxuan asked as he walked over to Xia Fei's side. Xia Fei shrugged, not giving an answer. Sweeping a cold gaze around, Yu Luxuan then bellowed, "What are you all standing around here for? Scram, all of you!" When the head instructor gave an order, of course no one would dare disobey. Thousands of law warriors dispersed, and this unexpected fight was perhaps what would be discussed during and after meals for some time. A single punch. Xia Fei had managed to shatter an independent space with just a single punch. Everyone present to witness the fight was all shocked and even more curious. They did not know how Xia Fei had done it. After all, Xia Fei had merely learned law just a few days ago. Many warriors who had a higher level and spent longer time cultivating law than Xia Fei could only sigh at their disparity. There was a surprised look in the crowd, sneaking glances at Xia Fei which he just so happened to catch. This person was none other than Energy Master Duba's disciple, Yu Xiaomo. Shocked, Yu Xiaomo slightly nodded as a mild greeting to Xia Fei. However, Xia Fei merely smiled back and raised a middle finger toward him. Humph! Yu Xiaomo flung his sleeves and stalked off with a stern look on his face. You should go back and rest up, too. You haven't been severely injured, so you should recover in a few days with enough rest. If you have any origin crystal, take 2. It'll help speed up the healing process, Yu Luxuan told Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded and headed back. Very soon, the dirt field returned to a state of serenity. Now that the commotion had ended, all that remained were a few puzzled instructors who were still discussing the fight that they had just witnessed. Did Xia Fei add the law of space to his attack earlier? I just don't see the resemblance. Of course not. If that's the law of space, there's no way the collision would shatter that independent space. After all, Xia Fei is slightly weaker in terms of cultivation. Then what was that? Perhaps Xia Fei had a different epiphany toward the law of space. Yu Luxuan extended his right hand and flexed it a little, sternly stating, no matter what sort of power it was that Xia Fei used, that strength is very strong. The other instructors all nodded, but what no one noticed was that a conspicuous bruise had appeared on Yu Luxuan's right hand. Chapter 509, Level 2 Law Warrior. As Xia Fei made his way back, he received plenty of hesitant glances. The world was truly an ever-interesting place. When Xia Fei's brain region was deemed to be ruined and there was no way for him to cultivate law, everyone looked at him with contempt and derision. However, the moment his 7th brain region was fixed and he demonstrated his strength, these eyes no longer despised him but were now all looking at him with uncertainty. It was as if all of them were convinced that Xia Fei had received some preferential treatment or had gotten extremely lucky. Nobody would have believed that behind Xia Fei was also ceaseless hard work and making a practically insane choice. That's great, Xia Fei. You're really still that all-powerful madman from human territory, even the law realm isn't able to bury you, the short-haired Julie excitedly shouted. I knew it. I knew you'd succeed. Xia Fei had no idea how to respond to such a passionate comment, so all he did was nod at her appreciatively. He was still preoccupied with the strange thought that had suddenly come to him in the middle of the fight earlier. Xia Fei tried including a sliver of the law of primal chaos in his attack and surprised even himself with the result. The disruptiveness of that power had instantly shattered the opponent's spatial block and demonstrated an immense combat potential in him. Xia Fei. Instructor Gu. Not bad. Gu Tong calmly said, was your 7th brain region already repaired? Xia Fei nodded. I was just about to leave when I heard this piece of good news, so I decided to swing by and see you first. Leaving? Xia Fei was stunned. Aren't you an instructor here? Gu Tong let out a bitter laugh. I'm off to the Snake Isles as a sentry. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to come back in 3 or 5 years' time. Xia Fei suddenly remembered what the Energy Master Duba had once said in anger, about how he would make Gu Tong lose his job and transfer him to Snake Isles. Indubitably, this must be that old bastard's idea. Deep down, Xia Fei was disconcerted with this development. Gu Tong merely wanted to give Xia Fei an out, only to end up incurring the wrath of Duba and being punished. At the end of the day, it was Xia Fei who had implicated the innocent Gu Tong. Don't worry. Though Snake Isles is a dangerous place, it's also very good for cultivation. I've already had plans to leave this place and work hard on my cultivation, and now I've been given just the chance to do so. Changing the subject, Gu Tong then said, you mustn't make enemies out of Master Duba once I'm gone. Energy Master holds one of the most respected professions in the entire law realm, and every law warrior depends on them for purified origin crystals to cultivate and do battle. It's very foolish to provoke one. Xia Fei softly answered, I promise you that I won't do anything inappropriate, for now. It was clear from Xia Fei's words that he still planned on taking revenge when the opportunity arose, and Gu Tong was of course smart enough to know that. Previously, he specifically sought to learn about Xia Fei's deeds back when the latter was still in human territory and learned how this young man before him had always been one to return everything in kind, so there was no point in convincing him otherwise. After all, he was famed for his obstinacy in human territory. Now that you're a law warrior, do you have any plans? Xia Fei answered, of course, I'm gonna work hard on my cultivation and do my utmost to be promoted as soon as possible to a high-level law warrior. How high? That will depend on how far the road of law leads. Gu Tong burst out laughing as he patted Xia Fei heavily on the back. Such ambition! I too hope that you'll be able to go further out on this road of law which leads straight to godhood. Right now, you're just a novice law warrior, and there are still law sovereigns and law emperors above you. According to normal procedures, you'll be taking an assessment test next, and passing it means obtaining the law warrior title, and your monthly stipend will increase from 3 grade 2 crystals to 10. To a law warrior, origin energy is simply too precious, and how many pieces of it they are given a month matters greatly, but you must know that origin crystals aren't the only things that are important. Choosing what kind of martial arts technique you want to practice is equally important. When you've officially become a law warrior, the Yu family's martial arts collection reserves will be open to you, and you can choose a manual that suits you. Xia Fei nodded. He was quite moved by Gu Tong's advice right before he departed. Having met by chance, the latter had been implicated and was reduced to becoming a sentry, yet he still did not forget to give his final lesson and advice to him. This only made Xia Fei hate the energy master Duba even more for relying on his unique knowledge to bully a common warrior just and show off the power he wielded. It was truly despicable. Without realizing it, they had already arrived outside Xia Fei's dormitory, and Gu Tong said somberly, there are still 2 very important things you need to know. First, when choosing your martial arts technique from the collection, you'll be given 3 days to test everything before making your choice, and that's sufficient time to find the most suitable technique for you. I know the path you've walked on before is more lithe and elegant in style, but I've got you pegged as someone suited to those simple and more brutal techniques. After all, the aura of a tyrant is buried deep in your heart, and it shouldn't be underestimated when given the chance to unleash your energy within. Phantom nodded repeatedly. He's right. Though you're usually cheery, you don't recognize kinship once madness takes over. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom, for what he said hardly sounded like a compliment. Then there's also your special ability. You must know that special abilities and law both require the use of your 7th brain region, and so it is like a sowing field. If rice and corn are both planted in the same plot of land, both crops will interfere with each other, so it's better if you plant them separately. Doing rice one year and corn another will half your effort for double the results. Xia Fei promptly realized what Gu Tong was trying to say. I get it. You mean for me to focus on cultivating law for a time, and when it's up to satisfaction, I can then devote my attention on improving my special abilities, rather than attempting to cultivate both at the same time. Gu Tong nodded deeply. That's right. It's exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm just a minor warrior in this family, and I don't really know much, so this is all that I can tell you. Xia Fei felt slightly disappointed as he watched Gu Tong leave. In a way, Gu Tong was considered the first friend he had made here in the Law Realm, and it was too bad that their time together was too fleeting, leaving him with plenty of regret. Returning to the dormitory, he saw that there were several people gathered in the common room discussing something in hushed voices. When they spotted Xia Fei, these people who originally mocked Xia Fei acted like rabbits that had been startled as they leaped from the couches and stood up uneasily. Xia Fei had a sinister smile as he entered, causing that chubster from before to dart back several steps and shout, "You! What are you thinking of doing?" Xia Fei chuckled. Relax. The rules prevent me from bullying disciples, so you'll all be safe until you become a law warrior. This was a blatant threat, as clear as day. Nobody would have imagined that such a severely damaged 7th brain region could be repaired and that Xia Fei could actually become a law warrior overnight, leaving all the other disciples who had been here earlier than him behind. Everyone was annoyed by this, but all they had was remorse. Xia Fei turned and headed up the stairs amid Phantom's laughter. You're really evil, threatening these people like that. Now, if they work hard and become a law warrior, they will no doubt end up being beaten by you, but it's even worse if they fail to become a law warrior. Xia Fei coldly harumphed. I've recently come to the realization that I've been too nice to others, believing that since we are all from human territory, it's only right for us to look out for one another, but it turns out that it's human nature to kick someone while they're down. Since these people believe that I'm vicious, why don't I accept their wishes with relish? Avril was of course happy when she received news that Xia Fei had successfully gotten promoted to a law warrior. The new Black Bat radar had achieved a very good communication efficiency, but perhaps it was because the distance was too far, the signal itself would vacillate between good and bad, and on average, he was only able to make contact with the Pan-Human Alliance once every handful of days. This was already a significant breakthrough as no one had managed to make a device that could communicate with the distant Law realm. Xia Fei's Black Bat radar was the first. Cultivation. Painstaking cultivation. The power of just the level 1 law had given Xia Fei an immense boost in self-confidence, especially that strange law of primal chaos. Xia Fei had no idea what such a law meant, but his keen senses told him that the law of primal chaos possessed extraordinary and powerful combat strength. Frankly speaking, cultivating both the law of primal chaos and law of space was grueling, and Xia Fei would often have the urge to disrupt the law of space. Slowly, that immutable pattern was becoming an eyesore. Xia Fei had this vague feeling that perhaps he could make it better if he modified the lines a bit. As a novice law practitioner, Xia Fei of course did not try to change it, for he still lacked the ability to do such modifications to the law. The fact was that, until today, laws had always been a pattern in Xia Fei's mindscape. A strange and mysterious pattern. Why was the repeated drawing of patterns in the 7th brain region able to make the body cultivate? Why would there be a law force added when he attacked? Just what exactly was the mysterious 7th brain region? These were questions that Xia Fei completely had no answer to. He had always been a very curious person, and he could only force himself not to think about them when faced with such questions. Perhaps I'll have the answers to them after I become a true law warrior. Xia Fei thought to himself. 10 days later, a stage was set up in that dirt field. It was time for the law warrior assessment, which occurred once every 3 months. The recently promoted warriors were all keen to stand out from the pack and show their might. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Yujiang personally showed up, and beside him were several of the other elders of the family. These novice warriors were all excited to see their presence. After all, they were all on the Yu family's turf, and if they were to catch the eye of any one of these elders, their life would become that much easier. Xia Fei had chosen a quiet corner, regulating his breath controls so that he could blend into his surroundings, making him inconspicuous. Aside from Yujiang, the only energy master of the family, Duba, was also present. Xia Fei's eyes were slightly emotionless, staring at the old man for a brief moment before looking away. The head instructor, Yu Luxuan, hurriedly got up the podium and officially announced the start of the assessment. The assessment first started with the disciples, and Xia Fei would be the second to get on stage after Han Yuebi. They were the only two in the past 3 months who had been promoted to become law warriors. Han Yuebi. Yu Luxuan announced his name loud and clear. Han Yuebi got up the stage with a stern expression, searching for Xia Fei among the crowd. Unfortunately, Xia Fei had already melded properly into the sea of people, making it near impossible to find him. Begin. Yu Luxuan called out as he placed a helmet on Han Yuebi's head. There was a screen behind the stage. If Han Yuebi could recreate the pattern of the law of space in his 7th brain region, the screen would show it clearly and determine whether Han Yuebi's pattern was accurate or not, and it would be the basis for his promotion. Swish! A line swiftly moved, and several minutes later, a clear image of the law of space pattern appeared. Promotion success. From today onward, you'll be a level 1 warrior. Yu Luxuan announced. A scattered applause sounded. At the end of the day, there were only a few dozens of external disciples in the family, and they were considered a minority. There was no disciple who was of the Yu family name that could give them face to these outsiders. Next is Xia Fei. Han Yuebi went to a corner of the stage, his expression somber. According to the rules, the challenge matches would happen after promotions. Without a doubt, no matter whether Xia Fei was willing or not, he must challenge him to match. Click. The heavy metal helmet was placed on Xia Fei's head while he was regarding Han Yuebi with cold eyes, using that mysterious energy thread from his mindscape to draw out the pattern rapidly. Han Yuebi puffed out his chest and perked up. As a level 1 law warrior, even if I can't win against Xia Fei, I should at least not lose too badly, Han Yuebi said to himself. An accurate image of the law of space pattern was swiftly created, but who would have thought that Xia Fei would not stop there? In another 3 minutes, the screen appeared another image. There were 2, not just 1. Silence. Dead silence. 10 days ago, Xia Fei had shocked everyone by getting promoted to a level 1 law warrior, but nobody would have thought that it was only the beginning. In 10 days' time, Xia Fei had already reached a level 2 cultivation. This was an insane promotion speed. Level 2. Xia Fei's promoted to be a level 2 law warrior. As Yu Luxuan's booming voice broke the silence, Han Yuebi's face went ashen. Chapter 510, Liquid War Armor. Steady progress without any hindrance. Ever since Xia Fei's 7th brain region was repaired, the gloominess, which was clutching his heart, had exploded. There was no longer anything that could get in his way. Level 2. Xia Fei's promoted to a level 2 law warrior. Yu Luxuan excitedly declared. There was complete silence in the crowd. Everyone refused to believe that the cripple, whom they were mocking mere days ago, had made such a rapid advancement through the ranks like a rocket. The crystal-clear pattern depicted on the screen, however, was a stark reminder to everyone that Xia Fei had indeed achieved a level 2 cultivation. Machines did not lie, and it was even less likely that head instructor Luxuan would. Patriarch Yujiang clapped his hands softly as he nodded slightly at Xia Fei. Despite being very much unwilling, everyone present began to join Yujiang in a round of raucous applause as jealousy filled their hearts. How could it be? Isn't the speed of Xia Fei's promotion a bit too fantastical? Man, I'm only level 2 after cultivating for 2 years, and this guy caught right up in just half a month. Don't be so depressed, you'll only end up angering yourself to death comparing yourself to others. See, even our patriarch has taken the lead in applauding the man, so it looks like Xia Fei, this rascal, struck gold. The scene was very odd. Many were feeling depressed while clapping, sad over the fact that they did not have the talent to so swiftly learn law like Xia Fei. Xia Fei quietly backed to a corner, his confidence and composure had both returned to his face. The energy master Duba stood up, walked over to Xia Fei's side, and patted him on the back with a bright smile. Well done. Looks like this old man has really underestimated you before. Xia Fei hardly had a good impression of Duba, and his change in attitude towards Xia Fei made the young man feel disgusted. He had not forgotten the old man's ugly and menacing look of extreme detest before. There was no need to show hatred for someone on the face, though, and Xia Fei was fond of smiling to a nemesis before stabbing them viciously in the back, which was why he had not shown it on his face and even bantered amiably with the old man. Even Master Duba is expressing interest in Xia Fei, looks like it's going to be hard for him not to make it rich at this rate. But of course, we, law warriors, need origin crystals the most, and Xia Fei already has great potential. With Master Duba's assistance and Patriarch Yujiang's support, it looks like he'll be soaring through the levels at this rate. Beside him, Han Yuebi looked completely pale. As a genius who had been picked to join the law realm since he was young, there was a kind of innate pride in him, which meant even the fame Xia Fei enjoyed in the alliance was not enough to register in his eyes. This was because he had always regarded Xia Fei and him as existences of different standings. It was not just Han Yuebi who felt this way. Practically every sapling that the Yu family was secretly nurturing shared this thinking, which was why when they came across Xia Fei and then discovered that his hero from the alliance was actually a cripple with a ruined 7th brain region, the sense of superiority they felt became even greater. This was also why they had not held anything back and let loose at him before. Of course, it was too late for these people to have any regrets over what they had done. The assessment for promotion proceeded quickly, and the Yu family's own disciples came up after both Xia Fei and Han Yuebi. These disciples were a lot younger than Xia Fei, with the oldest just under 12. Because they were born into this law realm, their interaction with laws were much earlier than those from the Pan-Human Alliance. They also had exceptional talents, able to become law warriors at a very young age, thereby proving that it was not without any basis to say that they had a warrior's bloodline in them. Next were level 1 warriors who were promoted to level 2, to level 3. There were quite a lot of them, though their numbers drastically decreased from level 6 onward. There were only 2 who had climbed from level 5 to 6, and 1 for 6 to 7. There was even no one who had successfully passed the 7 to 8 threshold. Looks like level 6 law warrior is the pivotal point, and promoting from that point onward becomes extremely difficult, Phantom whispered into Xia Fei's ears. Xia Fei nodded. Just in this city alone had no fewer than 30,000 law warriors, and even if there was only a single assessment once every 3 months, just having 1 or 2 promoted at that level was truly rather paltry. Next, Han Yuedong, level 9 assessment promotion. Yu Luxuan announced loudly. A man in his late 20s then hopped up the stage, looking very similar to Han Yuebi. Xia Fei was a little surprised. Han Yuedong. He turned around and looked at Han Yuebi who was standing behind him. Sure enough, a smug look appeared on his face. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he has backing, Xia Fei thought to himself. Han Yuedong appeared to be more dependable than his younger brother, though Han Yuebi looked more refined. However, the ears, nose, and eyes of these two brothers were uncannily identical, so they were immediately identifiable and clearly delineated the blood relations they shared. When picking out talents in the lore realm, blood mattered as well. The minority of external warriors were mostly relatives who were inextricably linked to the Yu family or perhaps a descendant of another warrior who had been promoted in the lore realm. After all, in terms of bloodline, the genes of a warrior's descendant would naturally be better than the random commoner, and a good example would be how the Han family's two brothers had both made it into the lore realm. Han Yuedong wore the assessment helmet that Yu Luxuan held in his hand and then began to get on his task. Level 9. A level 9 law warrior. The crowd cheered even as Yu Luxuan loudly proclaimed, Han Yuedong has successfully advanced to level 9 and attained the qualifications to cultivate in Crow City. The crowd was tumultuous. The promotion after level 9 was becoming a law sovereign. In order to aid the people under the Yu family in becoming law sovereigns, they had set up a citadel by the name of Crow City. While the name did not sound auspicious, it was actually a city where the best resources of the family were gathered, and it was said that an individual would receive 100 origin crystals as their monthly stipend there. Numerous equipment and medicines were available to help warriors in their promotions, too. Even a personal tutor was designated for everyone. The ability to enter Crow City was a symbol of power, for leaving it would signify that they had become a celebrated law sovereign. That would be an entire tier above a law warrior. Han Yuedong had quite an emotionless personality, taking off the helmet without a word and handing it to Luxuan before he stood beside his brother, completely disregarding the cheer from the crowd as if he deserved all this recognition. "Brother, congratulations for finally promoting," Han Yuebi proudly said. Han Yuedong nodded as he flashed a slight smile to his brother. It looked a little forced, a little exaggerated. And this concludes the promotion assessment. Next up is the free challenge. Every candidate, who has successfully gotten promoted, can choose an opponent to fight. This is a good opportunity, and I won't reject anyone who wishes to challenge me, the instructor, either. A smattering of laughter came from under the stage. Yu Luxuan was of course joking. Only someone crazy or tired of living would seek to spar with the head instructor if they had nothing to do. Xia Fei instantly stepped out without even a moment's thought. While he had indeed not anticipated that Han Yuebi would have such a powerful older brother as a backer, Xia Fei did not have any intention of changing his mind. He would return the favor to anyone who took a swipe at him. This had always been the mad dog mentality that Xia Fei was proud of, and to top it off with his theory of price, this was the very foundational belief that Xia Fei lived his life by, so there was no reason he would back down just because his opponent had a strong brother behind him. Fear? This word did not exist in Xia Fei's vocabulary. He was even famed for being insane in human territory. "Xia Fei, you can't possibly be planning to challenge me, right?" Yu Luxuan jokingly laughed. His right hand was inadvertently shaking with a clenched fist. He had been injured by Xia Fei's attack last time, and he was still in pain since. It was unknown why Yu Luxuan had a measure of expectation in him. He had been joking about being challenged, but deep down, he was really hoping that Xia Fei would look for him to be an opponent. It had to be mentioned that Yu Luxuan was a distinguished head instructor, a level 3 law sovereign. Xia Fei was merely a newly promoted law warrior, yet he actually provoked his desire to fight. Even Yu Luxuan himself found this to be hilarious. "Han Yuebi, this is our agreement, have you forgotten?" Xia Fei coldly remarked with folded arms. Sure enough, Xia Fei did not choose Yu Luxuan as the opponent, and he shrugged, vaguely disappointed. Han Yuebi's forehead went numb. At this very moment, Xia Fei was of a higher level than him, and the last level 1 law warrior who fought with Xia Fei was still lying in the hospital, not able to stand for at least half a year. That was when Xia Fei was just a level 1 law warrior, and he was now a level 2, meaning that he would be that much stronger than before. Han Yuebi nodded through gritted teeth, somewhat helplessly looking at his elder brother. Han Yuedong glared at Xia Fei, a fierce mug on his face. "Take this." Han Yuedong reached into his spatial ring and took out a box which he gave to his brother. "Don't be afraid. Your brother's here, and no one will dare to harm you." These words were clearly spoken out loud for Xia Fei to hear, who pretended not to have heard what was said, flexing his wrists casually. The silver box was not too large, and Han Yuebi stared at the box as a fiery glow appeared in his eyes. "Yes. Watch me, brother." Xia Fei was quite surprised, though had no clue what Han Yuebi had gotten in his hands. All it took was a single glance at the box and Han Yuebi was no longer afraid and was, instead, filled with confidence. Kill him! Han Yuedong said as if he was giving a command, his tone short and urgent so that everyone present could hear his words. Han Yuebi strode over and approached Xia Fei, his fear all gone. Instead, he was acting very arrogant, no different from when he had first made a mockery out of Xia Fei. The situation was very strange. A single item was all it took for Han Yuebi to have a complete change in his attitude. Xia Fei had no idea what that item was, but he knew well that it must contain something extraordinary within. Han Yuebi set the box down on the ground and opened it. A small silver pearl, which seemed to be alive, crawled out of the box, inching its way up Han Yuebi's body until it became a set of armor. That's liquid war armor. That's right, it's an authentic liquid war armor, made completely of liquid metal, able to take up any form as it desires. The lowest grade liquid war armor costs at least 10,000 grade 2 origin crystals. How could the Han brothers have such a quality item in their possession? I have no idea. In any case, Xia Fei is in trouble this time. The crowd clamored, with many eyes sparkling with greed. The appearance of a liquid war armor had shocked everyone greatly. Xia Fei did not recognize or know the metal used to form this war armor. The body of the armor was a sort of liquid metal, very sturdy and hard to manipulate. If not for Warstar's energy running out, it would be impossible to tell who would have won or lost their fight before. Liquid metal had been developed by the King of Mechs, and now that he had seen its appearance here in the Lore Realm again, it looked like the sentinel goddess Sophie was not lying when she said that her father was still alive in the Lore Realm. However, he wondered how effective the liquid metal would be after becoming a warsuit. Xia Fei was still in deep thought just when Han Yuebi finished changing out his equipment. Letting out a mirthless laugh, Han Yuebi proudly bragged, "I bet you're dazed by this, huh? Just wait for your death now." Xia Fei smiled, pulling out a dark red short club from his spatial ring. This was indeed the blood-sucking dagger that he had been ignoring this entire time, the blood crystal. A bout of laughter could be heard from below the stage. What weapon is that? It looks like a club, and it's a very ugly-looking club. A club? The opponent took out a set of liquid war armor. Does Xia Fei plan to use that club to bash his opponent with it? That's the greatest joke I've seen my entire life. Chapter 511, A Dagger That Drains Blood. The blood crystal did indeed look somewhat ugly, but it could not be denied that its crude appearance withheld its savagery. An uproarious laughter rang out from under the stage, even Han Yuebi could not hold back his laughter. That's a dagger. That's right. A deadly dagger. Even if it's a dagger, it can't possibly be as deadly as you claim. Hoping for that ugly toy of yours to penetrate my liquid war armor? Perhaps in your next life. Xia Fei shook his head. No, it won't penetrate your liquid war armor. It's going to kill you. As the racket from the crowd grew louder and louder, Xia Fei and Han Yuebi adopted their stances. The family patriarch, Yu Jiang, had a dark expression on his face. Any law warrior knew that the liquid war armor was very powerful, and Yu Jiang did not think that Xia Fei would be able to get through said armor with just his level 2 cultivation alone. In his eyes, there was no way for Xia Fei to ever win this fight. Yu Jiang could ignore Xia Fei when his 7th brain region was damaged, but now that it had fully recovered, Yu Jiang had to reassess his value once again. Even in the Lore Realm, a warrior who had achieved a 100% open 7th brain region was few and in between. Besides, Xia Fei still had the holy beast Shatterstar. Making up his mind, Yu Jiang decided that he would personally act at the crucial moment. Xia Fei must not suffer any injury from this fight. Beside him, Master Duba also had his designs on Xia Fei. The young man had an enviable talent when it came to his innate capability of controlling origin energy. Duba never considered the matter of how he had once humiliated Xia Fei. It was his belief that Xia Fei would become his if he simply beckoned him to his side with a finger. After all, an energy master was extremely revered, and Xia Fei was just a small fry who came from human territory and had no backing whatsoever in the Lore Realm. Unless he was insane, there was essentially no reason for the young man to reject his favor. The war armor Han Yuebi had on was like water that had enveloped his entire body, flowing and moving so that it seemed hard and sturdy like steel at times and soft as silk at other times. Xia Fei suddenly had a sense of foreboding come over him. He realized that the war armor all over Han Yuebi's body was structurally different from the liquid metal Warstar had on his body. Come. Let me show you just how powerful this liquid war armor really is. Han Yuebi bellowed and his entire being promptly accelerated. He was not a speed ability user, yet the speed he achieved was comparable to someone who had the speed ability. His speed was roughly around 5,000 meters per second. As an authentic speed ability user like Xia Fei, 5,000 meters per second was no amazing feat, but it was absolutely shocking for any normal ability user to have such a speed. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, Han Yuebi sprung right at Xia Fei, the liquid metal over his right arm morphing into a strange blade, which had plenty of mechanical parts connected to it. Its length was well over 3 meters long. Crafty approach. Xia Fei growled, and his form suddenly shortened by more than half, like a cunning loach that brushed past Han Yuebi, barely several centimeters apart. That strange blade Han Yuebi wielded suddenly acted. The thin mechanical arm became like the wind as a flurry of afterimages of that blade enveloped Xia Fei's entire body. Xia Fei was slightly astonished, for Han Yuebi's assault was far fiercer than what he had originally expected. This was especially true for that strange blade as it was seemingly not being controlled by Han Yuebi but rather had a life of its own. Swoosh! Flattening his body, Xia Fei stuck his body close to the ground like a thin piece of paper, barely evading Han Yuebi's attack by the skin of his teeth. A series of wondrous exclamations could be heard from under the stage. Xia Fei's physical agility was indeed very breathtaking, splendid, and lithe. He was able to accelerate, turn, and shift all in one go. The enhanced crafty approach was unpredictable, making the impossible possible, doing twists and contortions which should be impossible for any average being. Even the slightest gap between the sharp blade was enough for Xia Fei to latch on and evade the assault. Xia Fei was not in a hurry to strike. He was testing that liquid war armor Han Yuebi was wearing. Without this armor, Han Yuebi was nothing but a frosted eggplant, dejected and spiritless. But once he donned on the armor, he immediately became wildly arrogant. The equipment was definitely nothing simple, and Xia Fei was not one to overlook any detail. If he wanted to strike, he had to do so after grasping the very weakness of his opponent, so he could deliver a swift and fatal blow at once. Patriarch, why don't we stop this match? Everyone here knows just how powerful the liquid war armor is and how it is a natural counter to law warriors. The outcome will be disastrous if Xia Fei makes a mistake, Duba somewhat anxiously said. Yu Jiang chuckled. You think Xia Fei's going to lose? Isn't it obvious? The war armor Han Yuebi is wearing has autonomous consciousness, that sharp blade is clearly not being controlled by him but by the armor itself. Xia Fei has yet to make his attack, so the moment he does, he will discover the liquid war armor's function of weakening law power. There can very well be an accident if he gets flustered by then. He's a very rare sapling worth nurturing. I plan to take him under my wing and teach him the law of energy purification. Yu Jiang was slightly stunned to hear that. Duba wants to take Xia Fei under his wing. This was not something he had expected. Is it his potential? Does Xia Fei have the potential to be an energy master? If he included this factor to the 100% open 7th brain region and the exclusive beast Shatterstar of the young man, it seemed that Xia Fei's potential was already too much to the point of being overpowered. There's no hurry. Let's watch and see first. From what I understand, even if Xia Fei has no ability, he is still a very frightening character. Just look at the physical agility he demonstrates that is being complemented by his speed ability. He's practically like a ghost, so perhaps this match will be very interesting. At this time, Xia Fei had finished probing Han Yuebi, it was now time for him to mount his attack. Change. Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher suddenly appeared and it was in its 108 flying dagger form. Rhombus Shift. He immediately unleashed the most powerful move in his arsenal. The appearance of the rhomboid in mid-air shocked everyone. Cut. Head instructor Yu Luxuan sensed danger in that instant, so he cut that space out in that moment, segmenting both Xia Fei and Han Yuebi into an isolated space from everyone else. Boom boom boom. Rhombus Shift launched with a thunderous roar. Countless mental energy in the form of a rhombus shot forth explosively. Xia Fei was like a warrior holding a heavy machine gun, letting loose a burst fire indiscriminately at Han Yuebi. The ensuing light show was piercing to the eyes, and Han Yuebi was surrounded within. No one had any clue what sort of damage this enfilade would deal to the opponent. Return. Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher returned into his spatial ring, and Xia Fei stood right at the center of the stage with a stern expression. Soon, Han Yuebi appeared before Xia Fei laughing arrogantly. The shape of his liquid war armor had changed to resemble a protective wall in front of him, so he was not in the least bit injured by Xia Fei's attack. My guess is right. That war armor he's wearing is highly unusual, its liquid metal is able to change shapes wantonly. It even has the law of space's dispersion function, rendering normal attacks useless, Xia Fei said somberly. Phantom gritted his teeth. Though Rhombus Shift was insanely powerful, it was still just a normal attack which had no law force added to it. Since the liquid war armor was able to use the power of law, it meant that Xia Fei would only achieve victory by using law as well. This is truly the law realm, even armor will have the power of law integrated, Phantom mused. The liquid war armor quickly returned to its original form as Han Yuebi yelled, "You may be unbeatable with your special ability in the alliance, but here, law is the path of kings." Xia Fei smiled. You're right. Unfortunately, neither special ability or law is all-powerful, it boils down to the person using it. With that said, Xia Fei promptly changed his style. He was no longer dodging and weaving but instead rushed head on Han Yuebi, launching a brutal and crude attack. Fist. The most direct and most effective weapon. It was also the weapon most suited to bring the power of law to bear. A mixture of law of space and law of primal chaos resulted in disruptive power. A punch. 2. 3. In the blink of an eye, the 3 punches landed squarely on Han Yuebi's chest. Xia Fei was a speed ability user, so there was no way for Han Yuebi to evade these 3 punches at Xia Fei's top speed. The first punch caused the liquid war armor to distort. Ripples of liquid appeared, like a stone that had been tossed into the heart of a lake. The second punch and the third. The huge disruptive force, which the armor could not withstand, all got dispersed in every direction. However, any liquid would have the characteristic of playing up to their strength and avoiding weakness, so it used its flexibility to defuse the attack. However, the particular advantage it had was also its most fatal flaw: when the strength that was being exerted was too great to bear, the liquid war armor would separate like any flowing water, thereby revealing an opening right in front of Han Yuebi's chest. With the blood crystal in hand, Xia Fei thrust it viciously. He plunged that ugly dagger right into his opponent's chest, tearing past the weak final layer of the liquid war armor. Shink! No blood poured forth, nor was there a blood-curdling wail. Han Yuebi looked down at his chest, perplexed. The amount of blood in his body was gradually being drained, and the strange dagger was like a wild beast as it rapidly lapped up every drop of blood inside him. Not good. Yu Luxuan suddenly realized that Xia Fei would be taking Han Yuebi's life and hurriedly tried to stop him. Unfortunately, the speed at which the blood crystal drained the fresh blood was too quick, and by the time Yu Luxuan could pull it out, Han Yuebi was already ghastly, his body shuddering relentlessly. Everyone was shocked. It was clear for all to see that, not only did Xia Fei win the match, he even killed his opponent. Han Yuebi collapsed onto the ground, spasming for but a moment before he stopped breathing. "I'll kill you!" Han Yuebi's elder brother Han Yuedong suddenly exploded. From afar, he abruptly pushed his 2 hands forward. This was the most common move used by law warriors, tearing apart the space as well as everything else within it. Whoosh! Alas, before Han Yuedong could unleash his move in full, he suddenly disappeared. A match which resulted in death happened across a short period of time. The free challenge which was originally planned for the rest of the day had been halted due to the sudden death. Yu Jiang and Duba were, as well as the head instructor Yu Luxuan, besides Xia Fei. Returning the blood crystal to Xia Fei, Yu Luxuan said with furrowed brows. "This thing here actually sucks blood? What a cruel weapon! Use it sparingly in the future." Xia Fei kept the blood crystal. Perhaps it was because it had not taken in enough blood essence, but that blunt dagger still looked as ugly as ever. "Were it not for the Patriarch's intervention then, I'm afraid that you would die by Han Yuedong's hands. He's a martial arts idiot, and since you killed his brother, I doubt that he will give up on taking your life anytime soon," Yu Luxuan warned. It must be said that the Yu family's patriarch, Yu Jiang, possessed an inscrutable cultivation. The angered Han Yuedong had been sent away without a trace, and no one had any clue where he ended up. What is there to be afraid of? Xia Fei will be becoming an energy master soon, so there's nothing that little Han Yuedong can do about it. Duba rolled his eyes and scoffed. "I love that decisive personality of yours. You were clearly in a fight, so there would surely be injuries and death. Don't you think so, Patriarch?" Yu Jiang nodded. Though he did not want to admit it, he actually approved of Xia Fei's methods. At least, he was not as weak-willed as Yahua. In this law realm where danger lurked everywhere, no one cared for the weak. That's right. Master Duba thinks that you will be very suited as an energy master and is interested in taking you in as his disciple. What are your thoughts? Yu Jiang asked. Yu Luxuan was shocked. He, of course, knew how precious energy masters were, and now that Xia Fei was given the chance to learn the law of energy purification, even as the head instructor, he had no choice but to look at the young man in a different light. Not interested, Xia Fei very casually rejected. Chapter 512, Roaring Tiger Park. Unless someone was insane or senile, no one out there would reject the chance to be an energy master. Because origin crystals were the most precious form of wealth in the lore realm, energy masters were considered as the most precious talents. It was basically a great opportunity not to be missed, one that people could only dream of becoming. It was obvious to all that Xia Fei was no low intellectual, so his rejection of Duba's invitation could only be seen as deranged. Xia Fei, are you running a fever? Yu Luxuan asked in astonishment. Everyone was stunned. Even the family patriarch, Yu Jiang, was left with his mouth agape. No one would have dared imagine Xia Fei would reject the offer to become an energy master. Could he have gone insane? Master Duba's expression went from stern to pale before turning to anger. It was a very exciting transformation. Duba turned around without even bidding Patriarch Yu Jiang goodbye and left by himself, muttering underneath his breath. There was no need to guess that nothing nice was being said. Yu Jiang froze for a bit before laughing out loud. Xia Fei, would you like to come fishing with me? Fishing? Xia Fei nodded. The phoenix tail carved spirit fish tastes refreshing and I was just hoping to taste them again soon. Yu Jiang nodded to Yu Luxuan, so the man patted Xia Fei on the back. You will be entering the collection reserves in 3 days' time to choose your needed martial arts skill. Someone will inform you when it's time. With that said, Yu Luxuan departed, and Xia Fei followed Yu Jiang to that little river over 100 miles away. Though they walked, every step Xia Fei took covered hundreds of meters at a time, so it took him no more than 300 to 400 paces to arrive by that pier. Xia Fei was greatly puzzled. It was as if the space itself was moving along with him. He had no idea what technique Yu Jiang used to achieve this, to actually shrink the distance so drastically. How would you rate what I just did with your speed ability? Yu Jiang asked as he picked up a fishing pole and sat by the pier. Xia Fei answered, incomparable. Speed ability utilizes the physical body to break the limit forcefully. Though it's called a special ability, it is still just a physical strengthening. What just happened is changing the cycle of space, seemingly some form of spatial control technique. It's completely extraordinary. Yu Jiang chuckled. This is the power of the law of space. If you can coordinate your speed ability with that spatial cycle technique I just used, the effect will reach limits beyond imagination. Will it break past the speed of light? Xia Fei asked. The speed ability by itself was already powerful enough. Adding this sort of law technique, which could shorten the distance traveled, would make it possible to race with light itself. Yu Jiang smiled as he replied mysteriously, trust me. The speed of light isn't the end. Xia Fei sighed. There were simply too many things in the lore realm that transcended his comprehension. Witnessing so many inexplicable phenomena had made him more composed than before. You rejected Duba because of the disrespect he showed before and the fact that he demoted Gu Tong into a sentry on Snake Isles, I take. Yu Jiang asked. Xia Fei nodded, wordless. Yu Jiang continued. Rejecting an offer to be an energy master isn't something any smart person will do. In the lore realm, energy comes first. There will be no way to utilize the law of space and open a spatial door without sufficient energy. In fact, even cultivation and promotion will be made incomparably harder without it. Xia Fei simply responded. Perhaps I didn't make the smart choice, but at least I didn't make a decision which went against my code. Even if the heavens choose to stop me from doing what I want to do, I'll still do it. Similarly, there's no amount of benefit anyone can offer to make me do something I don't wish to do. Yu Jiang burst out into laughter. What a personality! Your resolve is indeed a must-have characteristic for any exceptional warrior. I'm afraid that you wouldn't have had the chance to eat some phoenix tail carving spirit fish today had you agreed to Duba. Does that mean that I did the right thing by rejecting Duba's kindness? Yu Jiang nodded. 100 people similarly cultivating the law of space will all have 100 different comprehension. In this circle, comprehension is critical, but persistence is even more important. Back when the ancestor of our Yu family had a completely different comprehension of the law of space, others mocked him, believing that he had made a major error in his comprehension, yet he obstinately persisted until finally, not only did he succeed, he even did so spectacularly. All those who mocked him back then were shocked, and the Yu family managed to develop into a proper clan in the Lore realm, all thanks to the uniqueness of our comprehension toward the law of space. From this point, your stubbornness might not be a bad thing. Speaking of which, let me test you. Just what exactly is different about the Yu family's comprehension of the law of space? Do you know the answer to that? Xia Fei took some time to ponder on the question before replying seriously, shattering. The ability to tear space. A nearly imperceptible glow shone in Yujiang's eyes as he smiled and nodded. That's right. The Yu family is well versed in tearing space. You have very keen observation skills, so I take it that you have come to that conclusion during your fights. Yes, practically every warrior in the Yu family has spatial tear as their first choice of attack, most likely because they've been influenced by the teachings of the family. Yujiang replied, it's very normal, because this is what we're best at. That is why our people have a stronger comprehension toward the tearing space better than any other families or clans out there. Unfortunately, you haven't been influenced in such a manner. I've seen you fight, and the law of space you wield appear to be very peculiar, giving me this feeling that I can't describe. It's clearly not the strength of tearing, instead. Yujiang let out a self-deprecating laugh, I really can't find the right words to describe it. How should I describe that strange strength? Twist? That doesn't seem right. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together. That strength he had added was the law of primal chaos, a truly disruptive power. Having the law of primal chaos was Xia Fei's secret, and he had no idea if it was a blessing or his misfortune for Yujiang to have sensed it. Recalling back to the words the two dumb birds had told him, the law of primal chaos was hidden inside himself, and no one other than Phantom and him could see it. Xia Fei slightly composed himself deep down, believing that the exotic beast of the god race should not have told him a lie. Xia Fei was again very puzzled over just what race that was. Was it similarly a law-wielding family like the Yu? His thoughts ran wild, while on Yujiang's side, the old man had given up on trying to find a word to describe the law of primal chaos. In his eyes, that powerful disruptive force that Xia Fei wielded was simply too strange. The fact that you are able to create a different kind of power with the law of space is also considered an abnormal talent. I can't tell if that's a good or bad thing for you yet, but I do hope that you will continue to persist and walk this path that no one else has trodden. Xia Fei nodded, walking a path unique to himself was precisely what he had been doing up until now. Even if Yujiang did not tell him to do so, he already intended to continue and forge a road for himself. Do you know of the Roaring Tiger Park? Xia Fei shook his head, indicating that he had not heard of it. Yujiang proceeded to explain. The Roaring Tiger Park is where the Yu family rears exotic beasts. Unfortunately, the family lacks people with talent, and these years, the Roaring Tiger Park has only been keeping some low-level exotic beasts, not any better even after changing the overseer in charge of the place countless times. At this rate, I'm afraid that the Roaring Tiger Park will fall into disuse. Right now, I'm searching for the right candidate to take over that place. I wonder if you have any interest in the position. Xia Fei was stunned. His time here in the circle of Lore Realm was rather short, and saying that the position he held in the family was insignificant would be an understatement. Why would Yujiang offer him the position to be in charge of a park which reared exotic beasts? Even if the park was dilapidated and would fall into disuse, there was no reason why he would get a newcomer to take care of that place, would he? Recalling the passionate glow in Yujiang's eyes when he saw Furball, Xia Fei had a vague suspicion that this thing was related to his pet. Patriarch, there are over 1 million other people in the Yu family, so why me? Xia Fei asked. Yujiang laughed. The reason is very simple, you seem to have a very powerful control over exotic beasts. Even Shatterstar is willing to sign a blood contract with you and become your exclusive beast, so I believe that letting you run the Roaring Tiger Park is a good choice. Xia Fei then asked, I know that Furball is also called a Shatterstar beast, and from what you've said, is it a high-grade beast? Very high. How high? Extremely high. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Such an answer was as good as not being given one at all. He, of course, knew just how powerful Furball was, but what he worried more was just what grade Furball was in the grand scheme of things and what sort of potential the beast had. This matter had been on his mind for a very long time. Roaring Tiger Park has its archives, so if you are willing to take over the position as its overseer, perhaps you can look up on the finer details about the Shatterstar beast. By then, you'll get a better idea of what your beast is rather than rely on what I can tell you about the topic. Besides, Roaring Tiger Park will get a large amount of origin crystals every month, receiving wages of 32nd grade origin crystals. No pressure on you. It'd be great if Roaring Tiger Park could run by you, but it's fine even if it ends up shutting down with you at the helm. Either way, it won't impact the Yu family too greatly. I already said all I wish to say, and you can weigh the pros and cons of this proposal yourself. Xia Fei was very drawn by the 30 origin crystals every month, for he was indeed very poor right now. While it was true that Xia Fei had brought 6 tons of purple hearts of spirit here to the Law realm, only few were left of those now. His cultivation of law had caused him to spend plenty of energy. In fact, only 2 grade 2 origin crystals were left from the over 100 crystals he originally had, and this was with Xia Fei already doing his best to save and scrimp what he could. While Xia Fei had indeed soared through the levels like a rocket, it had all been powered by money. Xia Fei was not the only one who needed origin crystals, Furball needed them, too. Ever since the beast tasted the purified hearts of spirit, Furball had become even more picky and was unwilling to consume the raw ores anymore. Just Furball himself would need 30 grade 2 origin crystals, and that was excluding what Xia Fei needed for his cultivation. Having an additional 30 origin crystal as wage might not be enough for Xia Fei and Furball, but it was still a good deal. Nodding his head, Xia Fei asked, "Okay, I accept the job. When do I start?" "Tomorrow," replied Yujiang with a smile. Roaring Tiger Park was located in a ravine thousands of miles away from where Xia Fei resided. Though the scenery around the area was great, with a waterfall flowing right in the middle, it was evident that the Roaring Tiger Park was showing a trend of decline. Early in the morning, 6 employees began their day by keeping the place tidy and clean, waiting for the new overseer to come. "I heard that this time it's going to be a young man by the name of Xia Fei who has recently joined the Yu family. I also heard that he had been deemed a cripple when he arrived due to how heavily damaged his 7th brain region was, but who would have thought that he would make a miraculous recovery and advance from a disciple to a level 2 law warrior in just half a month's time. Promoting so quickly? How amazing! Nothing too surprising really. Xia Fei has a 100% open 7th brain region, so it makes perfect sense for him to promote so quickly after he repaired his brain." Several of these employees were quietly discussing this as they tidied the place. Beside them stood Yu Sansui, who was extremely dissatisfied. He was originally the overseer for Roaring Tiger Park and the only one truly belonging to the Yu family here. Coldly snorting, Yu Sansui stood on a platform and looked out far. The roar of exotic beasts could be heard behind him, a blood-curdling cry that would leave anyone shaken. The main job of Roaring Tiger Park was to take care of exotic beasts and make them submit, but the dozens of exotic beasts here were irascible. Not only did the previous overseers fail to subdue them, they were even heavily injured by the exotic beasts' bites. Yu Sansui was able to remain unscathed solely because he did not do anything about them. Forget taming them, he did not even dare get near their closed cages. A sinister smile cracked on the man's face as Yu Sansui laughed in delight. This was because he had thought of just how he could make things difficult for Xia Fei on his very first day in charge. Chapter 513, It is a Holy Beast. Pulling out 2 grade 2 origin crystals from his spatial ring, Xia Fei tossed one to Furball as he held onto the other and absorbed some of the energy. "Last one. This is basically burning money, who knows how many planets I can have exchanged a single ton of purple hearts of spirit for, yet it is no more than a month's stipend here in the Law realm, and it's even not enough," Xia Fei mumbled to himself. Phantom said, "Nothing we can do about it, either. Who would know that the energy requirements here in the Law realm could be so immense? Good thing that you'll have 30 more crystals as a wage every month. Adding that to the 12 grade 2 origin crystals you'll get every month as a level 2 law warrior, though those still aren't enough, you can at least keep at a steady rate. Besides, you do still have 2 tons of raw ores in your spatial ring, and that can get you 200 crystals which you can use first." Xia Fei nodded. Exchanging all the raw ores he had would last him for 2 months, but he had no idea how he could get his hands on more after the said 2 months. Furball ate that grade 2 origin crystal happily and wiped his mouth. Xia Fei then returned his pet to his bosom and exited the dormitory. The house, which was assigned to him, had not been tidied yet, so Xia Fei was still staying in the dormitory for the moment. Whoosh! Xia Fei rushed at high speeds and arrived at Roaring Tiger Park in a matter of minutes. Yu Sansui with his sinister face was waiting for him by the entrance. The man approached with a forced smile when he saw the new arrival. "Overseer Xia, I'm your deputy Yu Sansui. Welcome to your post here in Roaring Tiger Park. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Fei looked out and sized up the exotic beast grounds within the ravine. The ravine was wide and long, with plenty of pine trees and mountain jujubes between the ravine walls. It was a cloistered space, with a small waterfall in the distance, giving a tranquil ambience with the sound of flowing water in the backdrop, making it a prime location with its decent surroundings. A dozen or so old-styled bungalows were lining up the ravine walls, looking like they had fallen into years of disrepair. There was a metal alloy fence, which locked out the ravine behind them, and the roars of exotic beasts could be heard from time to time. They were already agitated so early in the morning. Yu Sansui called his other 5 employees over to meet their new overseer. Because the Roaring Tiger Park was not being valued too greatly, the less successful external warriors would often be sent here so that they could at least earn a living. Yu Sansui was the only one who had relations with the Yu family, but his post as overseer had unfortunately been snatched away by Xia Fei, so he was now just his deputy. Perhaps it was because they all had insignificant positions in the family. The employees were all very courteous when they met Xia Fei, not at all minding his age or level. Yu Sansui was the only one who was smiling. After meeting his employee, Xia Fei began to instruct them to carry on with their respective work. He was going to inspect the Roaring Tiger Park himself, and more importantly, he of course wanted to look up Furbal's identity in the archives. Xia Fei had been fretting over just what grade his exotic beast was for a long time, and he could hardly wait to learn about it. Overseer, I know that we shouldn't bother you since this is just your first day on the job, but there's something that your subordinates can't handle, so I have to ask that you take care of things personally, Yu Sansui said somberly. The other employees understood that this was just a show. All of them knew very well what Yu Sansui was planning to get Xia Fei to do, and though none of them had any malicious intentions, they were also eager to see what Xia Fei was capable of, wondering if he could subdue those grand exotic beasts in their compound behind. Oh, what is it? Xia Fei asked. Yu Sansui frowned as he said glumly, Roaring Tiger Park presently has 17 exotic beasts being cared for. Our work is to raise and tame these beasts, but sadly, they are difficult to tame, hard to subdue. We have no problem feeding them, but they won't listen to us at all. Previously, Miss Chi from the family visited Roaring Tiger Park and had her eye on an exotic beast, the 4-eared amber cat. She insisted on taking it as her exclusive beast, so she requested the Roaring Tiger Park to tame it in 3 months. Tomorrow is the deadline, and Miss Chi will definitely come and collect it, but the 4-eared amber cat is still as wild as ever, biting anyone it sees. Miss Chi will definitely throw a tantrum if she can't bring it back with her. Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he thought to himself, 3 months yet the cat remains untamed. Just what have these people been taking care of in the place? Tomorrow's the date when someone will come and collect it, yet you're only telling me now, aren't you just deliberately making things difficult for me? Seeing how earnest Yu Sansui had told him this, Xia Fei did not bother asking any further but merely nodded. Is that so? Bring me there to take a look. Yu Sansui of course agreed, leading Xia Fei toward the compound behind as he gleefully celebrated deep down, humph. You really think that the 4-eared amber cat is just some little kitten or puppy? Now, it's time for you to see for yourself what they truly are. A high metal fence divided the ravine, and behind was where all the beasts were reared. Due to the untamable nature of most beasts, they were all separated into cages, far apart from one another and at a corner of the park. For some reason, all these exotic beasts stopped their roaring the moment Xia Fei stepped into the compound. They curled up in a corner, looking absolutely horrified and unsettled, shuddering incessantly. Even some of the braver beasts appeared to be a lot more docile, their eyes vigilant. Yu Sansui was immensely surprised. He secretly eyed Xia Fei. In all his years working here in the Roaring Tiger Park, this was his first time seeing such a scene. Could it be because of him? Yu Sansui wondered to himself. There are 3 grades of exotic beasts, common, king, and god. Every exotic beast here in the Roaring Tiger Park is of the highest quality, with 2 being king beasts. The exotic beast 4-eared amber cat happens to be one of them. There's also the emerald-eyed blazing tiger, which was where the park got its name. Yu Sansui gave a brief overview. Our add latest chapters at free.novelo only. Xia Fei did not really care about it. None of these exotic beasts was comparable to Furball, and even those 2 stupid birds he had met before were incomparable to it. There was a description of every exotic beast outside their cage, and Xia Fei browsed through with relative interest. There was a quality rank 9 exotic beast, the 3-tailed ironback lizard, which scurried off when it saw Xia Fei, hiding in a hole and only peering out its head. It seemed completely terrified. The two stopped in front of a lone cage, and Yu Sansui introduced, "This here is the king of cats, the four-eared amber cat. A rank 5 king beast, a rare top-tier exotic beast." Xia Fei peered into the cage, and all he saw were artificial rockery and trees, most likely adapted to the exotic beast's habitat. A single skinny cat was resting on a tree, watching him with the slightest shudder, its amber eyes wild and erratic. This one was much larger than domestic cats, looking almost like a leopard. It was just that this cat's odor was unbearable. It had a greyish-white coat of fur which was pinched at its left and right, with several clumps of long uneven hair that grew on its head, and its tail was like a short pole. Its teeth were also all askew with short whiskers, looking very much like a brush used to scrub pots. Xia Fei had seen plenty of cats, but he had not seen one as ugly as this thing here. This was practically nature's uncanny workmanship, actually able to create a cat that would be so hideous looking. Even a completely shaven house cat, which had been tossed into boiling water, would be regarded as a peerless beauty compared to this exotic beast. It was as the saying went, "It isn't your fault to look like that, but you'll be at fault for going out and giving people a scare despite looking like that." Xia Fei was originally not at all disgusted by exotic beasts, but he could not help but reassess his perspective of them after seeing this kind of cat. "This Miss Chi you spoke of is a little girl, right?" "Yes, she is." "Are you sure that she likes this thing?" Xia Fei asked skeptically. Yu Sansui did his best to remain composed as he replied, "Well, to each their own, I guess." Xia Fei was helpless. He simply could not imagine a little lady wanting a cat which would make people vomit just walking beside it or even play with such a beast. What a terrible image that would make. Birds of a feather flock together. I doubt a lady who likes such a thing is pretty, either, Xia Fei thought to himself. "Open up the cage, I'll go in and get acquainted with this little cat." Xia Fei gave the order as he pinched his nose. If not for the fact that it was part of the job, Xia Fei would be unwilling to touch this ugly thing even if he were beaten to death. Yu Sansui gloated deep down. The several employees, who had been watching from afar, all sweated buckets for Xia Fei. The claws of this king of cats had taken the arms of two overseers before. One had his left arm bitten off, while the other his right. The violence and savagery that the cat had demonstrated was unprecedented. After gingerly opening the cage, Yu Sansui hurriedly backed off. Xia Fei had cultivated the beast spirit codex before, so there were at least 10, if not a dozen king beasts, that had died by his hands. This wild cat barely registered in his eyes, not even sparing a second thought as he walked straight toward it. Clank! Yu Sansui quickly slammed the cage shut, his expression pale. Xia Fei threw a withering glance over, wondering to himself, is there a need for such an overreaction? It's just an ugly cat. Making his way to the tree, that four-eared amber cat got up and arched its back, its hair standing on end. It kept trembling uncontrollably, and Xia Fei knew that this was what it looked like when afraid. "Get down here!" Xia Fei snarled barbarically. Any exotic beast that had reached the king grade was capable of communicating telepathically. This cat had no idea what Xia Fei was saying, but it knew that he was calling it over. However, the immense terror that the four-eared amber cat was feeling had overwhelmed its mind. Furball was an unparalleled existence, and his scent could send king beasts crazy. The strange cat yowled as if someone had trodden on its tail. This one cry irritated Furball, all asleep in his bosom. The nap he took after a big meal was a form of enjoyment, so he of course could not stand any other exotic beast interrupting him. Rustle! Furball came out from Xia Fei's bosom, stood up on Xia Fei's shoulder, and stared daggers at that strange cat up on the tree. Furball was enraged. An ugly exotic beast dared to disturb his nap? That was completely unforgivable. Roar! He let out a low yet undeniably terror-inducing roar. It was as if a level 19 hurricane had torn through the ravine. Yu Sansui was extremely shocked. Even the 5 employees who were hiding far away all covered their ears in fright. "Oh, my God! Just what in the world was that? I was nearly scared to death. Even the king of tigers, the emerald-eyed blazing tiger, is no match for that. I was so petrified my heart raced at over 1,000 beats. This was the fury of the holy beast, Shatterstar. If even one who had cultivated the law of space could not resist it, what more of a wild cat?" Splat! That king of cats, the four-eared amber cat, experienced the very limit of fear. Everyone saw as its 2 eyes rolled up and dropped down from the tree. Its 4 limbs were frozen in place, those 4 ears all perked up, not moving a muscle, as if it were a statue. Shatterstar. Holy beast Shatterstar. Heavens! Xia Fei's exclusive beast is actually a legendary holy beast. At the end of the day, they were all caretakers of Roaring Tiger Park, so they all had a discerning eye when it came to exotic beasts, able to recognize Furball for the deity that he was. This was especially true for Yu Sansui, who probably wished he could just die there and then. Using a king beast to scare Xia Fei? He probably could not even succeed in his wildest dream, since the man was someone who had a holy beast as a pet. Slap slap! Before Yu Sansui could be any more surprised, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. Xia Fei had given Furball 2 tight slaps in his anger. You lousy pet, how will I complete the assignment if you scare this little cat to death? After taking the 2 slaps, Furball not only remained calm but also ingratiated himself to Xia Fei by acting pitiful, rubbing himself against his master, seemingly admitting his fault. Am I seeing things? Did he just hit a holy beast? An employee with a scruffy beard asked the comrade beside him, utterly stunned. Unfortunately, this other man was already completely dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed, so his mouth hung agape, unable to make a sound, let alone form a sentence. Yu Sansui's expression was ghastly, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground and kept mumbling, that is holy. Holy beast. Got hit. Chapter 514, Day 1 as the newly appointed overseer. Actually, there was no need for Yu Sansui and the other employees of the Roaring Tiger Park to make such a big deal of things. This was because Xia Fei and Furball had signed a blood contract, and they were inseparable except through death. Even if Xia Fei had really beaten up Furball, the latter would not even make a lick of complaint. Normally, the higher the grade of an exotic beast, the harder it would be for them to recognize someone as master, but the moment they did so, an exotic beast would demonstrate a level of loyalty which was beyond what humans would demonstrate, so even if Xia Fei had chased Furball away, there was no way that the latter would do that, unless the beast was killed. Besides, Xia Fei had not beaten Furball heavily. Those 2 slaps were no more than 2 light pats on the head, and ever since that day when the man and ball met, Xia Fei had never seen Furball suffer any sort of injury, and neither boiling lava nor icy waters could stop the beast. Xia Fei would really have a hard time teaching Furball a lesson even if he wanted to, perhaps even heavily beating Furball up for 3 days and nights with his most powerful combat techniques would only just harm a few strands of his fur. Xia Fei was merely disciplining his exclusive beast whenever Furball was disobedient, and Xia Fei did not see anything wrong to this. However, Yu Sansui did not see it like that, and this was all because Furball was not a king beast or a god beast. He was actually the legendary holy beast. The common people would usually fall on their knees and worship this creature, who would actually dare to even raise a hand on one to discipline them. Xia Fei frowned as his keen ears picked up the mutterings of Yu Sansui. Holy beast? Didn't you just say that there are only 3 grades to exotic beasts? I didn't hear you include a holy beast earlier. Xia Fei approached the man and asked through the cage bars. Yu Sansui pulled out a bottle from his bosom and took out a yellow pill to hold under his tongue. Soon, he regained his composure. Holy beasts are incomparable and are considered to be unique existences in the universe, which is why they are not part of the grades. Their existence in itself surpasses that of grading, Yu Sansui said with a slightly trembling lower lip. It was unknown if that roar from Furball or seeing Xia Fei give Furball a beating was what had caused his face to become terribly pale as if he had seen a ghost, and even his voice was hoarse, at the moment. Xia Fei felt very curious. He was just about to ask more details regarding Furball when that king of cats, the 4-eared amber cat, got up. It turned out that the low growl Furball had given it did not kill this beast but had just momentarily knocked it out. With its 4 limbs on the ground, the 4-eared amber cat lowered its head low and looked completely cowed. Its mess of fur was also drooping, as if it were fighting with itself just to remain conscious. Furball appeared to be very proud after seeing how the 4-eared amber cat looked. It sat on Xia Fei's shoulder and glanced at him before continuing its licking of Xia Fei's neck, acting very friendly. Xia Fei was afraid that Furball would scare that ugly cat even further, so it took him into his bosom once more before walking right up to the 4-eared amber cat as he began to give it all sorts of orders. As the beast could establish telepathic communication, the strange cat quickly understood what Xia Fei meant, heading to the west when Xia Fei instructed it to, standing when told to, not daring to sit. When told to sit, it would not dare to lie down, all the while looking as amiable as a housebred cat. Yu Sansui gulped audibly, extremely astonished by this display. The four-eared amber cat was the apex king of cats and it had an extremely short temper. Before this, no one dared to even get near the beast, not to mention attempt to tame it, but this king of cats did not even dare to act ostentatiously in front of Xia Fei, trembling as if it were walking on thin ice. Even if Xia Fei told it to die, the cat would most likely do so without any resistance. Xia Fei's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp as the beast spirit codex transmitted information that no exotic beast could resist through his eyes. Someone will be coming to bring you away tomorrow, and you must listen to her from here on out. You're not allowed to resist or cause any trouble. If you fail to listen to her orders, I'll personally come and kill you. Xia Fei said icily. The strange cat nodded its head repeatedly, seemingly understanding what Xia Fei had just said. You must listen to anyone as long as they are human, and you're not allowed to injure anyone as you like. Xia Fei added. The cat nodded once again. With the irresistible aura of the holy beast and Xia Fei's beast spirit codex assaulting the cat's heart directly, this apex king of cats was completely subdued and tamed. Open the cage, Xia Fei commanded. Yu Sansui gingerly unlocked the door, and Xia Fei kicked it open. The four-eared amber cat was led out with a lowered head, obediently following behind Xia Fei's footsteps all meekly. The cages on both sides of the path were dead quiet. Xia Fei shook his head as he walked, realizing that more than one of the exotic beasts here had died from Furbal's roar out of fear, all different and all terrible. Sighing, Xia Fei ordered, take note and see which ones are dead and report back to me after. Yu Sansui hurriedly waved for the other employees to go take care of things. Xia Fei let out the other king beast, the emerald-eyed blazing tiger, leading it out to the front yard for training. It barely took him any effort, and this king of the tiger species was also subdued at Xia Fei's feet. There were a few stone benches around, so Xia Fei sat down on one and smoked a cigarette as the tiger and the cat lay sprawled by his side, their heads lowered. In no time, Yu Sansui came out from the back compound. Overseer, aside from these two king beasts, the rest of the exotic beasts have all been killed. Yu Sansui shook his head and reported. To his side, Phantom was clutching his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. They originally have 17 exotic beasts all alive and well, and you killed more than half of them in just your first day on the job. People will think that you have some sort of vendetta against exotic beasts now. Xia Fei pouted, speechless. The roaring tiger park was already on a decline, and this one incident was pretty much a blizzard on top of heavy snow. It seemed that the park would really be closing down its doors very soon. Beast that died could not be revived, so Xia Fei instructed everyone to give them all a proper burial and also told Yu Sansui to bring him to the archives so that he could research more about Furball. Xia Fei had an office to himself, and there was a computer that also had a connection to the database inside. Yu Sansui told Xia Fei how to use it and left the room after. Xia Fei turned on the screen and read on the information pertaining to holy beasts while also throwing Furball on the table. Holy beasts are the most unique existences among all exotic beasts. There's no evidence indicating that holy beasts are bred, and in the process of people breeding them, there's never been any situation where they mated or reproduced. They appear from out of nowhere in the universe, without any particular rule to speak of. As such, it is possible for holy beasts to be born from any time and place. Holy beasts lead solitary lives, never forming into herds or pack with other exotic beasts. From birth till death, they'll live in the universe all by themselves. Xia Fei read the information regarding holy beasts once over as Phantom sighed. So it turns out that holy beasts are not graded because of their proud and solitary nature, as well as the scarcity of them. Like saints among exotic beasts, they're alone and powerful existences. Xia Fei glanced at Furball. The description had praised holy beasts to high heavens as if they were some godly existences which were beyond mortal comprehension, yet in reality, Furball was an indolent and greedy creature, far different from the independent and proud holy beasts living among the stars. Xia Fei then proceeded to search up on the Shatterstar beast, and the screen depicted a small white ball, not any larger than the current Furball. However, the eyes of this ball was extremely vicious, with emptiness in the depths of its pupils which resembled dark holes. By comparison, Furball was a lot cuter than what was shown, obedient at times and crafty during others, its gaze far more human. Cruel, bloodthirsty, violent, proud, and destructive. Xia Fei recited these traits which described the Shatterstar beast before exchanging looks with Phantom, feeling somewhat nonplussed. The information about Furball had claimed the beast as some demonic lord which brought ruins and damnation wherever he went, killing people without leaving any trace, well versed in energy attacks. It was said that a Shatterstar beast needed only spit out a beam of light from his mouth to shatter a star, hence the name. Not alike. Totally not alike, Phantom shook his head and said. Look at this Shatterstar beast they are talking about here, it's practically a weapon that can destroy everything in its path, far crueler than Furball. Xia Fei was skeptical as well. There was not much information, and what was recorded had Furball described to be some outlandish monster, sounding far from being an exotic beast and more like a demonic beast. Perhaps it's because you raised Furball yourself, and with how you forged a contract with him while he's still very young, his personality is closer to yours, becoming someone different from his ancestors, Phantom analyzed. Xia Fei answered, you forget that there were several instances when Furball demonstrated unparalleled rage, injuring others without showing any sympathy once angered. Perhaps its nature has merely been suppressed, who knows. The information he had learned was too different from what he could see in reality, but Xia Fei was still very satisfied with it. At the very least, he now knew that Furball was a holy beast in existence that was beyond the 3 grades of beasts. He had no grade because he had already surpassed levels by which he could be graded. In time, Furball would surely mature into an insufferably arrogant existence, becoming the most loyal part of himself, and that was enough to Xia Fei. The information was incomplete, and it would take several more years before Furball matured. Given how there was no introduction on what form he would take in adulthood, Xia Fei could not help but find it quite regrettable. Suddenly, the sound of a girl came ringing from the park, loudly calling, "Who's the one in charge of the Roaring Tiger Park? Get out here!" Xia Fei frowned and placed Furball on his shoulder before walking out to meet this newcomer. What he saw was a lady of about 16 or 17 years of age, bringing along 2 slightly older female attendants with her, all seated on the stone benches. Her arms were folded tightly, looking particularly peeved. "May I know how to address you, young lady?" Xia Fei curiously asked. The young girl rolled her eyes and coldly harumphed. "You're the new overseer for the Roaring Tiger Park here." Xia Fei nodded, not knowing what sort of deity she was to be acting so haughty and overbearing. "Where's my 4-eared amber cat? You people have promised to help me tame it, and now I'm here to bring it back with me," snapped the girl. Xia Fei burst out laughing. "Ah, you must be the Miss Qi that Yu Sansui mentioned, I take? I've set the 4-eared amber cat out for a walk, so let me help you call it back." Carefully observing with his 2 eyes, the lady looked rather pretty with high aquiline nose and blemish-free skin. Xia Fei simply could not understand why this brat would like a strange cat which was so extremely hideous. Miss Qi, however, looked to be more surprised than Xia Fei. "What did you say? Did you really manage to tame the 4-eared amber cat?" Xia Fei nodded. Tap. The lady leaped and hid behind her 2 female attendants like a startled rabbit, an uncertain expression on her face as she muttered, "Damn that Yu Sansui! Didn't he say that we're supposed to prank the new overseer? How did he really tame that ugly creature? Now, what do I do?" Miss Qi was called Yu Kikai, and she was the progenitor's, Yu Jiang's, granddaughter. She was a mischievous brat who enjoyed teasing and pranking others. Yu Sansui, who learned that Xia Fei would be taking over as the overseer, was furious over it, so he sought the girl's help in putting up a show to embarrass Xia Fei. Yu Kikai happened to be bored, having nothing to do today, so she took matters to her hands and arrived at the Roaring Tiger Park a day before agreed, not even informing Yu Sansui. This was pretty much the lady shooting her own foot, as brave as Yu Kikai was, daring to even prank the patriarch, she was actually deathly afraid of cats. Xia Fei, of course, had no idea about all these, and he already had the 4-eared amber cat tamed, even prepared to give this extremely ugly king of cats to Yu Kikai despite her phobia. Chapter 515, Yu Kikai. Swoosh! The 4-eared amber cat sprinted from the park and landed right at Xia Fei's feet. At the side, the expression on Yu Kikai's face was very peculiar, appearing to be shivering badly, sneaking peeks at the ugly cat with a pale face. "Listen here, from today onward, this lady will be your mistress. You must listen to everything she says no matter what." Xia Fei instructed the 4-eared amber cat loudly. The strange-looking cat hurriedly nodded. Accepting someone as mistress would allow it to get far away from Xia Fei and the terrifying holy beast Shatterstar, an outcome that the 4-eared amber cat could hardly wait to happen. Yu Kikai's little face turned green because the 4-eared amber cat had turned to look at her. The 2 attendants were also quite afraid since Yu Kikai was hiding behind them, but they were only afraid that their mistress would blame them, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and stand their ground. "Go," Xia Fei ordered, setting the cat off to go diving right for Yukikai. It was very glad to do so, but it was too bad that the four-eared amber cat was truly too ugly, so no matter how hard it tried to warm up to its new mistress, all anyone could see was ferocity and savagery. Ah! Yukikai and her attendants all hugged each other and let out their terrified wails. The four-eared amber cat felt that something was off, so it tried to lick her ankle. Given how sunny the weather was, Yukikai had opted to wear a short dress, which exposed her calves. This lick was super effective, though not in the way the cat had expected. Yukikai's wailing increased in intensity as tears began falling freely. Her two attendants were not faring any better, so the three girls all just hugged one another, crying such that any onlooker could not help but feel their hair stand. Xia Fei was perplexed, wondering to himself, "You're the one who wants this hideous-looking cat, so why are you crying now?" Yu Sansui came dashing out to the back, barely catching his breath. The man had of course heard the cries that Yukikai was letting out, which was when he suddenly recalled the show he had arranged would soon be exposed, thus, he quickly hurried over. "Overseer! Quick, call the four-eared amber cat back," called Yu Sansui anxiously. He really wanted to demonstrate his manliness and help save Miss Chi, but his fear of the four-eared amber cat unfortunately made his heart tremble, and he did not dare even to get near it at all. "Why?" Xia Fei could vaguely sense the strangeness of the situation, so he arched his eyebrow and asked quizzically. "Miss Chi likes the four-eared amber cat, so why is she crying now?" "And no. Yu Sansui experienced becoming tongue-tied in his anxiety to speak, and before he could even properly formulate a sentence, Xia Fei loudly called, "I get it. Four-eared amber cat, you need to be more affectionate with your mistress." "Pa!" The four-eared amber cat received its orders and went leaping, landing easily on Yukikai's shoulder, licking Miss Ki's head of hair. This was akin to stabbing the hornet's nest as Yukikai suddenly let out a sound similar to the cry of a dolphin. Despite the lady looking very petite and proper, she had a very high-pitched voice, which made it such that people 10 miles away could all hear her screams. Slap slap slap! Yu Sansui sent a series of slaps to himself, blurting out incoherently as he admitted his mistake. Xia Fei saw that his chance was upon him, so he called the four-eared amber cat back and had it lay waiting by the corner of the wall. "Miss Chi, just what is going on here? You'd better explain yourself." Yukikai was carried over to sit on a stone bench as her two attendants and Yu Sansui attended to her. It took some time before she calmed herself down. Yukikai used a handkerchief to wipe her tears away as she told Xia Fei of how Yu Sansui had sought her out and came up with a plan to embarrass Xia Fei. Yu Sansui sweated bullets as he heard her account. Yukikai was a stubborn and willful young lady of the family, so after having had her ego beaten, she pushed all the blame onto Yu Sansui's lap, but Yu Sansui still had no way of refuting this accusation. Everyone knew Miss Ki's nickname as the Demoness, and offending her meant that they would most likely suffer a fate worse than death. Hearing Yukikai giving her tearful account, Xia Fei more or less knew about the whole situation. Sighing, he said emotionlessly, "Miss Chi, if that's the case, you should head back. Do less pranks in the future." His tone was quite cold. The apple of Patriarch Yujiang's eye. Yukikai would of course not learn her lesson as she harbored a dislike for Xia Fei deep down. Leaving with her two attendants in tow, Yukikai had a sullen expression, her two hands placed on her hips as she said, "Good one, Xia Fei. Now, see if I'm going to complain about you to the Patriarch. You dared to bully this lady, then I'll let you have an unbearable time here." Xia Fei smiled and pointed at Yukikai. "Four-eared amber cat, I want you now to send Miss Chi back home. Don't make any mistakes." Whoosh! The four-eared amber cat was very fearful of Xia Fei, such that there was not a single order from the man that it would dare to disobey, so it went chasing after Yukikai. Yukikai and her two attendants ran off as quickly as they could, no longer sparing the time to spout ruthless words. As the saying went, everything has its vanquisher. Everyone would all fawn and dote on Yukikai as she grew older, yet today she happened to have met Xia Fei, someone who simply would not relent out of sympathy or pity for anyone. As such, she ended up suffering heavily from this encounter and in disgrace. Yu Sansui was shocked. Never had he expected Xia Fei not to give Yukikai any face. She was the progenitor's granddaughter who dared to bully even the patriarch himself. Did he not know death? Exotic beasts were loyal, and the four-eared amber cat really escorted Yukikai back to the Yu family capital before returning to the Roaring Tiger Park. Yukikai was no longer as proud as before, having lost an exquisite leather shoe, as well as a pair of North Pearl earrings, while she fled. Her silky hair was disheveled, and her short dress was torn up a lot from the tree branches, revealing parts of her thigh, looking absolutely in a mess. Her two attendants did not fare any better, and even their energy bikes had been left behind, running all the way back to the city with what skills they had from cultivating the law of space. Yukikai got more and more furious the more she thought about it. She had cried in front of Xia Fei, how precious were these tears of Miss Qi. However, Xia Fei did not forgive her and even told the four-eared amber cat to escort her back, which was very evidently his way of pranking her back. Yukikai very quickly came to the conclusion that Xia Fei was a devious, cunning, and hateful cat who did not how to show concern for the fairer sex. Livid, Yukikai stuck to the side paths and avoided the main road as she led her two attendants back home, afraid of letting anyone see her abject state. Taking a turn into an alley, she happened to have bumped into a young man who was just in his 20s. He immediately stopped and asked with concern, 49th sister, what happened to you? Yukikai was the 49th, and her name Kikai also meant to point out how 7 and 7 made 49. The young man speaking was called Yu Taizhu. Though they all shared the surname Yu, there was still a difference in terms of kinship. Yukikai was the progenitor's granddaughter, while Yu Taizhu was just another family member. Their status differed greatly. Yukikai was considered a top-tier beauty in the family with plenty of suitors, and Yu Taizhu could be considered to be one of them. However, Yukikai had always had an unruly personality as she was the apple of the patriarch's eye, so most of her suitors only dared to look but not get near her. Today, Yukikai looked completely haggard, and Yu Taizhu saw it as his chance. If he were to show that he was capable in front of Yukikai, his future prospects might just improve tremendously. Yukikai rolled her eyes at Yu Taizhu and spat, none of your business. Scram! Yu Taizhu did not relent and continued smiling as he asked, 49th sister, tell Big Brother just what's wrong. Big Brother here will help you seek justice. Yukikai hated men who wanted to play heroes in shining armor, saving pretty damsels in distress. Just as she was about to explode at him, a plan came to her. Big Brother Taizhu. Yukikai acted all pitiful with her red eyes, her voice turning so soft that Yu Taizhu's heart nearly melted. What's the matter? Someone bullied me. Yukikai had very good acting skills, sniffling as if she were on the verge of tears. Who? Just who would be so bold to do that? Big Brother shall help you teach them a lesson. Yu Taizhu angrily yelled. Yukikai softly answered, Xia Fei, the new overseer at the Roaring Tiger Park actually set an exotic beast to bite me. Yu Taizhu was furious, patting his chest there and then to promise that he would decapitate Xia Fei and so on. I remember now. The day after will be the time when the newly promoted law warriors will get to choose their martial arts techniques. When that time comes, Xia Fei and all the other newly promoted law warriors will stay in the collection reservoir for up to 3 days, and that's the perfect chance. I'll make sure that he enters the place and never leaves. Yu Taizhu viciously declared. Yukikai's eyes sparkled as she said sweetly, then I'll have to rely on you, Brother Taizhu. When that time comes, I'll make my way over personally to watch the fight. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I'm friendly with several of the newly promoted law warriors, so I'll secretly inform them what to do. Xia Fei, you will never imagine that the collection reservoir is going to be your gravesite. Yukikai knew she was actually at fault, so she got Taizhu to swear this matter to secrecy before saying her goodbyes and leaving. Xia Fei did not exactly have a smooth first day as the overseer of the Roaring Tiger Park. Not only did Furball end up scaring most of their exotic beasts to death, he also became the subject of both Yu Sansui and Yokiki's prank. Too bad that they had underestimated Xia Fei, ending up degrading and embarrassing themselves. Yu Sansui knew how powerful Xia Fei was, so he admitted his mistake straight away, even swearing that he would not make the same mistake ever again. Xia Fei did not wish to make too many enemies after joining the Yu family so soon, which was why he decided to let him off this one time. The huge energy expenditure hung about him like a curse, pressing down on Xia Fei so he could hardly breathe. Having exchanged 100 grade 2 origin crystals at Hoping's shop, he was down to his final ton of purple hearts of spirits. If he could not find any way to make money, Furball would just have to go back to simple fare, and Xia Fei had no choice but to decrease his cultivation speed as well. His second day in the Roaring Tiger Park was exceptionally peaceful. Only 2 out of the 17 exotic beasts remained, and these 2 had become very docile and obedient after, lying on the ground in the compound and not daring to make too loud a noise. The Roaring Tiger Park never experienced such quiet before, so the employees suddenly realized that following Xia Fei would not be a bad thing, since their day-to-day lives would at least be a lot more peaceful, no longer having to worry about being ambushed by the exotic beasts. On the third day, Xia Fei cleaned up early, for today was the big day when the collection reservoir would be opened. A warrior choosing what sort of martial arts technique would determine how great a combat strength they could exert in future battles to a great extent, and just how far they could go on this warrior's path. Xia Fei was filled with expectations, looking forward to acquiring a quality martial arts technique in these 3 days and adding it to his arsenal. About 200 or so people were gathered in that dirt field, and a good majority of them were newly minted law warriors like himself, as well as some who had chosen to pick their martial arts technique again because they were dissatisfied with their choices before. Of course, it was not easy to get another chance to pick their martial arts technique from the collection reservoir again, unless they were directly related to progenitors of the Yu family or they had performed exceptionally well in the city. Xia Fei found a quiet corner to stand, silently waiting for the reservoir to open. Not too far away, furious pairs of glaring eyes had caught his attention. Xia Fei, do you feel the unfriendly looks coming from the eyes of those men there? Phantom asked with knitted eyebrows. Chapter 516, Enemy of the People. Xia Fei, do you feel the unfriendly looks coming from the eyes of those men there? Phantom asked with knitted eyebrows. Xia Fei nodded, but he was somewhat nonplussed by this. All those faces there were unfamiliar to him, so why would they have such strong killing intent toward him from out of nowhere? 7 or 8 men had gathered under a big tree, whispering to one another in low voices as they threw furtive glances in Xia Fei's direction. They looked to be about the same age as Xia Fei, most likely their second time heading into the reservoir to pick martial arts techniques, which meant that they were at least level 2 law warriors or higher. Xia Fei frowned. The reservoir was a completely sealed space, so he would be in quite the pickle if he found himself surrounded by several high-level law warriors. Even if he could survive the attack, it would still affect his picking of a martial arts technique. Soon, the head instructor, Yu Luxuan, arrived at the scene, sweeping his gaze across the crowd gathered. A light flick of his finger and a circle promptly appeared on the ground. In 15 minutes' time, the collection reservoir shall open, and since there are plenty of you who will be entering the place for the first time, I'll repeat the rules for the benefit of everyone here. Whoosh! A red glowing orb suddenly appeared in Yu Luxuan's palm. Pointing at it with one finger, he began. Upon entering the reservoir, you will notice many such glowing orbs. Each one of them will have a martial arts technique stored within. Pa! The glowing orb suddenly cracked like an egg, revealing a black metal device inside. This will be the form in which a martial arts technique is recorded in, and you can read what's within as long as you extend your consciousness to it. Clink! Yu Luxuan then flipped his palm over, and 4 different glowing orbs appeared from out of nowhere. They were red, purple, white, and yellow respectively. Red is rank 1, purple is rank 2, white is rank 3, and yellow, well, that's rank 4. The system in the collection reservoir is automated recognition, so unless the system deems you as someone who has the qualifications to learn better martial arts techniques, the white and yellow orbs won't appear. Of course, the system releasing these better martial arts techniques is one thing, whether you can acquire them is another. It will all depend on your cultivation. The only rule in the reservoir is that there are no rules. Whether you snatch or steal them, as long as you are able to obtain a martial arts technique you desire, then that is considered as you having succeeded. People may die or get injured along the way, and as a warrior, you must all understand that this is the law realm. Danger abounds and a warrior had better get used to the smell of blood. After a simple overview of the rules, Yu Luxuan called the over 200 warriors into the circle he had drawn. I'll be placing all of you into a spatial door which will transfer you inside, and upon entry, there's no way for anyone to leave in the next 72 hours. All the best. Swoosh! With that said, the warriors around Xia Fei began magically disappearing one by one. There was suddenly nothing beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, Xia Fei found himself transported to the collection reservoir. Above him was a sea of stars, and the black dirt under his feet was dry and hardened, with strange rocks and mountains all around him. Xia Fei found it very strange. The place was called the collection reservoir, yet why was there not even a drop of water? No one was around him, and he figured that it must be because everyone had been separated, split up in different parts of the place, after traveling through the spatial door. Xia Fei smiled. He was not afraid of one-on-one combat. He would have had quite the headache if a crowd of warriors ganged up on him. After all, Xia Fei had made no friends here in the Yu family and had been on his own all the time. The only thing he could depend on was his own hard work. Xia Fei made his way up a mountain and looked into the distant horizon. Suddenly, a sea of red glowing orbs came falling from the sky like torrential rain. In no time, the land was drowning in these red orbs. Xia Fei suddenly realized that the reservoir was not referring to a body of water but rather these energy orbs, which held records of martial arts techniques. It was an ocean of orbs. Sliding down the mountain, Xia Fei picked up a single red orb from the ground and activated the law of space with his left to shatter the orb in his palm. The law force he exerted easily shattered the orb, revealing the black device inside. Rank 1 Spatial Martial Arts Technique, Cross-Cut. Xia Fei sent his consciousness within and read out the name of the recorded technique. Cross-Cut? Sounds tyrannical, Phantom excitedly commented. Just as those words left his mouth, Xia Fei tossed the black piece of metal on the ground, not sparing it a second glance. What are you doing? Phantom was puzzled. He could not understand why Xia Fei had thrown it aside without even trying out the technique. Look at this sea of red orbs here. Xia Fei wagged his finger. There are so many of them out here, clearly indicating how common rank 1 spatial martial arts techniques are. Didn't you Luxuan say earlier that there's a possibility for there to be high-rank martial arts techniques in the collection reservoir? No reason for me not to get those and settle for these low-ranking techniques instead, yet? Phantom nodded. You're right. Since you're a speed ability user, you have a greater efficiency in searching for better martial arts techniques here than anyone else. Whoosh! With that said, Xia Fei unleashed his speed ability and dashed into the sea of red. Not long after Yu Luxuan sent the warriors off to the collection reservoir, a screen rose from the center of the dirt field. On it was a 2D map accompanied with small screens around, allowing people to observe every action of the warriors inside. Yu Luxuan and the other instructors plus some warriors, who had not entered the reservoir, were glued to the 4 rows of words on the screen. There are 15 rank 2 martial arts techniques this time. An instructor nodded. There are also 2 rank 3 martial arts techniques. Looks like there are a few people with great potential here in this batch of warriors. There's a rank 4 martial arts technique, too, someone from the crowd exclaimed. Everyone was greatly surprised. For there to have been a rank 4 martial arts technique meant that one among the over 200 warriors sent inside had extraordinary potential. This was why the system had released such a high-ranking technique this time around. Who could it be? An instructor muttered to himself as he stroked his chin meaningfully. Yu Luxuan chuckled. No matter who this person is, there's bound to be an exciting show this time in the collection reservoir thanks to the appearance of such a high-ranking martial arts technique. It's gonna get crazy. Make way. Make way. I'm coming through. The unruly Yukikai pushed her way through the crowd until she got to the front of the screen. Miss Ji, what are you doing here? Yu Luxuan asked. Why couldn't I be here? Yukikai threw the question right back as she thrust her hip to the side. Everyone could feel a headache setting in on them. Be it the young or the old, no one in the Yu family dared to provoke this little demoness. This girl would act like so unruly no matter where she went, and most of the people in this crowd had been pranked or mocked by her, which was why almost half of those gathered began fleeing now that Yukikai had appeared. Soon, the field they were in became a lot emptier. It's really a rank 4 martial arts technique. Yukikai excitedly said. There's gonna be a good show today. With that said, Yukikai pulled out a chair from her spatial ring and watched the screen with both hands placed on her cheeks, looking like she did not intend to leave any time soon. A rank 4 martial arts technique. It doesn't matter who gets it as long as it doesn't end up in the hands of that hateful Xia Fei. Yukikai pouted as she told herself. Purple. That's a rank 2 martial arts technique. Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei looked at where Phantom was pointing, and sure enough, he saw that a purple energy orb had landed between a rock crevice. No one would have noticed it if they had not been looking closely. Whoosh! His figure blurred as he dashed right up to it. Unhurriedly picking it up, he tossed the orb into his spatial ring instead of opening it. There seemed to be abnormal energy fluctuations in that direction, Phantom informed. Xia Fei crouched and sprinted toward where Phantom had indicated. Phantom, who was exceptionally sensitive to energy, sensed the purple orb the moment they got in its range. In this race against other fellow warriors, Xia Fei used his speed and Phantom's unique ability to get a head start over others and already collected 6 purple energy orbs in the span of just half an hour. Gu Tong gave Xia Fei advice before he left, reminding him to choose a suitable martial arts technique carefully from this opportunity, and that it was better to try a few more. Xia Fei had kept this to heart, which was why he had not been in a hurry to cultivate anything but instead done all he could to obtain better martial arts techniques during the confusing start they were all given. There were small caves by the base of a mountain, their openings manipulatable, such that they could be opened or closed as required, so no one could enter once they were sealed. Warriors who had gotten their techniques could hide in one of these caves and wait until the 70 hours passed. People who were being hunted could also use it as refuge. It was Xia Fei's plan to collect as many martial arts techniques as possible and slowly search for the best fit for himself inside. Xia Fei had collected 7 rank 2 martial arts techniques out of the 18 higher rank martial arts techniques, which had appeared in the collection reservoir. The more Xia Fei retrieved, the fewer for everyone else there would be. In fact, Xia Fei had practically taken around half in just 30 minutes. There's another unusual energy fluctuation some 80 miles ahead. It's different from all the other purple energy orbs we've collected so far. It might very well be a rank 3 or even rank 4 martial arts technique, said Phantom in a deep voice. Xia Fei abruptly reacted and increased his speed in the direction Phantom had pointed. At the same time that he heard the cries of killing from afar, he spotted a white orb atop a large boulder. More than 20 warriors were fighting around the boulder, seemingly after that precious rank 3 martial arts technique. Kaboom! A warrior got sent flying by a powerful blast of law force, sailing right past Xia Fei's head before crumpling heavily onto the ground. The man let out a rather miserable wail, looking like he had been injured greatly. Xia Fei then realized that the over 20 members present were actually split into 2, each side having a dozen or so people. It was an actual battle and a very chaotic one at that. Xia Fei did not even spare another thought, for opportunities were fleeting. While both sides were busy fighting, Xia Fei joined in the fray from the sidelines, his figure bursting forth like a bolt of lightning. He headed right for that white energy orb. Someone's here. Someone discovered Xia Fei's presence the moment he joined the fight, yet he did not slow down. With a leap, Xia Fei cleared the several meters high boulder and reached out to grab that rank 3 martial arts technique. Seal. Right at that moment, several bright threads formed into a cube, and like transparent glass, they spatially separated that white energy orb. Spatial tier. Xia Fei was in the air when the speed of his hand suddenly increased. He had already gathered law force and was prepared to break that spatial obstruction and retrieve the martial arts technique by force. Bang! He formed a fist and delivered a swift but violent blow to the spatial barrier. What happened next was beyond Xia Fei's expectations. The warrior who had used this spatial tier technique turned out to be of a higher rank than him, causing Xia Fei to be sent several dozens of meters away despite having successfully shattered that sealed space. Immense pain wreaked havoc throughout his body, as burning sensation could be felt in his right fist. Just as he managed to get a footing, however, Xia Fei heard a sinister voice. He's Xia Fei. Yu Kikai will belong to whoever manages to kill him. Kikai. Xia Fei was puzzled hearing her name. Why would there be anything related to that girl in here? So that's the guy. Daring to sick exotic beasts to bite 49th sister, you must be tired of living. Every warrior stopped fighting and turned their unfriendly gazes on Xia Fei. Among them was a young man with a trimmed beard who said, Kikai said that she'll marry whoever kills Xia Fei. What are you waiting for, brothers? Fanaticism. Agitation. Martial arts techniques could be obtained again, but there was just one Yu Kikai. There was not a single person here who was not an admirer of the 49th sister, and hearing this piece of news caused everyone to rub their fists, for they intended to take care of Xia Fei. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei had turned into public enemy number 1 of law warriors. Chapter 517, Chain Blockade. Strange. Everyone looked at Yu Kikai with a strange expression in their eyes. Yu Kikai would marry whoever killed Xia Fei? Everyone felt puzzled. They could not understand why would Yu Kikai harbor enmity toward someone as insignificant as Xia Fei. Was their 49th sister in a rush to get married? In any case, what all of them understood was that Xia Fei was in for a tough time now. It was no laughing matter to offend this demoness, and there was no telling when they would wake up to find several venomous snakes underneath their bed covers or find themselves falling into a pit while walking down the streets. Without a doubt, Yu Kikai was an expert when it came to tormenting others, and she would definitely bring great suffering to whomever she set her eyes on if she did not end up killing them. Yu Kikai porcelain cheeks actually turned red? This was no act, after all, she was still a young girl who barely knew about worldly matters, and when the subject turned to matters pertaining to marriage or the bed, it was only natural for her to be embarrassed. "What are you all looking at?" Yu Kikai exploded. "Keep looking and I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Everyone shivered as they quickly turned their attention back onto the screens, no longer daring to provoke the demoness. "You tase who, you bastard?" Yu Kikai fumed mentally. "See how I'm going to deal with you when I get my hands on you." The collection reservoir. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. More than 20 law warriors stood in front of him, and every one of them was second-time entrants and was all of a higher rank than Xia Fei. Each of them was an opponent he would have a hard time handling. Seeing how the whole lot of them was about to deal with him, Xia Fei suddenly shouted. "1,000 venerables!" Dragon-scale hecto-slasher shot out in every direction like a fragmentation grenade. It was an insane attack that struck indiscriminately. Block. Everyone hurriedly utilized their law of space to block this attack from Xia Fei. It was just that none of them had thought that this would merely be a feint from him, and that his real goal was still to buy time and retrieve that rank 3 martial arts technique. Pushing himself hard off the ground, Xia Fei appeared to be fleeing but ended up running in an arc which let him accelerate. It was a method that he was an expert in. The speed ability could not reach its top speed in a short time, so just as Xia Fei circled one round, his speed broke 30,000 m/s. It was a really fast movement speed. Whoosh! His body became like a released cannonball. Achieving his curved acceleration at max speed, Xia Fei suddenly went hurtling out in a straight path. The wild attack from 1,000 venerables was still going on as Xia Fei pretended to retreat to greatly increase the likelihood of his enemies underestimating him, so practically nobody could react in time when Xia Fei went straight for that white energy orb, instead. Clutching onto that rank 3 martial arts technique, Xia Fei immediately retreated. Shatter. Rib. All sorts of attacks were directed at his back. The fact that killing Xia Fei would be enough to win Yu Kikai's affection was tempting enough, but now that Xia Fei had managed to acquire the rank 3 martial arts technique, these warriors were all the more enraged. Each of them sent out their killer moves to deal with Xia Fei. Bang! A spatial barrier blocked Xia Fei's path of retreat and he accidentally ran into it. When his head made direct contact, it left him dizzy and seeing stars. Damn it! Xia Fei rubbed his face as blood flowed down his nose. Kaboom! The moment he was stopped in his tracks, another wave of attacks came right after him. Xia Fei could ignore the attacks from 1 or 2 law warriors, but facing over 20 warriors who had higher levels than him would be a grueling ordeal. Crafty approach. Xia Fei did not dare to run wildly anymore after running into that spatial blockade. Using his crafty approach to continue and make his escape at a lower speed, he kept dodging incoming attacks as he stuck to the route he had previously established. These law warriors obviously would not give up, and news of whoever managed to kill Xia Fei would acquire Yu Kikai's hands quickly spread, so much so that there were at least 50 warriors hot on his heels after several minutes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Techniques, which Xia Fei had seen and had not seen before, were all coming after him, and he knew that there was no way that he could defeat so many enemies at once, so he had no choice but to retreat. Bang! A spatial tear struck Xia Fei on his left arm, causing a big chunk of it to turn purple. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and continued his escape. This was a completely unfair fight, and Xia Fei was left haggard from everything. Blood was oozing from both his nose and mouth. Zoom! Xia Fei finally made it to one of the caves and dove right in, activating the switch inside. Zing! A spatial barrier was erected at the entrance, separating Xia Fei from the outside as he stood there with 2 hands on his thighs, breathing laboriously. That was close. You almost got surrounded by that whole pack of law warriors, Phantom said, his heart still trembling. The combat strength that law warriors possessed was great, and with some of those having greater cultivation than Xia Fei, it was really hard to deal with. Xia Fei ended up taking quite the beating from them and had only narrowly escaped decapitation under the protection of crafty approach and his speed ability. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. It was better to offend an upright noble than an unscrupulous scoundrel. He had never imagined that Yu Kikai would do such a thing, turning him into an enemy of the people, causing him to be hunted by dozens of men. Get out here! Stop hiding in there if you've got the guts! A whole gang of law warriors had gathered outside the cave, yelling at him. Some even directly assaulted the cave entrance. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to break that spatial barrier, so all they could do was stare at him from outside. Wiping the blood off the corner of his mouth, Xia Fei revealed a playfully goading smile. 1, 2, 3. Xia Fei slowly placed 7 rank 2 martial arts techniques and 1 rank 3 martial arts technique on the ground. He then sat down and shattered the orbs to begin checking the contents within. Outside, the law warriors all glared at him hatefully. There were only 18 high-rank martial arts techniques, and Xia Fei had already taken 8 for himself. They were all fuming mad. Xia Fei whistled a simple tune as he studied each of the martial arts techniques. He ignored the eyes filled with jealousy outside, letting them act wildly but remaining where he was, unfazed. Rank 2 martial arts technique, shock ripple. Xia Fei was talking to himself out loud. It doesn't seem to be very good. Shaking his head, he took the device and casually tossed it to the ground. Everyone stared with bewildered eyes. So many of them had nearly lost their very lives fighting for the few high-rank techniques, yet Xia Fei was being picky with what he found? How incredulous was this? Xia Fei had already made it into the safety of a cave, and it was hardly the solution for the whole lot of them to just stay here. Though they very much wanted to kill Xia Fei and obtain the martial arts techniques he had hoarded, winning Yu Kikai's heart at the same time, it was evident that there was no way they could achieve this goal now. You two, stand guard. If the rascal Xia Fei dares to take a step out, report to me immediately, barked that law warrior with a trimmed beard. The 2 men who were asked to keep guard were of course extremely dissatisfied. Then what do we do about our martial arts techniques? Relax. Your brothers here will help you find something suitable. At most, we'll just go beg the family elders and give you 2 another shot. Besides, Xia Fei has quite a few high-rank martial arts techniques. You guys can get first picks if we manage to seize them. The 2 law warriors hesitantly agreed to stay behind and keep Xia Fei under surveillance after being dangled with numerous temptations. They were considered to be of lower cultivation compared to the others present, so even if they really left to compete for high-rank martial arts techniques, there was no guarantee that they would secure one for themselves. That was why staying to wait for Xia Fei was not exactly a hopeless endeavor. The rest left, while the 2 men who were told to stay quietly hid themselves. Xia Fei spat on the ground bitterly. To think that they'd gang up on me. See if I don't beat you all into pulp after I get out. There's no rush to take your revenge on these people. Actually, none of them are your match one-on-one. Too bad that there are simply too many of them. Honestly, 2 hands will have difficulty taking on 4 enemies, just endure it for now, Phantom said. Xia Fei had 7 rank 2 martial arts techniques and 1 rank 3 martial arts technique in hand. The rules say that he could only choose one, and the rest needed to be left intact. Best to learn the rank 3 martial arts technique. It is, after all, 1 grade higher than the rest, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded, agreeing with Phantom's assessment. Rank 3 spatial technique, chain blockade. A derivative technique from the spatial tier, able to use law force to shatter space, able to be used in attack or defense, suitable for large-scale attacks. Xia Fei softly recited the description of the martial arts technique. Sounds pretty good, carry on. Phantom urged. Add latest chapters at Free.Novelo only. The martial arts technique has 7 stages, able to create a spatial tier that moves around in every direction. Complete mastery of the martial arts technique will allow the user to form 7 spatial tiers simultaneously, a devastating attack to the enemy. Sighing lightly, Phantom said, the Yu family sure lives up to their name as the experts of spatial tier, having such an amazing technique. Chain blockade. Cultivating it will let the user create a spatial tier, moving at such high speed, making it impossible for anyone to even think of crossing the tier. Xia Fei also thought that the skill was very decent, and it even held an aura of high-handedness, able to push forth a spatial tier, usable when attacking and defending. A physical body had to inhabit space, and when caught in such a martial arts technique, the slightest mistake could very well cause the body to tear. Chain blockade. This was akin to the unleashing of a natural barrier that no one would have any way of traversing, allowing one man to hold 10,000 enemies at bay. All right, this shall be the one. Xia Fei said decisively. Time passed quickly, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. The massacre in the collection reservoir had not stopped, and everyone was putting their lives at risk all for the sake of obtaining high-rank martial arts techniques. With Xia Fei having taken 8, the over 200 others engaged in brutal fights for the remaining techniques. Xia Fei had more than 20 empty origin crystals beside him. He had spent over a dozen precious crystals each day in order to cultivate chain blockade. Amazing! You've reached stage 2. Xia Fei, you've successfully reached the 2nd stage of your spatial technique. That's, on average, 1 level a day. You're basically flying through the stages, promoting so quickly like that. Phantom was excited. Xia Fei opened his eyes and used his left hand to rub his somewhat stiff neck. Though Xia Fei had been promoted rapidly, the price had been great. Each of the empty origin crystals beside him was money. The longer Xia Fei spent his time here in the Lore Realm, the more he knew just how precious origin crystals were. To a warrior, there was nothing comparable to them. If not for the fact that he had a stock of them in his spatial ring, Xia Fei would definitely be unable to promote up to stage 2 over the course of 2 days. Xia Fei pushed his palm flat out. Boom! 2 jagged spatial tears formed in front of him, one on top of the other. Kaboom! 2 gashes instantly appeared on the thick mountain wall, no less than 10 meters in length. It was carved deep into the rocks. The combat strength isn't bad. Phantom nodded. Xia Fei shook his head, looking very dissatisfied with the combat strength of the chain blockade. He pushed a single palm out again, and this time, Xia Fei added a shred of the disruptive power from the law of primal chaos. With an inadvertent change in his wrist, the chaotic energy easily weaved into the law force he unleashed. Kaboom! It was merely just a small bit of power from the law of primal chaos, yet the effect of the attack saw a substantive change. The spatial tears were now like churning tornadoes, grinding the rock upon contact. Moreover, they continued their way forward. The cave shook as if he were experiencing an earthquake. That's overpowered. Their attack power has increased by at least 3 folds. Phantom exclaimed after seeing the 6-meter deep fissure in the mountain wall. Xia Fei let out a mirthless laugh and used the switch to take down the spatial barrier, stepping out from within the cave. Where are you off to? To settle some debts. Xia Fei said somberly. Chapter 518, Spatial Weapon. What? There's a rank 4 martial arts technique out there. Coincidentally, the moment Xia Fei stepped out from the cave, the 2 law warriors, who had been tasked to keep an eye on him, failed to notice him leave as they discussed something while hiding behind a huge rock. Yup. Right now, everyone in the collection reservoir has all gathered there, ready to fight one another over it. My cousin told me that through this signal device, said the other warrior. A rank 4 martial arts technique is extraordinary, and it's been many years since one appeared here in the collection reservoir. Whoever ends up getting hold of it is going to be rich. Of course. Even if one can't cultivate it themselves, they can always sell it to higher level warriors. Even those people looking to promote and become law sovereigns may not have rank 4 martial arts techniques, and there's no guarantee of getting one even if someone pays tens of thousands of grade 2 origin crystals for it. The other man sighed in vexation. We've been ordered to keep watch over Xia Fei, so I'm afraid that we won't have any chance of getting a crack at it. We can't leave as long as he remains inside, after all. He's got a pile of high-ranked martial arts techniques, too, so he can hide in that cave and wait it out till the reservoir closes before safely leaving. Anyone else in his shoes won't leave so easily. The 2 men blamed Xia Fei incessantly, but in reality, neither of them would be qualified to compete for the rank 4 martial arts technique even if they were given the chance to do so. After all, they were made to stay behind precisely because of their low cultivation. The 2 of them were no better than fools talking in their sleep. Xia Fei was standing on that huge rock beside them. Due to breath control, neither man discovered that Xia Fei had been listening intently to their conversation. Whoosh! Jumping down, his dragon-scale hecto-slasher appeared in its dual-blade form. He pressed either side against the 2 warriors' throats. He had closed in on them without making any sound using assassination moves found in crafty approach. What were you guys saying about a rank 4 martial arts technique? Xia Fei asked coldly. The 2 men were deeply frightened. Both exchanged glances, seemingly transmitting some sort of message between them. Shing! His sharp blade flashed past as Xia Fei took the life of one of the 2. Pressing the edge ever closer on the other still alive, he left a light cut across the person's throat. You're next if you don't speak. Xia Fei gave a very simple order. AR rank 4 martial arts technique has appeared in the collection reservoir this time. I have a cousin who's in the fight for it right now, stammered the other remaining warrior as he pulled out a signal device from his bosom, turning it on to display the coordinates. The signal device was a common communication tool in the lore realm, the design far simpler than that of the Alliance's microcomputer. It looked like a compass but was actually a tool that had multiple functions, in fact. You're next even if you speak. With a swipe of his blade, Xia Fei casually slit the man's throat as he took his device. Sprinting off at high speed, Xia Fei headed to the direction the signal was indicating in search of that precious rank 4 martial arts technique. Without a doubt, a high-ranking martial arts technique was extremely valuable, so Xia Fei had decided that he must acquire it. As he got nearer to the sounds of slaughter, he noticed that the battlefield was located in a place that looked very much like a crater, where it was flat and hollow in the middle, and over 100 warriors were in the center of the huge crater. Screams and death filled the surroundings. Xia Fei looked from the outside but failed to see this rumored yellow energy orb anywhere. It had most likely been kept by someone. Yu Yuan Guang, hand over that rank 4 martial arts technique. That's right. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. The crowd of law warriors was in the middle of forcing a warrior with a trimmed beard to give up the orb. He did not look to be very old, though his beard was well grown for his age. Xia Fei recognized this person. He was the orchestrator of that encirclement to attack Xia Fei 2 days ago. Grinding his teeth, Xia Fei could feel a slight pain on the right side of his mouth. It was an injury he sustained after being surrounded the last time. Xia Fei had never met this Yu Yuan Guang before, yet the man took the lead in launching an encirclement on him for no reason, causing him to sustain plenty of injuries, so many so that he had to flee to the safety of the caves and only managed to stay alive after much effort. This was an umbrage that Xia Fei could not take lying down. It was evident that the man wanted him dead. As such, Yu Yuan Guang was definitely an enemy, and enemies must be eliminated. This was an unchanging belief that Xia Fei held. The bearded Yu Yuan Guang was not alone, there were more than a dozen loyal underlings beside him. It was normal for people in the Yu family to party and form cliques, and it was rare to see people surviving by themselves like Xia Fei. Though they were all comrades under the same family, there was ultimately a difference in kinship between people, and resources were limited and precious. The rules of the law realm were cruel and bloody, so in order to compete for precious resources, it was not rare to see people in the family killing one another, and relationships were very fleeting and cheap. Yu Yuan Guang burst into laughter and pointed to his spatial ring with one hand. I've got the rank 4 martial arts technique here, come and snatch it if you've got the guts. I doubt that any of you have the skills to do so, anyway. Don't think we're afraid to kill you just because you're a level 5 law warrior. This is already your 3rd time in the collection reservoir by relying on someone else's support. You've already taken all the good stuff, so will my brothers and I be left with nothing. Xia Fei was mildly surprised. That man was actually a level 5 law warrior. That explained how he could give orders to others. Aside from a handful of his most loyal men, the others were no longer listening to him now that their interests were concerned. To visit the collection reservoir 3 times, the backing that Yu Yuan Guang had might not be simple. Don't be afraid, everyone. We've got the numbers advantage, let's kill them all. We can split the spoils evenly after. The crowd yelled in unison as they moved to completely surround Yu Yuan Guang and his men. A massacre unfolded. 2 days ago, it was Xia Fei who found himself surrounded by more than 50 other law warriors and nearly lost his life as a result. Now, it was Yu Yuan Guang and his men who were facing a force 10 times theirs and were slowly becoming disadvantaged. Yu Yuan Guang could tell that the battle was not in his favor, so he suddenly bellowed before leaping out. With a brush of his spatial ring, he took out a strange metal quarterstaff. Lapis killing rain. Yu Yuan Guang, you actually dared to bring a spatial weapon here, something the family has expressly forbidden. The elders will surely punish you. These warriors all revealed shocked expressions when they saw it. Yu Yuan Guang coldly harumphed. Punished? I'm afraid none of you will see that day pass. Smack! Lightly slapping his palm onto that quarterstaff, a ball on the tip of it suddenly opened up and unleashed a glaring blue light. A spatial weapon could unleash a powerful attack within a given area, and anyone found to be caught within its range would have a hard time escaping. Normally, this sort of weapon was only made for high-ranking law adepts for slaughtering opponents. Though powerful, it did not have any benefits toward promoting cultivation. This was why it had been restricted from use during combat. Of course, there would be no such restrictions if it was used against external enemies. Nobody had imagined that Yu Yuan Guang would actually secretly smuggle inside a spatial weapon. Furthermore, he intended on using this vicious weapon to deal with people from his own family. Release! Yu Yuan Guang shouted, then countless blue water droplets vigorously rained from the sky. Block! Seal! Everyone used their law force to defend themselves, sealing off the space around them. Unfortunately, lapis killing rain had law force added to it. These raindrops were like powerful corrosive acid, melting away the spatial barricades, penetrating through the warriors' bodies. In a matter of seconds, all the warriors with insufficient cultivation died. Wails and howls filled the entire area as blood flowed like a river. The scales of victory tilted in Yu Yuanguang's favor once again. Lapis Killing Rain killed over 100 people in one go, leaving not even a dozen men as his enemy. They no longer had the strength to contend against him. Yu Yuanguang gleefully burst into laughter. The fact that you survived the Lapis Killing Rain just shows that you've got decent cultivation. Come and join me if you don't wish to die. Reality was plain for all to see. Though the handful of warriors were very unwilling, they could only stop their assault, for there was no point in them continuing the fight. Xia Fei pursed his lips. He found Yu Yuanguang's gleeful laughter very revolting, similar to when he had incited all the warriors from before to hunt him down. Getting up to his feet, Xia Fei made his way to the edges of the huge crater, staring down at Yu Yuanguang and the 20 or so law warriors from atop. There was no doubt that the elites were the only survivors from the brutal massacre before, but Xia Fei did not seem afraid by the prospects. Ha! Xia Fei! Yu Yuanguang laughed. You're actually presenting yourself to me? Here to hand over all your high-ranking martial arts techniques, perhaps? Otherwise? Otherwise what? Xia Fei retorted. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Yu Yuanguang enunciated each word harshly. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth arched to form a sinister smirk as he casually answered, Sorry, I still wish to hold onto my life, and I'll be taking yours, too. Mine. Yu Yuanguang barked with laughter as if he had just heard a great joke. That's right, not just yours. I'll be taking everyone with you as well. Like the Grim Reaper, Xia Fei wagged one finger as he somberly said, Whoever dares to offend me shall pay the price of my ire. With that said, 2 spatial tears came tumbling out. Chain blockade. Xia Fei had the power of the law of primal chaos mixed in his spatial tears, so these attacks were like giant tornadoes. That's a high-ranking martial arts technique. Xia Fei actually managed to learn a high-ranking martial arts technique. No one would have thought that Xia Fei would turn from a noob who had no spatial technique to a warrior who was capable of wielding a high-ranking martial arts technique in the course of 2 short days. This sort of shocking transformation was not what anyone had expected. Block. Seal. The speed at which the chain blockade advanced was simply too fast, so these warriors had no other choice but to create spatial barricades of theirs to stop the attack. Break. These men might have been able to defend themselves if it had merely been the force from using the law of space. After all, Xia Fei's chain blockade had only been cultivated to stage 2. However, what no one knew was that attacks enhanced with the power of law of primal chaos were odd and exceedingly violent, increasing the attack power of the technique by at least 3-folds. Kaboom! It was as if the ground had been raked by gigantic dragon claws, leaving gouges that were dozens of meters deep. This visual alone proved just how powerful Xia Fei's attacks had been. More than 10 warriors got torn into 2. Their bloody wounds made it look like they had been torn into halves. Their internal organs and blood were strewn all over. Once more. Xia Fei bellowed. Whoever made me bleed a drip of blood, yours truly here will ensure that you lose a ton of blood in return. Kaboom! Chain barricade was unleashed again. Xia Fei circled around the huge crater and attacked, not at all going anywhere near his targets but engaged from range the entire time. Lapis Killing Rain had a very crucial flaw, and that was that the attack range was too short, and there was no way for him to deal an attack from range. Slap! An empty origin crystal fell. Xia Fei had been replenishing his origin energy even as he attacked. The crater had long become a blender, the terrain morphing as a result of Xia Fei's constant attacks. Beyond the battle, Yu Luxuan and the others watching the fight unfold were all speechless and in shock. Cultivating the extremely difficult rank 3 martial arts technique to stage 2 was an astounding rate of promotion. The head instructor, of course, knew about the existence of a spatial technique like chain blockade, but what he could not make sense of was how Xia Fei had been able to use the rank 3 martial arts technique to produce a rank 4 or even rank 5 martial arts technique's power. The Xia Fei depicted on the screen located Yu Yuanguang from the pile of bodies and retrieved the spatial weapon Lapis Killing Rain as well as the yellow orb from him. It was an actual rank 4 martial arts technique. Yu Kikai pouted as she spat in dissatisfaction, this Xia Fei is really like an unkillable cockroach. Not only did he survive all the fighting in the collection reservoir, he even managed to obtain a precious spatial weapon, including a rank 4 martial arts technique. This is so frustrating. This was when a red light flashed above the screen, followed by a loud alarm. A single white dot of light frantically bore its way in, looking like it was about to enter the sealed collection reservoir. Demon chrysalis. Yu Luxuan was in shock. A demon chrysalis has invaded the collection reservoir. Immediately call in the elite squads. Report this to the Patriarch. Chapter 519, Demon Chrysalis. Rank 4 Martial Arts Technique, Wild Storm. By maximizing spatial tiers formed using the law of space, a steel fist can split the toughest stone. Law force applied on the opponent in such a manner can achieve the effect of turning them into ash. Xia Fei slowly read the introductory description of the technique. So it's a fist technique, which lets one unleash a powerful law force that can strike down enemies, commented Phantom upon hearing everything. A punch that can shatter spatial barriers and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This fist technique seems a little overpowered. Xia Fei nodded. He had always been on the path of agility thus far, and while he did learn some more confrontational combat styles and techniques, he did not use them much. Meanwhile, the pros and cons of Wild Storm and Chain Blockade were still unclear, so he needed to practice and test them out first to know. Indubitably, Wild Storm was an entire rank above Chain Blockade, and it would surely be even more powerful once he finished cultivating it. Speaking of which, he weighed the lapis killing rain in his hand and realized that it was not particularly light. Aside from the strange patterns, there were also plenty of characters carved on it, stating that a law emperor by the name of Swimming Bamboo had created this spatial weapon. A spatial weapon created by a law emperor. No wonder this thing has such extreme lethality, able to take down 100 lives in seconds. Phantom exclaimed. A law emperor was still a fairly distant existence compared to Xia Fei, and only the old patriarch, Yu Jiang, was only at the tier of a law emperor in the entire Yu family, which clearly depicted the status this position held. Xia Fei retrieved everything valuable from the corpses. Origin crystals had always been a scarcity to Xia Fei, and if he planned to promote quickly, he would have to acquire much more energy. At the moment, he was almost on the brink of poverty, so of course he did not miss out on this chance to earn some money. Besides, there was hardly anything wrong with retrieving trophies and spoils from defeated foes. All of a sudden, the ground shook violently. The entire space experienced intense trembling. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse as the ground buckled. What's going on? Phantom raised his head in puzzlement and looked directly at the sea of stars above. Could this space be collapsing? Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows as he looked around, easily evading the random rocks and debris that flew everywhere. Soon, the space returned to its peaceful state. Was it an earthquake? That's not right. A sealed space shouldn't be having earthquakes, Xia Fei muttered. That was when a demonic cry filled the sky. This scream was piercing, and cracks started appearing across the land. Xia Fei painfully covered his ears. Is it an exotic beast? Xia Fei's first reaction was to think that this was a beast's roar, but he very quickly dismissed such a guess. Xia Fei had seen plenty of exotic beasts, but none had such a roar that could be so frightening. It was as if it was a roar from the devil himself. It's time to leave. His keen senses were warning him of the imminent danger, and Xia Fei did not hesitate to flee at his top speed. Kaboom! The ground was asunder. In the direction where Xia Fei was headed toward, an inky black bug suddenly bore through the ground. As explosive as a volcano erupting, the rocks and dusty debris were thrown dozens of kilometers in the air, blotting out the sky above. The already dimly lit collection reservoir was now shrouded in heavy clouds of dust, and when everything dissipated, he saw a pupae right in front of him. Black and huge in size, he could hear wails coming out from the pupae, which looked very much like a silkworm's chrysalis, rounded on both ends as its body shone in phosphorescence. What is this? Could it be an insectoid? Exclaimed Phantom in his shock. Xia Fei shook his head with a heavy look on his face. No. It isn't exuding the aura of an insectoid. It's more like... Like what? A demon. As Xia Fei was devoting 100% of his attention to that black chrysalis about 10 miles away, an arm suddenly dragged him behind cover. Don't act recklessly. That's a demon chrysalis. Yu Luxuan tugged on Xia Fei as he warned him. With him were the first batch of instructors who had timely arrived. Though it was said that there was no way to enter the collection reservoir, that only applied to law warriors. Head instructor Yu Luxuan naturally had grasped the method of entering and leaving as required. Yu Luxuan and the others all wore severe expressions on their faces, and the trepidation that these elites with sovereign tier cultivation were feeling was evident. Demon chrysalis. Yes. It's one of the peculiar beasts that the demon race nurtures in captivity. It travels between the spatial boundaries, with the power to ruin the law of space and is very powerful. Demon race. Xia Fei very easily recalled the law of primal chaos he had on him, something the black and white gods had endowed him with. They were called the god race. The lore realm is clearly defined in hierarchy. We, the Yu family, are a third-rate clan, and above us are the 9 universal clans. They are 9 powerful law families. Then the highest existences are the god race and the demon race. They've mastered law and are engaged in a bitter fight across eons, where even normal families like us will get implicated. Xia Fei was utterly shocked upon learning this. It turned out that his law of primal chaos originated from the top 2 existences of this realm. No wonder the inclusion of some law of primal chaos to the law of space could achieve such devastating results. After everything, the black and white gods were still considered mighty presences here in the lore realm, and he had inadvertently learned a law from these 2 prime races. The demon chrysalis sucked air furiously, swallowing countless energy orbs into its belly before slowly crawling away, infrequently letting out that scary roar. Xia Fei realized that this demon chrysalis had a mouth, though it was located on its belly, which was close to the ground, making it hard to spot. Crab. The demon chrysalis is rapidly eating up all the energy in the collection reservoir. I'm afraid that this space won't hold any longer if this continues. An instructor worryingly fretted. Yu Luxuan responded, the collection reservoir was painstakingly created by our family, with over thousands of important martial arts techniques stored within. If destroyed, there's no hope for our family to restore it given our present strength. We need to stop that demon chrysalis. But what should we do? Perhaps the patriarch will have an idea, but with only us here. Yu Luxuan was deep in thought for a good while before saying, we don't have time. We'll also die out here the moment the collection reservoir collapses, so we must take our shot. Do our best to delay and wait for the patriarch to arrive. Yes, cried everyone in unison. Yu Luxuan patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and said, don't be afraid. There shouldn't be any danger if we attack at range. Xia Fei nodded. After all, there was no way he could stay alive if the collection reservoir collapsed, so this fight concerned his life or death, too. He had to join in the fight even if he did not wish to do so. He had no choice. Follow me. Yu Luxuan yelled and the group of them went charging at the mountaintop as they began bombarding that huge creature with their various ultimate moves. 5 Thunder Smash. Jade Break. As instructors to warriors, Yu Luxuan and this group were all law sovereigns, and the combined effort of their assault was nothing to be scoffed at. The explosions that ensued were startling as a series of blasts rang out. Xia Fei held an origin crystal in one hand as he used chain blockade's range attack to assault the demon chrysalis. Graware. The demon chrysalis was angered. It was enraged. Everyone's attack not only failed to take this creature down but also aroused its strong desire for revenge. It was as if the creature had a layer of protection around it, for not one of the attacks actually caused any real damage to it. Its body abruptly shrank, and the demon chrysalis curled into a ball. Boing! All of a sudden, that gigantic mass shot out like a bullet and headed straight for Xia Fei and everyone. Quickly run! The demon chrysalis is enraged. No longer focused on attacking, everyone began fleeing as they scrambled to escape. Kaboom! The huge body of the demon chrysalis had essentially leveled the mountain that Xia Fei and the others were standing on moments ago. This just showed how impressively powerful the demon chrysalis was. Rubble and rock flew everywhere. Crafty approach. Xia Fei relied on his lithe physique to back away fast, all the while ducking the large chunks of rocks raining down on them. Crash! A huge piece of rock, which roughly weighed over 100 tons, crashed into somewhere about 10 miles away from where Xia Fei was, creating a sizable crater on the ground. An instructor, who was slightly slower than the rest, got caught by the demon chrysalis, and it had a very unique way of capturing prey. It released energy from its body to restrict the person before sending it into its mouth. The body of that instructor was immobile, completely paralyzed by the demon chrysalis. Not even a spatial barrier would have any effect. Crunch! The demon chrysalis ate that person, his body so small that it could not even fill a gap between the chrysalis teeth. No one was allowed to bring exotic beasts in the collection reservoir, so Furball was not with Xia Fei. He observed the defenses of the demon chrysalis and determined that even his strongest attack using psychokinesis would not penetrate them. Xia Fei was momentarily flustered. Evidently, he was not at a level where he could take down this creature known as the demon chrysalis. The notion of revenge was deeply engraved in its big black head. Seeing how it was eating the instructors one by one, intentionally chewing slowly, seemingly torturing those people alive. It clearly was quite the cruel creature. This was when something unexpected happened. The demon chrysalis actually turned to look at Xia Fei. It actually had no eyes, but Xia Fei could very distinctly sense it directing its cold gaze on him. Crab! You've become its target! Phantom yelped. Boom! That body, which was 5 miles long, suddenly leaped from the ground, looking like a battleship as it streaked through the sky. It came pouncing on Xia Fei at high speeds. The demon chrysalis only revealed the set of teeth on its stomach when it was right above Xia Fei's head. It was no smaller than 500 meters. 6 rows of sharp teeth could be seen inside. Snow white and shining so terrifyingly. There were even traces of blood dripping from them. What are you waiting for? Run! Phantom shouted. He unleashed his full speed. Xia Fei did not have any time to spare thinking and just went dashing off. It was a given how fast a speed Xia Fei had, but this demon chrysalis actually knew how to fly. Its speed was not at all slower than Xia Fei's. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei accelerated more, all in an effort to be rid of this terrifying monster. Who knew what was wrong with this demon chrysalis, though? It ignored everyone else and simply focused on chasing after him, its killing intent clear for all to see. Kaboom! A huge explosion rang out. White beams seemingly came from the sky and struck the back of the demon chrysalis. The creature let out a cry of despair and came crashing down from above. Turning around, he realized that some 100 or so people had appeared beside him from out of nowhere, and the leader was Patriarch Yujiang, the only law emperor in the entire family. Beat it! Beat it up good! Yujiang gave the order with gusto. No matter what, we need to defend the collection reservoir. Patriarch Yujiang led many elites to the collection reservoir the moment he got the news, and this group of hundreds were the special forces, the most precious and high-level individuals of the Yu family. Kaboom! Xia Fei felt as if heaven and earth had both been torn apart. This was his first time witnessing so many high-level law warriors attacking in concert, and the explosive combat power went well beyond his imagination. Though the demon chrysalis had thick skin and enormous body, it was gradually unable to withstand such an intense assault. Roar! With a powerful bellow, the space actually got torn to reveal a rip which was as wide as a mountain. Coincidentally, Xia Fei was not too far from this rip. The demon chrysalis was rushing toward this spatial tier, while Xia Fei was desperately trying to get away from it. Unfortunately, the spatial tier had the attractive force of a black hole, and it pulled Xia Fei right within. Whoosh! The demon chrysalis disappeared into the darkness without a trace, and so did Xia Fei. Chapter 520, Law of Energy Purification. Space was not as perfect in people's eyes. Ever since the warp engine was discovered, humans had come to realize that even space could be torn, folded, and pierced through. Darkness. Boundless darkness with not even a single trace of light. Xia Fei floated in this darkness, and he could also hear the intense breathing of that demon chrysalis from afar. It was evident that the attack from the elite warriors led by Yujiang had injured it quite extensively. Ka-cha! The night vision function, including the air circulatory system, of his suit automatically operated. Xia Fei calmed himself down and observed his surroundings. He soon felt disappointed. Without a doubt, he was in a dark inverse. It was a channel by which space was connected to space. He had accidentally been sucked in, and there were some fragments of rock that got sucked in, too, besides the demon chrysalis. It floated in the darkness without any motion whatsoever. Regulating breath control, Xia Fei hid behind a fairly large piece of rock and observed the demon chrysalis from afar. After a short period of self-healing, the huge chrysalis began moving in the darkness as if it was sledding. Its body slid far out into the distance. The creature moved with great agility as if it had long since been used to living outside space. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He quietly followed behind the demon chrysalis, maintaining a good distance away from it. Sliding in the dark inverse was no easy feat, for there was nothing in the surroundings, much like floating in space, so there was nothing to hold onto. Xia Fei carefully examined the way the demon chrysalis moved, realizing how it used the strength of spatial barriers when it moved by manipulating them as points of support. After trying this out a few times, Xia Fei gradually caught on to the trick. By adding law force to his 2 legs, it was as if he were wearing a pair of sticky space boots, able to move about in this vast emptiness without any issues whatsoever. Why are you following the demon chrysalis? Phantom was puzzled. That creature's supremely powerful. You can very well lose your life if it discovers you. Xia Fei answered, "We're in the gaps of space now. It's very easy to get lost without any marker of sorts. There's a saying that goes, an old horse knows its way. Demon chrysalis live in this pitch darkness, so it must be familiar with the way. At the very least, I won't lose my sense of direction following it. Facing danger's better than forever being trapped here, right?" Phantom had nothing to add. Though the demon chrysalis was fearsome, the thought of being lost here in the gaps of space was even more frightening. Seeing the boundless expanse of darkness all around, Xia Fei was akin to a man who had been tossed out in the middle of an ocean with the demon chrysalis his compass. Though following the creature seemed like an insane move, it was actually his only chance at survival. Hoping that the Yu family would find him here in the gaps of space? No. Xia Fei did not wish to place his hope on others. That had always been his personality. Casually picking a piece of fragmented rock nearby, Xia Fei held it in front of him as cover before he slowly followed the demon chrysalis from behind. The deep darkness all around him seemed endless. Xia Fei realized that the gaps in space were not completely emptiness, as he would come across some strange machinery from time to time, floating out in the nothingness, not at all moving or making any sound. Thinking that these must be things that were dragged into the gaps of space like himself, Xia Fei's heart shuddered. The thought of sharing a similar fate with these things, stuck here forever to float through the unending darkness, was definitely unideal. Speeding up, Xia Fei kept his eyes trained on the sliding demon chrysalis in front of him, afraid that he would be left behind. Moving in this limitless dark was very boring. Xia Fei suddenly had an idea, and he tried to see if he could cultivate the law of space while he moved. An imprint slowly formed in his brain, gradually converging into the pattern of law. 2 days later, the demon chrysalis finally came to a halt, and Xia Fei could vaguely sense that he was about to make a breakthrough to level 3. He noticed that there were now more floating items in front of him. Plenty of junks were all suspended in the darkness. The demon chrysalis collapsed on a pile of junk and began sleeping soundly. This appeared to be its nest. Xia Fei knitted his brows and silently made his way to that pile of junks in hopes of finding anything useful. He had no idea how much longer he had to stay here in the dark inverse, which was why any supply he could find would be precious. What made Xia Fei even more uneasy was the fact that the origin crystals he had were dwindling. Origin crystals were precious, and he needed them both for fighting and cultivation. There were only 2 ways Xia Fei could escape from being trapped here in the gaps of space. 1. Keep an eye on the demon chrysalis until it attacked humans again, following through the spatial tier it made so he could return to the lower realm. 2. Await rescue. Xia Fei had already rejected the second option, so all he could do was promote himself as best as he could, taking the risk of following the demon chrysalis the next time it ventured into the lower realm. This was undoubtedly very dangerous, for Xia Fei would be exposing himself when he passed through the spatial tier with the demon chrysalis. There was a high likelihood that it would attack him at the first chance it got, and that meant that he could only engage in a grueling death match with such a huge and powerful creature. Moving softly and quietly, Xia Fei used the suspended junk everywhere as cover as he edged nearer, going from pile to pile, quietly sifting through for anything valuable. Several hours passed, and Xia Fei had found nothing. He could not help but feel somewhat anxious. All of a sudden, some junks in the distance caught his attention. It was because something among the pile looked very much like a spaceship. Xia Fei was stunned, kicking his 2 legs as he drifted over. As he got closer, Xia Fei could finally make out what it was. Compared to the Yu family's ship that could take every kin to travel the stars, this ship was pitifully small and seemed to fit only a single person. The ship's hull had already been badly damaged, and the engine system was strewn out, no longer usable. Xia Fei entered the ship through the breach and began searching for anything valuable inside. The ship was small, and it was even more cramped than Xia Fei's vampire. Several minutes later, Xia Fei sat on the sofa in the lounge, feeling disappointed. In fact, he was floating rather than sitting, since there was no gravity to speak of, and half his butt was hanging suspended in the air. With nothing to show for, Xia Fei buried his head in his 2 hands dejectedly. Across the sofa was a towering metal carving, which Xia Fei felt like he had seen someplace else before. Oh, I remember now. Isn't that the same pattern engraved in Energy Master Duba's courtyard? It's the level 1 law of energy purification. Phantom gasped. Xia Fei nodded. No wonder I found it familiar, so it's the law of energy purification pattern. The original owner of this ship must be an energy master, hence the presence of this carved metal painting in the lounge. Approaching the painting, Xia Fei used his finger to trace the pattern carved onto the metal. Slightly using force, the pattern actually moved several centimeters to the left. This painting looks to be manipulatable. There seems to be something behind it. Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei used a bit more strength, and the entire pattern shifted to the right. It turned out that this painting could slide from behind. The mechanism for it had already been badly damaged from the incident, so Xia Fei was able to shift the painting without much effort, revealing a safe installed to the wall. Xia Fei hurriedly reached out to probe it, hoping to unlock the safe. His finger came into contact with a solid metal surface some 2 centimeters off, which prevented him from touching the safe directly. Xia Fei rubbed the lingering pain on his fingertip and said, "This is a barrier. A spatial barrier." He finally found a potentially valuable safe, but there was a barrier around it. Xia Fei could not help but feel vexed about this. Nonetheless, Xia Fei knew of a method that could break such a spatial barrier. The law of primal chaos. Reality had proven, time and again, that the law of primal chaos, originating from the god race, had great disruptive power, and any law that came into contact with it would inadvertently be distorted and twisted before ultimately breaking. Xia Fei leaned close to the wall and pressed that spatial barrier around the safe with a single palm. Breath control could dampen the air and sound around him, so Xia Fei leaned in an effort to include the safe into the coverage of his breath control. With this, even if he caused a loud explosion, it would not propagate. Bang! When he mixed the law of space and law of primal chaos and struck the safe, a loud sound did in fact ring about, but it had been muffled by Xia Fei's proximity, so it did not travel out. What a powerful barrier! Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Again. I refuse to believe that I can't shatter it. Half an hour and 6 grade 2 origin crystals later, the barrier finally shattered. Xia Fei first looked through the ship's porthole to see if the demon chrysalis was still asleep, and upon confirmation that its slumber had not been disturbed, he opened the safe and retrieved the 2 items inside. The first was a yellow origin crystal, while the other was an information storage device. A grade 4 origin crystal. That's a great find, said Phantom with bewildered eyes. If a single grade 3 origin crystal is equivalent to 100 grade 2 origin crystals, a yellow grade 4 crystal is then equivalent to 10,000 grade 2 origin crystals. Xia Fei was also stunned as well. Finding something equivalent to 10,000 grade 2 origin crystals was a great windfall. More importantly, he only had 37 grade 2 origin crystals left right now and would soon be used up. This grade 4 origin crystal had appeared just at the right time. We're rich. Phantom burst into gleeful laughter. This much energy should last you a good while. Xia Fei slightly composed himself. He took the information storage device in hand and noted that it was not much different from the devices used to store martial arts techniques, though it did look a lot more exquisite and weighed slightly heavier. Reaching his consciousness in, 1 to 3 patterns formed in his mind. Xia Fei looked at these strange images and was dazed. What is it? Phantom asked anxiously. Xia Fei gulped audibly as he replied soberly, Law of energy purification. Xia Fei held the yellow grade 4 origin crystal. He then sat cross-legged and began tracing the pattern of the law of space in his mind. The complex lines rapidly formed, and a mystical and profound pattern came to be. The fact was that, not only did this grade 4 origin crystal provide him with a near-endless source of energy, more importantly, the energy it contained was much purer and richer. Every increase in grade, the energy from an origin crystal would be purer, so if the purple grade 2 origin crystals Xia Fei used before were like sorghum, and the white grade 3 origin crystal was like rice, this grade 4 origin crystal would be the more nutritious milk protein. The 7th brain region using a purer energy source meant that the effect of cultivation would be greatly increased. Xia Fei sat there motionlessly for 2 whole days while Xia Fei waited by his side. Meanwhile, the demon chrysalis equally remained unmoving in its slumber. Slowly opening his eyes, Xia Fei let out a sigh. An indescribable joy flooded him. Congratulations on finally becoming a level 3 law warrior, Phantom chuckled. Xia Fei shook his head and softly replied, not 3, 4. Level 4. You took merely 2 days to level up consecutively. Phantom was extremely surprised. He eyed Xia Fei strangely. Sometimes, I even suspect if you are really human. Chapter 521, A Battle Between Demon and Man. It was as if the demon chrysalis did not wish to wake up. It lay there lazily, its wounds healing fast, and seemed not to need food as all it took was sleep to mend its deep injuries. Xia Fei looked through the porthole of this ship. The time he spent with this monstrous creature had been unpleasant. As its wounds were gradually healing, Xia Fei knew that it would not be long until it went out in search of food again. Before this happened, Xia Fei needed to prepare. The danger of venturing through a spatial tier together with the demon chrysalis was great, and who knew what its goal might be with the next attack? Would it lead him into the vast expanse of space? If so, Xia Fei would really be helpless and would likely be unable to muster any tears to cry about it. No matter the case, he knew that he had to take his chances. Xia Fei simply refused to forever be trapped in this unending darkness. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and during this period of time, Xia Fei had successfully cultivated his rank 4 martial arts technique, Wild Storm. This fist technique was very interesting, giving up the advantage of range to devote entirely in furious close combat. Attaining an even greater attack power by bearing a greater risk, Xia Fei was not at all irked by this fist technique and, instead, loved it greatly. The idea of fighting desperately in the face of mortal danger went well with Xia Fei's life philosophy of price. Level 4 Law of Space and Stage 3 Chain Blockade as well as Wild Storm. Phantom listed off Xia Fei's present progress. In just 7 days. If those people from the Yu family were to learn that, not even getting thrown into a spatial tier stopped your promotion, their eyes would most likely fall out in surprise. Phantom appeared to be very delighted, though Xia Fei remained calm as ever. The level doesn't matter. What matters is if it's enough to deal with the vicious demon chrysalis. With that, Xia Fei resumed his cultivation. He was like a lunatic who did not spend a moment of his time resting or sleeping, devoting 200% of his energy into the task. He had made leaps and bounds in his cultivation these past 7 days, so plenty of sweat was hidden behind his wondrous advancement. This was how cultivation worked. Talent without hard work would just be futile, and reality only cared for the results. No one knew how much sweat and tears were behind a genius's success. Suddenly, the demon chrysalis let out a huge roar. After enough rest, this monstrosity was on the move once more. Let's go! Xia Fei dashed out of the warship and picked up a piece of armor plating as cover from amid the refuse and followed after the wake of the demon chrysalis. The demon chrysalis roared as it glided, sounding like it was thirsting for vengeance. It was hard to determine direction in the middle of all-consuming darkness. Xia Fei had no idea where it was headed to, but his keen senses told him that this seemed to be the way back to the Yu family. A strange feeling came over him. If it was heading back to the Yu family, they would surely be lying in wait for its return. Could this demon chrysalis not want to like, or was it so confident that it would win this time? No. That's not right. Phantom said somberly. The energy in the demon chrysalis is much stronger than days before, and it is even more unstable with great volatility. Xia Fei was abruptly stunned. He suddenly realized an issue and came to a different explanation beyond it going crazy after losing the last fight. Perhaps the demon chrysalis was on the verge of evolution. That was why it was not at all afraid of the heavy defense Yu family had likely had in place, it was on the cusp of evolving. A numbing sensation was felt on his scalp, and this dangerous conjecture left Xia Fei feeling unsettled. If this demon chrysalis evolved, the chances of his survival would be lowered even more. Perhaps even the entire Yu family could be facing ruin. Xia Fei's guess was slowly being confirmed as the energy within the demon chrysalis was constantly changing. The strong fluctuations were precursor indicators of its coming evolution. All of a sudden, the demon chrysalis came to a halt, and its body shuddered violently, as if it were experiencing a stroke. Its energy levels kept leaking, crashing out like waves in an ocean. Boom! Xia Fei was sent hurtling by the immense energy output, spinning for hundreds of meters before coming to stop in the suspended space. Crap! The demon chrysalis has discovered your presence! Phantom exclaimed. Due to the immense surge of energy, Xia Fei did not manage to hold onto that armor plating which he had been using as cover, so when he went flying out, he was completely exposed to the demon chrysalis. Xia Fei froze in place. An icy stare appeared once more, sweeping over his entire body like an X-ray scan. Indubitably, this was the gaze from the demon chrysalis. Not even sparing a moment of thought, Xia Fei began retreating as fast as he could. In this dark emptiness between the gaps of space, Xia Fei could hardly demonstrate the prowess of his speed ability. Even if he devoted 100% of his strength to escape, he could only at best reach about 1/5 of his maximum speed. When the eyes of enemies meet, only an all-consuming rage followed. The demon chrysalis recognized Xia Fei. In its eyes, he was a comrade of Yu Jiang, the one who had grievously injured it before, making him an enemy as well. Roar! The demon chrysalis let out a crazed bellow. It then shrank its body backward before springing out with its mountain-size mass, heading right for Xia Fei. Chain blockade. Given how events had transpired, Xia Fei made the decision to go all out against it. 3 tornado-like spatial tears blasted off, looking like they could shred any enemy in their path. Though Xia Fei's chain blockade had only risen by 1 stage, their might was many times that from before. The reason was very simple: Xia Fei was now a level 4 law warrior. His grasp of law and his comprehension of martial arts techniques had doubled. Boom boom boom. The demon chrysalis's body curled. Xia Fei's attack had actually caused it to falter. It let out a mournful wail. It simply could not understand just how a small human, the size of an ant, could actually have such power that made it convulse thusly. It must be said that, several days ago, Xia Fei had actually been made haggard by it chasing him. Had it not been for Yu Jiang's timely intervention, Xia Fei would have lost his life to the demon chrysalis then. Beasts were the most sensitive to the changes in power, and this demon chrysalis realized that Xia Fei already had the strength to fight on par with it. Wild storm. After unleashing chain blockade, Xia Fei did not even pause and went charging right toward the demon chrysalis like a maniac. His superhuman analytical abilities had let him come to the conclusion that getting out of the demon chrysalis's domain was an insurmountable task. There were some people who would demonstrate an explosive combat power well beyond their strength when faced with a desperate situation. Xia Fei was one such person. Xia Fei had never been one to sit and wait, so the moment he realized that there was no escape, his fighting spirit surged ferociously. Put everything on the line. The demon chrysalis was ultimately an intelligent organism, and it simply could not understand just how this puny human had managed to increase his cultivation by a lot in this little time, nor why he was staking everything and risking his life like this. Logically speaking, should he not be fleeing? The creature had yet to recover, and with how it was distracted by everything, Xia Fei successfully got into close quarters with the demon chrysalis. Kaboom! An explosive strike. Then another. His 2 fists wildly rained blows on the demon chrysalis's body. After adding the law of primal chaos to his punches, every hit with the fist technique Wild Storm truly exploded like a storm of blows. Adding Xia Fei's wild attacks which threw caution to the wind, this fist technique truly lived up to its name. In combat, it was not just a contest of technique, it was even more so about momentum. Without a doubt, when the naturally gifted warrior, Xia Fei, decided to go all out, even the god of death would have to back down. Boom! The thick spatial barrier around the demon chrysalis had come under the forceful and repeated attacks of Xia Fei, so much so that his fists were now making direct contact with its flesh. Wild Storm was not about technical skill, in fact, the punches were plain and uninspired. However, this simple and unflashy martial arts technique allowed its user to unleash their greatest combat strength incisively and brilliantly. The demon chrysalis let out a miserable cry. A human smaller than a speck of dust in its eyes had managed to inflict great pain to it, so its pride was severely injured. Skin broke and flesh was exposed. Very soon, a wound appeared where Xia Fei had let loose his fists, and black blood came flowing freely. Xia Fei clutched onto the Grade 4 origin crystal, recovering his energy and strength even as he continued his attacks. Xia Fei was like a merciless butcher, not letting up even after getting through the demon chrysalis's skin. His attacks were even penetrating its body deeply. This was not a fight. It was practically a miner commandeering an excavator digging deeper into the enemy's internal organs. It was as if Xia Fei wanted to find out whether the heart of the demon chrysalis was red or black. Bang! Xia Fei thrust lapis killing rain right into the demon chrysalis body, and in that instant, a rain of blue fell. Every droplet was like fatal acid, corroding its flesh constantly when it came into contact with its body. The creature was ultimately still superior to Xia Fei, so after recovering from its brief shock, the pain it was feeling made it so that it could not help but concentrate and earnestly deal with this unremarkable foe. Swish! An invisible thread of energy bound Xia Fei. The demon chrysalis used the same technique from before in an attempt to drag Xia Fei into its body. Change! Dragon scale hecto-slasher transformed into its dual blade form, and Xia Fei stabbed the 2 sabers dead center to the demon chrysalis, making use of the creature's large suctioning force. Being swallowed by the demon chrysalis would be a disastrous outcome. The demon chrysalis pulled at Xia Fei, but he clung onto its body, so the more force it exerted only caused greater pain to itself. However, the demon chrysalis had already been tortured to its breaking point by Xia Fei, so it completely ignored the tremendous pain. This creature had never in its life been faced with such an embarrassing situation, having been so badly injured by an insignificant life form. It would become a laughingstock if word got out. It was part of the demon race in existence that sat at the apex of the law realm. Roar! The demon chrysalis used even more strength, pulling Xia Fei's entire being into the air, and as a result, his hand tore a large piece of fleshy chrysalis meat. Growl! The demon chrysalis let out a wail of agony from the pain. It proceeded to send Xia Fei swiftly straight through its opened maw, ready to eat him whole. The 6 rows of white teeth appeared right before Xia Fei, and each one was enough to shred him into pieces. The situation was dire. Phantom already had his eyes closed, not daring to look. Is this still a loss? Even after such a mad struggle, is death still the outcome here? At that moment, plenty of thoughts swirled in Xia Fei's mind, and among them was a very bizarre, very insane, and absolutely eccentric idea. No, I'm not going to concede defeat till the very last second. Crafty approach. Xia Fei's entire body was about to be shredded when he suddenly began twisting in an extreme manner. Whoosh! A sharpened white tooth brushed past Xia Fei's body, but dodging just this one tooth did not mean that he was out of the woods. There were still 5 rows of them waiting to tear him into pieces. Xia Fei was now holding onto the blood crystal. It was a very grotesque dagger, which looked no different from a club that had been haphazardly tossed aside. Xia Fei had once been very dissatisfied with it due to its ugly looks and its bluntness. However, today, Xia Fei's plan was to use this dagger and attempt something insane. Xia Fei used every bit of strength in his body to stab the demon chrysalis's gums with the blood crystal. Law of primal chaos. Zing! Xia Fei sent a stream of law force into the dagger. Change it. With disruptive power. Chapter 522, Drain this demon dry. No matter how much Xia Fei struggled and risked himself, he was now already in the demon chrysalis's gaping maw. With his life nearing its end, being able to curb whatever fear he felt at this critical juncture was also a victory in itself. Change it. With disruptive power. The veins on Xia Fei's forehead bulged. He had stabbed the blood-sucking dagger, blood crystal, right into the creature's cavity. Xia Fei had superhuman senses, complex analytical thinking, and an insane combat awareness. These were well known to all. However, what nobody understood was that Xia Fei also had a fantastical imagination. At the last moment, with his final attack, Xia Fei had chosen the blood crystal. Phantom was very curious. Just what was he attempting to change? Crafty approach. Xia Fei suddenly curled his body into a ball, and he managed to evade the demon chrysalis's second row of teeth. The demon chrysalis had a total of 6 rows of teeth. Those in front were to tear while the back were for chewing. The deeper he went, the greater the mess of teeth and packed they were. Xia Fei knew very well that by the time he reached the small jagged teeth of that 6th row, not even crafty approach could keep him safe. There were basically mere seconds of life left for him. The yellow origin crystal suddenly turned bright. The pure origin energy was rushing madly towards Xia Fei's 7th brain region before turning into the primal chaos force that entered the blood crystal. His innate control of origin energy surfaced once more and showed its unparalleled advantage. Xia Fei was like a blood-sucking bat, drawing as much energy stored within that origin crystal as he efficiently could. Most people would have fainted from having such a huge surge of energy rushing toward them. Xia Fei, instead, became even more energetic, his entire being radiating with power as he brimmed with fighting spirit. Distort and twist. The disruptive nature of the law of primal chaos entered the blood crystal, causing the blood-sucking dagger's properties to change noiselessly. No one had told Xia Fei how to use the law of primal chaos. The black and white gods had only given him the design of the pattern, not at all mentioning a word about how to cultivate it. Xia Fei had completely depended on his instinct to comprehend the nature of the law of primal chaos, and what he discovered was this disruptive power. Everything in the universe was definite. Just like how the moon orbited Earth, and how the Earth orbited the sun, there were rules being followed. Meanwhile, the law of primal chaos sought to break these rules, making everything impossible possible. Xia Fei was borrowing this disruptive power to change the blood crystal's properties completely. Originally, the blood crystal would only absorb the blood and essence of humans, but Xia Fei was now attempting to make it absorb all blood. Be it the god race or the demon race, it would drain everything dry. Using the law of primal chaos to change an object's properties? If such an idea was not considered fantastical, what else could it be called? Xia Fei had always been someone with a very rebellious nature. He strongly believed that nothing could not be changed. Law. To hell with laws. Yours truly want you, the blood crystal which sucks human blood, to drain the blood of a demon. Xia Fei bellowed in his heart. Whoosh! Xia Fei's crafty approach avoided the third row of teeth, and at the same time, the color of blood crystal turned from red to black. The law of primal chaos really worked. It was changing and distorting the very properties of this blood-sucking dagger. His mind was blank. The extensive use of origin energy and the law of primal chaos was excruciating, and Xia Fei pushed himself into a state of absolute concentration. There was just a single thought in his mind: change it. Change it. A bright glow appeared. The blood crystal turned from red to black before rapidly beginning to drain the blood of the demon chrysalis. The speed of this increased swiftly. The blood crystal was as wild as its owner, Xia Fei. In fact, it could even be considered insane. How much blood would a pet of the demon race, which grew up to 5 miles long and weighed tens of thousands of tons, have? The answer might be an astronomical number. However, that small dagger in his palm actually intended to drain this sea of blood completely dry. Xia Fei desperately tried to survive, and his struggle actually managed to affect something which he had originally forgotten. That peacock blue on his right arm got restless and began moving. As the most unyielding and with the strongest desire to survive out of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, peacock blue seemed to have sensed that Xia Fei's innermost thoughts and traits aligned with its own. An insignificant being who came from earth and a weed that grew out from crevices, in essence, they were both trivial existences, yet they both equally refused to surrender or give up, just tenaciously working hard to survive in the face of adversity. Could this be the reason why Peacock Blue had chosen Xia Fei as its owner? Whoosh! By this point, Xia Fei had already passed the demon chrysalis's 4th row of teeth. The sharp teeth scratched past Xia Fei's combat suit, and a visible wound opened on his left leg. The situation became even more dire with each passing second. The final 2 rows of teeth was a jagged mess perfect for grinding and chewing whatever the creature ate, and they were the hardest to evade. Perhaps it would be even more accurate to say that no one had managed to survive them. The demon chrysalis let out a pained growl. Its blood essence was being drained rapidly, and it was experiencing a level of pain that it had never felt before. It simply had never not imagined that what would deal the killing blow to it was not those powerful law adepts but rather an insignificant young upstart, the newly minted law warrior, Xia Fei. In the blink of an eye, the 5th row of teeth was already upon Xia Fei, and countless thin and pointed teeth were aimed right at him. This was when Peacock Blue, which had been watching the entire time, hesitated and then finally acted. The blue leaf extended, instantly wrapping around Xia Fei's entire body. Ping! The sharp teeth bit down, but Peacock Blue held on. It was an imaginable scene. A single small plant blocked the attack of such a humongous monstrosity. It was just a seemingly weak blade of grass. The teeth penetrated past Peacock Blue's leaf, and there were countless holes perforating it, yet Peacock Blue continued to hang on, toughly withstanding the teeth of the demon chrysalis, wrestling every second possible for Xia Fei. Completely unleashed. The energy within that grade 4 origin crystal was like a dam that had burst open, rushing into Xia Fei's body in order to replenish the energy he had lost while supplementing the law of primal chaos. As for Xia Fei, he was still holding that blood crystal tightly as he instigated its complete transformation. It was unknown just where Xia Fei got such a preposterous and insane idea, but what mattered was the fact that he did it. Black. It was a murky black sans a glow at all. After absorbing a large amount of the demon chrysalis's blood essence, the blood crystal turned into something completely different from how it originally looked. It had become sharp and extremely ferocious. It now looked utterly demonic. The demon chrysalis instinctively sensed mortal danger. Growl! Its biting force increased again, and Peacock Blue had no choice but to withstand this increased ferocity. Living up to its name as the most tenacious weed, Peacock Blue actually managed to hold fast against this round of insane attack. The leaf became more and more curled, and the teeth of the demon chrysalis practically touched Xia Fei's body. All of a sudden, Peacock Blue started evolving again. A second blade of leaf grew out of Xia Fei's right arm. It was small and frail at first, no different from the bluegrass he could see anywhere. However, as the biting force of the demon chrysalis increased, the leaf grew faster and faster, almost as if it had a characteristic of meeting great force with more force. The more the demon chrysalis tried to overpower it, the more resilient Peacock Blue became. When the second leaf fully grew, the tables turned. It was the teeth of the demon chrysalis that were being shaved off, inch by inch. As a weed that grew out from a broken rock, the 2-leaf Peacock Blue no longer felt wary of the demon chrysalis and, instead, mounted its own attack. At the same time, the blood crystal, which Xia Fei had been mentally manipulating, had drained much of the creature's blood essence and was way stronger. Roar! It was yet another mournful wail. The demon chrysalis had already lost its viciousness from before, it even suspected that it was about to die. Fear. The demon chrysalis was now feeling abject fear. It realized that this unassuming small human was capable of ending its life. Kaboom! The demon chrysalis wildly thrashed about within the gaps of space. It no longer tried to bite Xia Fei to death but focused, instead, on escaping to survive. Unfortunately, Xia Fei was not about to let it go. That grade 4 origin crystal slowly dimmed as the ocean of energy contained within it had all been used up by Xia Fei to distort the blood crystal, and he had really succeeded. He had forced a dagger, which could only initially drain the blood essence of humans, into becoming a demonic dagger which could absorb the blood essence of anything. Boom! Amid the demon chrysalis's panic, it opened a tear in the dark inverse and wriggled out. Drain this monster of everything! Xia Fei held onto the blood crystal tightly, his two eyes turning bloodshot. Boom! As the demon chrysalis tunneled out from the gaps in space, Xia Fei remained clueless on where it had brought him this time, but the light from beyond its open mouth reminded him of the sun's existence and the humidity of air which was rich in oxygen. Xia Fei was not tempted, however. The only thought he had in mind was to kill this enemy. Losing plenty of blood, the demon chrysalis struggled like fish which had been tossed onto dry land. It convulsed, racked with pain all over, and twisted around. Blood crystal was still draining its blood, showing no signs of stopping soon. As the body of the demon chrysalis began to dry up, it was no longer consumed with anger, its thrashing also became feeble over time. After Peacock Blue sensed that the demon chrysalis was on the verge of dying, it retracted a single blade. Following the time it spent fighting the hardest, though Peacock Blue did manage to withstand the creature's attack, it suffered substantial injuries. Its blade had been riddled with holes by the teeth, and that vivid blue color became slightly dull. Thank you. When Peacock Blue retracted its final leaf, Xia Fei very earnestly offered his gratitude. The way he saw it, Peacock Blue was no mere plant or weapon. It lent him a helping hand when he needed it the most, and by that thought alone, it meant that Peacock Blue was sentient and sapient. Peacock Blue did not give any sort of response and just quietly returned to Xia Fei's arm. It must be mentioned that Peacock Blue was a plant that had a total of 13 grass blades. With its demonstration of such powerful combat capabilities moments ago using just 2 grass blades, he could not imagine how indomitable it would be in its final form. The demon chrysalis was no longer moving, allowing the blood crystal to suck dry what remained of its life. This dagger, which Xia Fei had deemed unsightly, was now a weapon no one could underestimate. Xia Fei was looking forward to seeing just how the blood crystal would become after sucking the demon chrysalis dry. Squelch! Xia Fei pulled out the blood crystal and walked right out from the demon chrysalis's open maw. Sunlight and fresh air had never felt so good before. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sat down on the grass. He looked at that grade 4 origin crystal in his hand. It was now white, indicating that all the energy within had been consumed by Xia Fei. The battle just then left Xia Fei's heart shivering, but it was also a completely brand new experience. Warriors would always grow from the fights they got caught up in, and behind the dangling danger on a thread between life and death was epiphanies. Someone's coming, Phantom said severely. Plenty of men. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Figures appeared all around Xia Fei. This was a group of law adepts whom he was unfamiliar with. Each looked at him with their mouth agape, greatly astonished. Did you kill this demon chrysalis? A voice suddenly broke the silence. Xia Fei calmly nodded. May I ask how we should address you? Their attitude was very respectful. Being able to slay a demon chrysalis single-handedly, the entire group had thought him to be some great figure. Just as he swept his gaze among those gathered, a very familiar figure caught Xia Fei's eyes. He had immaculate features and seemed well-bred, with that same slight smile still plastered across his face. Clean knife. Xia Fei was stunned. Chapter 523, The Blackwater Mew Family. This group of unfamiliar law adepts actually had clean knife counted among them. Xia Fei could not help but be perplexed. Logically speaking, this killer, who always had this smile on his face, was Xia Fei's enemy, and his attitude toward enemies was simple, kill. However, clean knife was an exception. He had been his enemy twice and had managed to flee with his life at both times. Xia Fei even suspected that the man was protected by Lady Luck, for not many of his enemies had managed to slip past his grasp, let alone do so twice. Clean Knife flashed a slight smile at Xia Fei, a smile that held no killing intent. Instead, it was like they were old friends who had crossed paths once again. Xia Fei slightly nodded and did not say a word. At the moment, there were plenty of experts around him. Even if Xia Fei wanted to kill him, there was no rush for him to do so. Xia Fei was not foolish enough to become an enemy to this bunch of unfamiliar law adepts. He was very weak after that battle with the demon chrysalis mere moments ago, so it was best if he kept himself alive first. "Were you the one who killed this demon chrysalis?" asked an old man with a bushy black beard. Xia Fei nodded. "May I ask which family you belong to, warrior?" Xia Fei answered, "I'm with the Yu family." "The Yu family that specializes in the law of space?" asked an old man with white wispy goatee. "That's right." The two old men nodded in unison as both conversed. "Ah, so you're a warrior from old Yu's family. Looks like they're not in decline like what the rumors claimed but, instead, found themselves a decent young champion." The black-bearded old man furrowed his brows. "Young man, may I ask what's your cultivation level?" He was very skeptical. Xia Fei did not look like some expert, and this drained corpse of the demon chrysalis before him was very much a huge eyesore. There was no way anyone would be able to slay it without a sufficient cultivation, and this was something even a child here in the law realm understood clearly. "Level 4, Xia Fei answered lightly. "Oh, so you've already been promoted to a law sovereign at such a young age. We're sorry for the disrespect we extended," said the two old men with mild surprise. Xia Fei shrugged and somewhat awkwardly corrected them. "You two elders are mistaken. I'm only a level 4 law warrior." Shock. Extreme shock. Everyone nearly forgot to breathe when they heard this. A mere level 4 law warrior had actually killed a demon chrysalis all by himself. That was practically a fairy tale. No one would believe this claim. No one would dare believe it. Did I hear him correctly? Did he say he's merely a level 4 law warrior? Could he be lying? A discussion broke out, and the eyes looking at Xia Fei were that of shock but more were filled with disbelief. The white goatee and black-bearded old men exchanged looks, their expressions spoke volumes of the incredulity they were feeling. "Are you really just a level 4 law warrior?" "Yes." The black-bearded old man laughed bitterly. "Well, even a law warrior from the Yu family is capable of soloing a demon chrysalis. This world sure is filled with strange oddities." Clean Knife furtively flashed a thumbs up at Xia Fei along with that smile of his. Xia Fei pursed his lips. He always had this indescribable feeling toward Clean Knife. For some reason, Clean Knife had fought with Xia Fei twice, and so the latter did not have too deep a distaste toward the former. Perhaps it was because of his brooding aura or that strange half-smirk he always did. Xia Fei just felt Clean Knife was an exception. The shock and curiosity toward Xia Fei had not lessened. This group of law adepts had their backs turned toward Xia Fei as they quietly discussed this with one another, but no one could come to a conclusion. All of them felt that Xia Fei was definitely a very odd entity. "May I ask where I am right now and how I can return to the Yu family?" Xia Fei asked. He could not be bothered to go into depth about how he had managed to kill the demon chrysalis, much less divulge about the blood crystal, peacock blue, or the law of primal chaos. These were all his secrets, and the fewer people who knew, the better. The man with white goatee spoke. "We are of the Blackwaters Mu family. I go by the name Mu Tailan, and this is my older brother, Mu Taihei. We are both elders in our clan. Every clan can travel freely from each other's spatial doors. This is hardly an issue, so we ask that you wait a while. My fellow brothers and I have some things to discuss." With that, both Mu Tailan and Mu Taihei promptly disappeared into thin air. "We can't let that young man live," said the black-bearded Mu Taihei somberly. "Why is that? Think about it, he's merely a level 4 law warrior, yet he can already take down and kill a demon chrysalis all by himself. He'll surely become a core pillar of the Yu family, and if we eliminate him right now, we'll be able to avoid the resurgence of the Yu family," Mu Taihei said viciously. Mu Tailan burst into laughter. "Big brother, do you really believe his words? I can tell that his cultivation is definitely not as simple as law warrior. He's able to speak so freely and easily in front of the two of us, just this attitude alone means he's not one to be underestimated. I carefully observed him, though, it really appears that the young man's cultivation is as terrible as he claimed," Mu Taihei said suspiciously. Mu Tailan replied, "Experts love hiding their cultivation the most. Besides, we can't touch him even if he is really just a level 4 law warrior, you can probably count in one hand the number of young men with that much potential in our entire circle. The Yu family surely cares about his well-being immensely. If we provoke this man unnecessarily, the Yu family may not be nice enough to leave the matter lying down. You killing such a wonderful sproutling of theirs, isn't that as good as killing the Yu family's future lifeline? Though rumors about the Yu family's decline have been spreading these last few years, their patriarch Yu Zhong is still alive, and surely you've heard of the saying, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Besides, they have another weirdo, Yu Hua, in their family, and he's a great law emperor. Though he has faded from familial affairs, do you dare to guarantee that he won't make a comeback? Mu Taihei nodded his head repeatedly. There's great merit in your analysis. A family with two great law emperors is indeed frightening. In retrospect, Yu Hua was once among the best young elites in our circle years back, someone with a 100% open brain region. Best to be on our guard. They were all law emperors, but the word great would be added to them after getting to level 5. The two were talking a good distance away, and Xia Fei had not caught a word spoken. He would never in his wildest dreams have thought that the shrewd merchant, Yu Hua, the man who brought him into the law realm, was actually a great law emperor. For someone of such caliber to become a merchant, it was truly a peculiar matter. So what do we do? Mu Taihei asked. Inform the Yu family to send someone over and pick him up, thereby doing them a favor in the process. The Yu family has two great law emperors, and another elite with great potential has appeared among their juniors. Looks like the rumors about the Yu family fading into obscurity aren't true, so it's best if we don't fall foul with them for now. Mu Taihei sighed. I guess that's for the best. Though the Yu family has few experts, they have quite a few elites. Otherwise. Humph. Xia Fei had no idea just how ruthless the law realm was when he first got here. He was no stranger to backstabbing and such, but he had underestimated the people of the law realm. Here, everyone was constantly plotting and calculating how they could smash their opponents. Friends? There was no such thing as friendship in the law realm. While Mu Tailan and Mu Taihei were discussing if they should take out Xia Fei, Clean Knife took this time to make his way over quietly, that light smile of his ever-present. You're a level 4 law warrior? Clean Knife asked with a smile. I really did not think I would get to meet you here. If you could make it here, why couldn't I? Xia Fei retorted. That's not what I mean. Others make it here in the law realm after being secretly chosen by the families and, afterward, go through any heritage planet's tests, but you haven't been chosen, nor have you made it through the heritage route. You actually skipped through the stages and got here. Xia Fei was mildly stunned. Does that mean you managed to make it past the 4th stage of your heritage planet? Xia Fei of course knew just how dangerous heritage planets were. If Clean Knife had truly made it past the 4th stage, then he would most likely be many times stronger than Xia Fei in terms of strength. Clean Knife let out a bitter chuckle. Nope. It's been hundreds of years since anyone made it past the 4th stage, which is why the law realm changed the rules, such that even people who did not pass it but have the potential can end up here as well. These families ultimately have to inject new blood into their ranks, right? If they had stubbornly stuck to the rules of old, they would have probably met extinction already. I heard there are even those who personally make a trip to the Alliance just to pick saplings for nurturing. Xia Fei nodded. He had only cleared the test of Heritage Planet once. Unfortunately, the one he visited was a heritage planet which had long been abandoned, and there was no way for him to get to the 2nd stage, so any hopes of clearing the 4th stage was basically impossible. Heritage planets were how the law families chose their successors through the inheritance methods. Any family with the strength would establish a similar system in the Alliance, and the one that Xia Fei visited had long been left in disuse. It was likely because the family in question had long gone extinct from the law realm, which was why no one was left to take care of that inheritance system. That was when the two elders of the Mu family returned to Xia Fei. Mu Tailan intentionally coughed twice. Xia Fei, we've sent someone over to the Yu family. Once we confirm your identity, we'll have them send someone to pick you up. The major families in the law realm are of the same roots, so it's only natural for us to look out for one another. Several minutes ago, the black-bearded and white-goateed men were actually discussing if they should silence Xia Fei. Now, they had had a complete 180 and were acting virtuous and upright. This change in attitude was so quick that anyone would have been left tongue-tied had they witnessed it. I wonder how you plan to deal with the carcass of the demon chrysalis, Mu Taihei suddenly asked. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. Since this issue was raised, it must mean that this carcass had some value. Sell it off, Of course, replied Xia Fei casually. Mu Taihei was the impatient sort, which was why he immediately stated. I'll give you 100 grade 3 origin crystals, and you can leave this carcass with us. 100 grade 3 origin crystals would be a huge windfall to Xia Fei. Right now, origin crystals were precisely what he needed the most and lacked. Not only were they useful for his cultivation, they were Furbal's food as well. Here in the Law realm, owning origin crystals meant owning everything. However, Xia Fei was clueless about the true value of the carcass, so he had no idea just how much it was worth. Frowning ever so slightly, Xia Fei probed. Isn't that price a little low? Mu Taihei harumphed, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. Beside him, Mu Tailan chuckled. My brother was merely having a laugh. A demon chrysalis's carcass will at least be worth 1,000 grade 3 origin crystals, but your fight with the creature has ruined quite a bit of buildings here in the Mu family, so you should compensate us accordingly for them. Besides, the carcass of this demon chrysalis is very strange and desiccated as if its essence has been drained. That's why 400 grade 3 origin crystals should be a reasonable price. Xia Fei laughed. Don't forget, though this carcass was desiccated, it's also one about to evolve. About to evolve. Mu Taihei suddenly appeared beside the carcass, and after a careful examination, he nodded deeply toward Mu Tailan. He's right. This demon chrysalis was on the verge of evolving when it got killed. Chapter 524, The First Bucket of Gold. Xia Fei had no idea just how much the carcass of a demon chrysalis was worth, and he had only been bargaining in accordance with his business acumen. 400 grade 3 origin crystals were quite a lot, and Xia Fei was actually elated at the offer, but he did not show a trace of his emotions outwardly. He's right. This demon chrysalis was on the verge of evolving when it got killed. A series of gasps could be heard, and the expression on everyone's faces changed greatly. Xia Fei killing a demon chrysalis had been a shocking admission by itself, and it was even more so after it had been revealed that the demon chrysalis had been on the cusp of evolution. Once a demon chrysalis evolved, the 4 wings on its back would promptly shrink, and 6 sharp claws would sprout, increasing its lethality by 3-folds. Xia Fei had struck at the perfect moment. Had he allowed the demon chrysalis to finish its evolution, even if he had plenty of moves under his belt, he would have a tough time emerging victorious. The teeth of the demon chrysalis could be used as material for weapons, and the thick chitin was material to create armor. The value was astronomical. The value of an evolved demon chrysalis was of course even higher. If someone were to pull apart its abdomen, they would be able to retrieve a second form, which had not yet broken through. It must be mentioned that this was a completely intact body. It was very rare to come across something like this regularly, for there were not many of these evil demon chrysalides in the first place. There was only occasionally 1 or 2 that the demon race would lose when they ventured into the wilds. Unfortunately, the blood crystal had already drained the essence of the creature, only leaving behind an intact carcass, so the practical value plummeted as a result. Mu Tailan gave this matter some thought before offering in a deep voice, since this demon chrysalis was on the cusp of evolving, it can be considered as a valuable material. After measuring its value, we of the Mu family are willing to pay 800 grade 3 origin crystals for it. What do you think? Xia Fei had a difficult expression etched on his face, muttering to himself, perhaps bringing this carcass back to the Yu family won't be a bad idea, either. The Mu brothers were slightly stunned. The black-bearded Mu Taihei appeared to be quite vexed. 800 grade 3 origin crystals already seemed quite a high price for it. After all, this was a carcass devoid of even a drop of blood essence, and in terms of value, it was no more than a third of what it could have been with it. 1,000. Mu Tailan raised his voice and offered. This is already the best that the Mu family can offer. Xia Fei had been secretly observing the 2 old men's reaction, so he knew that Mu Tailan was telling the truth, and 1,000 grade 3 origin crystals were already their maximum limit. Done. Xia Fei nodded. Oh, heavens! 1,000 grade 3 origin crystals. Phantom's 2 eyes sparkled. You're rich now. The Mu family appeared to be in no hurry to inform the Yu family about Xia Fei, and they had him stay around for 2 days, instead. This was his first time out in the Law realm, and he did not understand much about this part of space where these powerhouses gathered, so being able to move about here was not a bad thing. This was why he stayed around earnestly, following the disciples of the Mu family every day for cultivation and training while also looking around when he had the free time. The Mu family stayed on a planet, unlike how the Yu family had everyone aboard a spacecraft, ferrying their million kinsmen through space. It seemed like owning a super-sized spacecraft was a privilege that only prominent families had. Though the Yu family was now in decline, they still had their golden days from before, which was why they owned such a huge spacecraft as their base. Unlike the Yu family, the Mu family mainly cultivated the law of matter among the three great laws. Xia Fei saw the warriors engage in combat here, and it was a lot more direct and effective compared to the law of space. Even their level 1 law warriors were capable of demonstrating a decent combat power. The Mu family specialized in trap setups, and their law force allowed them to shape their terrain rapidly, burying some contraption amid the undisturbed land, awaiting specifically when their enemies would show up. Such a fighting style was hardly considered direct, but it was very devious. Law warriors familiar with the law of matter would be able to set up hundreds of contraptions and traps in the time it took to raise a hand, one after another, the next tighter than the last. Anyone who was unfamiliar with traps would have an extremely hard time escaping. Clean Knife and Xia Fei had barely spoken ever since that time they met each other again. At most, they would exchange small talks, explaining to Xia Fei the profundity of the law of matter and such. In the 2 to 3 days there, Xia Fei's desire to kill him slowly lessened. It was as if the latter were a completely different person. Once Clean Knife no longer had to kill Xia Fei, he demonstrated his humorous side and was a lot more humble. Xia Fei was careful to remain vigilant, though. In this foreign territory, no amount of precautions would be too much. 3 days later, someone from the Yu family came to the Mu family, and unexpectedly, it was Yu Hua. Xia Fei was very curious about this. By right, Yu Hua had already sworn off familial matters, so why would Patriarch Yu Zhang rely on Yu Hua on so many things? After meeting the 2 elders of the Mu family, Yu Hua exchanged some pleasantries and handed over some gifts before he took Xia Fei with him to a spatial door. Look, this spatial door is actually an enlarged version of the spatial compass. Not only can humans pass through it, plenty of goods can be transported across, too. Practically any family with strength to speak of will build one, just in case they need it from time to time. This time, we won't be using the compass, and I'll be taking you across the spatial gate. Yu Hua pointed to the huge structure in front of him as he spoke. Actually, even if Yu Hua did not use the spatial compass or the spatial gate, he could pass through space, for his cultivation was as high as a level 7 law emperor. He was only second to the family patriarch, Yu Zhang. He had intentionally hidden the truth about his profound cultivation to Xia Fei, though the reason for doing so was still unknown as of now. Xia Fei nodded. There was also a similar semicircular gate in the Yu family. Unfortunately, it cost money to travel through the gate and even required the family's permission. Thus, he had yet the chance to try it. The spatial gate was big, allowing even an entire contingent to pass through. There were strange patterns carved all over it, looking like they were derivations of the law of space. This semicircular gate was a platform entirely made of metal, and Yu Hua stood right on top of it with Xia Fei. If you please. Smiling, Yu Hua addressed the warrior who was operating the spatial gate to their side. All of a sudden, the patterns on the gate began spinning clockwise. It eventually picked up speed, and after several seconds, a glowing mass of light appeared within the confines of the gate. Something began to take form before Xia Fei, and after the light stabilized, a mirror could be seen. Both Yu Hua and he could see their reflections clearly on its surface. Okay, you two may pass, announced the operator. Yu Hua laughed politely, striding right into the gate. Like walking past a bead of water, the mirror surface rippled after he passed through before it regained stillness after a brief moment. Xia Fei first tried to stick his leg in, only to discover that the spatial gate gave off no sensation. Beyond was also land, and where his foot landed had solid ground. Curious, Xia Fei crossed the gate. Like a thin sheet of paper, behind the mirror was actually the Yu family's compound. That city he was so familiar with was not too far away in front of him. Recalling that period of distance he needed to travel when using the spatial compass last time, the spatial gate was a lot more convenient. A single step was all it took no matter how great the distance between the 2 points. Spatial gates sure are amazing. It's even faster than warp engines. Phantom exclaimed in genuine surprise. You can head to the ends of the universe with this thing. Xia Fei nodded, wondering if he could perhaps buy himself a similar gate. As such, he would be able to return to the Alliance freely, and seeing Avril would take no more than a few steps. Humph! To think a cockroach like you would actually make your way back alive, said Yu Kikai irately with her arms folded. Beside her were the two female attendants whom Xia Fei had met before, as well as a few middle-aged men with cold attitudes and seemed to be in the middle of heading out. Xia Fei smiled slightly as he answered, "Sorry to have disappointed you." With that said, he made his way down with Yu Hua and did not even spare Yu Kekai a second glance. These middle-aged men greeted Yu Hua as if they were already acquainted. Such an attitude of sheer disregard pierced Yu Kekai, and she soon pouted and jeered, "You're nothing more than a little level 2 law warrior, so what's there to be so smug about?" Xia Fei turned around and extended 4 fingers, softly saying, "Not level 2, though I am a lowly level 4 law warrior." Level 4. Yu Kekai and that group of middle-aged men were greatly surprised. It had merely been 10 days since that battle in the collection reservoir. To have promoted 2 whole levels in such time, it was practically Godspeed. Xia Fei walked off without turning his head behind, and that infuriated Miss Yu Kekai once again. She had never in her life been treated in such a dismissive manner, always ending up on the losing side of things every time she met Xia Fei. How preposterous was that? "Miss, actually, Xia Fei is pretty amazing, and his promotion speed rivals that of brothers Iobe," one of the female attendants whispered into Yu Kekai's ear. "Tisk! How can Xia Fei compare to brothers Iobe? What's the use of promoting so fast, anyway? The gap to make it to level 6 isn't easy. The higher he jumps now, the greater his fall," Yu Kekai said through clenched teeth. It was still the same pier by the river, and Xia Fei had once more come to meet with the family patriarch, Yu Jiang. This time, Yu Jiang's attitude had changed a lot after all that happened, and his eyes were even more eager than before. "Xia Fei, oh Xia Fei, I looked up information in the alliance about you and learned that you were never out of trouble, yet I never imagined that it would turn out like this." Yu Jiang chuckled, his tone not at all sounding like he was reprimanding him. As Xia Fei was confused, Yu Jiang continued. "You killed plenty of descendants in the collection reservoir, and those people all have parents and brothers. Being merciless when you act is a good thing, as this lore realm doesn't allow pity. Unfortunately, your foundation is shallow, making it easy for you to become a target to the masses." Xia Fei softly replied, "They're all enemies. Does that mean enemies must all die?" Xia Fei nodded firmly. Yu Jiang burst out into laughter. "Able to be so decisive when it comes to murder means you'll be a force to be reckoned with. Forget it. I've already suppressed all those who seek to bring you harm, so they won't be causing any problem for now. Still, remember that this is just temporary." The topic then shifted, and Yu Jiang asked with a smile, "I heard that you had killed that demon chrysalis." "That's right. I'm very intrigued. Even if you do have a level 4 law warrior cultivation, that isn't enough for you to slay a vicious adult demon chrysalis. Just how did you do it?" Yu Jiang asked with a twinkle in his eye. Xia Fei had already guessed that he would have to field such a question, which was why he told them the story he had long crafted in his mind to explain what had happened. He claimed that he had met an expert while in the gaps in space, and this person beat the demon chrysalis until it was close to death, so he was coincidentally given an opportunity to benefit off it. The point was that there was no way for anyone to verify what had really happened in the gaps in space, so Xia Fei could make up anything he wanted. Yu Jiang and Yu Hua were of course unconvinced, but they could only laugh. They were helpless if Xia Fei did not wish to share with them what had truly happened. After all, Xia Fei was now no longer a cripple but rather a talented genius of the family who could be counted in one hand. It was easy to tell that he would be pivotal to the revitalization of the Yu family in the future, so there was no need for them to pry after Xia Fei's affairs unless absolutely necessary. Who in this realm did not have a secret or two of theirs living in the depths of their heart? It would be strange if Xia Fei had told them the truth plainly, as tragedy would only befall anyone who lacked a scheming mind in this realm, which was fraught with danger in every corner. After exchanging a few more words, Yu Jiang sent Xia Fei back, throwing out a line before his departure. "Quickly return to your Roaring Tiger Park and take a look. It's gotten very lively there now." Chapter 525, Roaring Tiger Park's Business. Once Xia Fei was gone, Yu Hua took his fishing rod and sat down with Yu Jiang. The Mu family let Xia Fei come back just like that, and they even bought that corpse of the demon chrysalis at such a high price. Do you not find this unusual? Struggles in both the open and in the shadows have always been common in our circle. Rarely will someone give up on a chance to hit someone while they're down, Yu Hua said. Yu Jiang coldly snorted. They're putting on a good face to us because they noticed that the Yu clan isn't in as bad of a state as rumored. In truth, it's a good thing that Xia Fei accidentally intruded into the Mu clan. Regardless of how he managed to kill that demon chrysalis, this is still an incredible matter to them. There's no level 4 law warriors out there that are capable of such a feat. Yu Hua picked up where he left off. So the muse feels that our family still has some strength, and they bought the demon chrysalis's corpse at a high price because they saw Xia Fei's future potential. Precisely. Xia Fei is very special. Even I can't see through him. Yu Zhang sighed. It's good to have secrets. As long as he serves us, we don't need to ask him too many questions. The truth will come out in the future. Yu Hua nodded. I suppose it's for the best. Yu Zhang said that Roaring Tiger Park was very lively, but Xia Fei did not believe him. The park only had 2 exotic beasts, and each day was spent in idleness. Master! Pod saw Xia Fei and rushed at him. Master, you're finally back. I've missed you these last few days. Xia Fei patted him on the head. I missed you too. I had no other choice except to leave you with Furball because that place, Collection Reservoir, doesn't permit exotic beasts inside. Master came back at just the right time. Following your orders, I gave Furball 1 origin crystal each day, but Furball has eaten all 10 of the crystals you left behind. It's been hungry since yesterday, Pod said. Furball stayed in its cage and ignored Xia Fei, apparently sulking. Xia Fei raised the blanket and threw 3 grade 2 origin crystals under it. Here, I'll give you triple the food today. Furball was the classic example of the saying, whoever provides milk is your mother. The moment it saw the origin crystals, its eyes turned green, and it stopped being angry with Xia Fei and started feasting on those crystals, instead. The demon chrysalis's corpse had been exchanged for 1000 grade 3 origin crystals, so Xia Fei was not lacking in them, but he did not give any of these higher grade crystals to Furball. The future was long, and Xia Fei did not have a fixed revenue, letting his pet sit by and eat while idle, it would eventually run out of things to eat. Furball had a wicked appetite, and once he tasted a grade 3 crystal, he would be unable to eat a crystal of a lower grade. Best to prepare for a rainy day. In all things, it was better to plan for the long term. After being fed, Furball coat of fur regained its luster. Xia Fei grabbed it and said to Pod, pack up this room. We'll be moving to a new place tomorrow. Pod was cheering with joy. He had been like a chattering housemaid, always grumbling about how this room was too small and too dark, unhealthy for his body. Now that Xia Fei was a level 4 law warrior, his privileges had naturally increased. It was no longer proper for him to live in the disciples' quarters, and the Yu family had assigned him his house in the city. He could get the keys tomorrow and move there. As Xia Fei arrived with Furball at Roaring Tiger Park, he was greeted with a puzzling scene. There were more than a dozen exotic beasts penned in cages here, and several people were waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing Xia Fei return, a woman of 20-some years stood up and walked up to him. Are you the manager entrusted with Roaring Tiger Park? Xia Fei nodded. Do you need me for something, miss? It's not a big deal. I have a grade 7 greenhorn python that I'd like you to help me tame, the woman forthrightly said. Xia Fei frowned. Taming exotic beasts was naturally a small matter to him. He simply needed to use the Beast Spirit Codex and transfer information directly into their minds, and if that did not work, he could have Furball scare them a little. Even a high-grade Beast King would succumb, but how did so many people come to know that he could tame exotic beasts? Had it become known that he cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex? Miss, please wait a moment. Xia Fei waved a hand and called Yu Sansui over. What's going on here? Xia Fei asked. Yu Sansui smiled. In our Yu family, there are many people who raise exotic beasts. They are all law adepts who are troubled by exotic beasts which won't listen to orders. They heard that you had tamed the 2 Beast Kings at Roaring Tiger Park, so they came to seek your aid. Xia Fei nodded. It seemed that the matter of the Beast Spirit Codex had not gotten out yet. If it was just helping them with training their exotic beasts, it was no big deal, a moment's effort. That's fine. I'll wait in my room. Tell them to lead in their exotic beasts one by one, Xia Fei said. Yu Sansui pulled on Xia Fei. How do you want to take your fee? Fee? Of course. It's not like they can inconvenience you without a good cause. They have to at least pay you something. After seeing Xia Fei tame 2 Beast Kings with his 2 eyes and then seeing the frightening Yu Kikai being beaten down, Yu Sansui decided that he would stop being enemies with Xia Fei, so his attitude was extremely respectful. Besides, Xia Fei had risen 4 levels in a month. His genius reputation had spread both in and out of the Yu family, making Yu Sansui even less likely to mess around. On the contrary, he focused entirely on helping Xia Fei put Roaring Tiger Park in order. He could make money from helping others tame exotic beasts. Xia Fei rejoiced internally. If Xia Fei focused entirely on cultivation, he could use up 10 grade 2 origin crystals a day, and this would only increase as he got stronger. There was also Furball. This fellow was still in his juvenile years, and for him to grow up faster required a significant amount of energy. Besides that pitiful salary that Xia Fei received every month, he had no income. Even though he had 1000 grade 3 crystals in his spatial ring, he did not dare spend them recklessly. After all, he had a lot of places to spend this money. If he wanted to go back to the Alliance and see Avril frequently, he needed to buy the expensive spatial compass, and he needed to pay the fee for the spatial trip, too. When he saw that miraculous liquid war armor, he wanted to buy a set, but the basic version of it cost 100 grade 3 crystals. While this did not seem like a lot, it was not an amount Xia Fei could just squander away. Thus, getting money in exchange for helping others tame their exotic beasts was a decent business. While there was little chance of getting filthy rich in one night, he could at least cover Furball's eating expenses. There would even be a slight profit, which could serve as some sort of income. Xia Fei nodded. I truly should take a fee. What sort of price do you think they will accept? After all, Yu Sansui had grown up in the circle and was familiar with the wealth distribution in the clan. Thus, Xia Fei chose to ask his opinion first. After considering the question for a bit, Yu Sansui said, there's a wealth disparity within the family, and those who raise exotic beasts are mostly not wealthy people. If you charge a high price, they won't be able to pay. Why don't you charge 10 crystals as a base price, with 1 additional crystal for each rank? A rank 1 exotic beast will be 11 grade 2 crystals, rank 2 will be 12, and so on. In this way, everyone will be able to pay. As for beast kings, we can't do this. Those who raise beast kings are not ordinary individuals, nor will they care about spending some money to tame their beasts. I think that 100 grade 2 crystals can be the starting price, with an additional 10 crystals for each rank. Xia Fei felt that these prices made sense, so he nodded in agreement. Once in the room, Xia Fei sat down while Furball rested on his shoulder. One controlled the beast spirit codex while the other was a holy beast who dominated the sea of stars. This sort of show of force could scare any exotic beast half to death. Learning from how Furball's roar of anger had almost wiped out Roaring Tiger Park last time, Xia Fei told Furball to remain silent for fear of him causing a homicide case. In not much time at all, Xia Fei had an additional 137 second grade origin crystals in his ring. With the 16 he had before, he now had 153 second grade origin crystals and 1000 third grade crystals. It was just over 100 crystals in income, but it had to be understood that Xia Fei's monthly salary was a measly 14, with an additional 30 for managing Roaring Tiger Park. Today, less than an hour's work had gotten him 3 months of salary. More importantly, this was not a one-time business. The Yu family had more than 1 million people, and the number of exotic beasts was beyond counting. Even if only 1/10 of them needed Xia Fei's help to tame their beasts, it was still an impressive number. Xia Fei gave 2 crystals each to Yu Sansui and the other assistants. All 6 of them benefited, so they naturally had nothing to complain about, and all of them thanked Xia Fei. The next day, 2 other people came to Xia Fei with their exotic beasts, and his reputation for taming exotic beasts began to spread. Xia Fei's residence was in the suburbs of the city. It was 3 single-story houses in a row, and the yard had a fiery red crabapple tree and a white pear tree which formed a complementary pair. It was small, but it did not lack for elegance. Pod once more got to work. This diligent little fellow loved housework and cleaned up both the inside and the outside of the house. Perhaps because Avril was not at his side, Xia Fei felt like something was missing. Xia Fei had a room on the left side cleaned up and made into a training chamber. He placed a black dagger on the ground and examined it, stroking his chin. The blood crystal seems to be getting colder and colder, a little different from before. Phantom frowned and said, sharp, savage, and giving off an extraordinary aura. As this bloodthirsty dagger came from the assassin sect, Phantom was full of praise for it. He seemed to have forgotten that the one who assigned the blood crystal a new function was Xia Fei. There was a faint red mark on the side of the blade which seemed to indicate the level of the blood crystal's growth. About 1/10, Phantom muttered. So you'll have to kill 9 more demon chrysalides to revive the blood crystal. Xia Fei replied, maybe, but I'm certainly not going to try and mess with those monsters. Last time, it was purely luck that Peacock Blue lent a helping hand, but there's no guarantee about next time. I have yet to find a way to control Peacock Blue. Let's put the matter of reviving the blood crystal to the side for now. He took out the 3 data storage devices from his spatial ring, and then a grade 3 origin crystal. Xia Fei took a deep breath. These devices contained the law of energy purification. Energy masters were the wealthiest and most brilliant existences in the lore realm. With energy in hand, the world is mine. Controlling energy meant a limitless future. After all, anything done here required the support of energy. A mysterious pattern began taking form in his 7th brain region. He had no guidance from anyone, so all he could do was feel his way forward. Xia Fei was preparing for a brand new experience, to challenge himself and become an energy master. Of the more than 1 million people in the Yu family, Duba was the sole energy master. This was proof enough of how difficult it was to become one.